And welcome back, everyone. It is yet again I, Sloth, with a pre-show. We'll have a little bit of a fun minigame ahead of us. Joining me for that is going to be Atsu.
Hi.
Lila.
Hello.
And Venom. First of all, how are you guys doing again? Hope you're having a good time.
Doing alright, you know. Played some warm-ups earlier today. Didn't get too many games in, but you know, it was fun.
Yeah, it be what it is. Really quick, we can already go into like what the game or the little mini game is going to be. We're going to play a little bit of a drafting mini game. Some people familiar with the EUSL are already going to know what this is going to be about. You on screen, you'll have a draft being shown to you with characters' awakenings and the draft rotation that is being given out in that. This draft specifically is also from an EUSL game. And the map that is being played of, Psycho Temple, it is the third draft. We'll have Atsu draft against Venom, and Lila at the end will be raining judgment upon the decisions that have been made. So for now, I'll give you a few more seconds to kind of familiarize yourself with the draft at hand. Venom being the blue team and Atsu being the red team. And after a little bit, I will kick us in, and you guys just choose whatever, you just say out loud whatever awakening you're going to be picking for the character that is in that drafting position.
Sounds good.
Alright.
Okay, would you say you familiarized yourself enough with what you're dealing with?
Yeah, I think so.
I kind of have a vision, yes.
Alright, good. Then I think we can immediately kick it off with Venom. What's your first pick?
So, I'm primarily looking at Rapid Fire, Deadeye, and Heavy Impact.
You can just say whatever awakening you're taking. It's a draft sim, so just...
Yeah, so... Although I really want Heavy Impact to be on Vice, I think Vice has other options, so I would put Heavy Impact on Juliet.
Okay, what's your answer to that also?
I mean, it should be pretty obvious. I'm taking that Deadeye on Luna.
Well, that's a surprise.
Yep.
What's the Vice pickup for Venom?
Rapid Fire.
You're not taking?
I think we just go Catalyst.
Then the Finny pick?
I think Castellas.
Okay.
No,
yeah.
Catalyst is picked, then Castellas, I think.
And then we'll finish it off with Reptile Remedy.
Alright. Tycho, it's a Tycho draft, right? You expected a lot of damage and awakenings to come through, I'm pretty certain. Lila, overall, not sure, maybe you're familiar with this game. There's a good chance. Do you have any idea how the actual game went, or what game this could be even?
Yeah. So I have a feeling that 3 people on this desk were in this game.
Was I in this game?
Nope. You were the only one that was not in this game.
Oh, okay.
And
Wait, I was in this game?
yeah, you were in this game. And
am I the Vice?
Maybe not.
What do you reckon the awakening order was then, Lila, if you had to make a guess?
If I had to make a guess, well, if I remember correctly, I think it was Heavy Impact, Deadeye, Rapid Fire, and then Juno went Unstoppable, Finny went Reptile Remedy, and then Catalyst got down to Kazan. And yeah, so we can check if that's correct.
But they were from.
We can check if that's correct. So yeah.
Yeah, then let's have a look. Is that correct? And who would have guessed? No, wait. Pagalos against Amy haters was this game actually. Who would have guessed? That's crazy. Yeah, you're correct. Obviously, the draft did go a little bit differently. I think some points that we can highlight. Right, obviously, the first 3 rounds have been, even on our little simulation here, right, has been basically the same. This do seem to be pretty clear. In what is the best choice here. The first difference that will come up, right, is the pick that Atsu went for. Atsu ended up going for Catalyst over the Unstoppable that Venom went for in game. Would you mind elaborating why the Catalyst pick came in there, Atsu?
I didn't really pick up on the Unstoppable. I didn't think it was that good this game, especially into Vice. Like, you never really it's always getting procced. It's never up, so you'd rather just take the Catalyst. But I can see why you'd want it if he's getting farmed by a Juliet the whole game. But I didn't see the rest of the game, so I don't know how much he was getting dash punched.
Well, Venom, how do you defend the unstoppable pick being your own pick, right?
I do remember the game, so I picked unstoppable mainly so I have like more offensive options without getting like dash punch cheese kid. I also wanted to left Remedy and Catalyst for Umi because Umi was dying quite a lot. He was dying quite a lot, so I think like those two are like really great defensive options. So I wanted him to be like left with Remedy and Catalyst, like depending on which awakening is left open. So it's like more defensive options.
Mm. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. I mean, it ended up working out for you as well, right? You guys ended up taking that game as Amy haters, much to my own dismay. But Lila, how big do you think the impact was on Venom's drafting decision in the actual game there? Do you think that leaving those survivability options was actually the game deciding factor towards the end, or do you reckon it just kind of happened to play out the way it did, being our professor in this draft, right?
I think that like 3 defensive awakenings coming up in the draft definitely puts them in a position that will make it harder for us to win the game. But if I had to like talk about the ultimate blunder in this draft, I think it would be taking Reptile and leaving Catalyst, because I think we would be able to kill through Reptile with Finny and Ice, but I don't think we can kill through Catalyst just because of the amount of evades we would be giving Umi. And I think that kind of showed in the game. Before he got Catalyst, he was like level 6, and then after he got Catalyst, we lost the game. So I think the results kind of speak for themselves in the awakenings.
Yeah, and I mean the evades also add up, right? Because on already having an evade in his base kit as well, giving him a lot more survivability. The Catalyst definitely came in pretty clutch over there. Other than that, obviously the draft kind of went the same. This was a third draft of the game, so there were still some awakenings in rotation. Do you think there would have been any other awakenings? Not looking at specifically this rotation that was being played out, but do you think there would have been another awakening that hasn't already been picked up at some point during the game that he would have left out Catalyst for on Juno, or do you just value Catalyst that highly that it would have almost always just been the pick?
I think like the way I see it is the Finny should always pick Catalyst here, like if it's left to them, so I would just take it on the Juno to deny it, I guess, because Catalyst is really, really strong.
Exactly, okay. Then, and overall, would we obviously know how the real draft ended up going, right? It went in favor of Amy haters. If we now look at it as a collective for the desk draft that has happened, who do we think was more advantageous in this specific outcome that we went for, with the Catalyst going on Juno instead of the Kazan? I'm just going to ask every one of you of your opinion, who thinks has the better drafting side here. Venom, let's start with you. Who do you think ended up winning this draft?
Although like Pegalos got like heavy impact Rapid Fire, I also think since like Reptile Remedy and Catalyst are both like pretty good defensive picks, I didn't think it was necessary to deny. So Catalyst would have been a pickup, since Pegalos' option was like kind of to like just kind of get rid of the Kazan the whole time. I think there was a little bit of a mismanagement of the draft. Overall, I think since how the game turned out, I think it's a little bit in favor of Amy haters.
Okay, even on the desk draft that you guys executed, right?
Since I remember like how many times we died, I think him getting Catalyst was way better than on me. So if it was the desk draft, I think the outcome would have maybe been different.
Okay, so do you think the desk draft was a bit more even overall compared to what actually was being played out?
Yes.
Anything you would like to add on to that, Lila? Anything you would disagree with or agree with?
No, I can agree with that. I think in the actual draft, it was Amy hater sided, and then in the desk draft, it's probably like 50-50 or 60-40 to PL. just because of the catalyst not finding its way to Kazan. And as I said, I think we would be able to kill through Reptile Remedy. So I think that's the main difference in these 2 drafts.
Yeah, and then lastly, also anything you agree, disagree with, or anything you just want to highlight as well?
I kind of agree with the Dusk draft being a little more even, but at the same time, I would still take the Catalyst on Juno, just because I think in a realistic situation, like, Umi should never be getting the Catalyst anyway. So I think it's fine to take it on Juno.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I kind of can just agree with all of these points as well, right? You brought up good points with the Catalyst survivability. The player executed draft is a bit more, let's just try to keep Kazan alive oriented. And the desk draft is just a bit more optimized towards the side of allowing Juno to play a lot, right? Obviously still having that issue of Kazan survivability in play, but maybe that Juno can come in and just cover that distance as well, having a flip every seemingly 2 seconds, especially against a kill comp again, like the Finny, Vice, and Julie. But obviously, game shows are fun. We're all about fun here. We're all about enjoying ourselves a bit as well, especially with the upcoming games today as well. But there has been a change as we're now approaching the middle of the season. We are in week 4 out of 7, right? There has been a map rotation that has taken place. If we could move over to that, have a look at that. Those maps, the map pool overall largely stayed the same. We have taken out Demon Dice and Gates. Haven't really been seeing a lot of play. On top of that, also kind of covered same archetypes as the maps that have come in Amy's app and Inkies. So we're gonna see a lot of Inkies, or as some people would say, Stinkies as well in drafts. Although I'm pretty certain both the maps that have been rotated in are likely to be banned out by a few of the players that will be partaking now on as well, making the new map pool being Amy's app, Atlab, Clarion, Inkies, Night Market, Oni Village, and Taiko Temple. And I just kind of want to get opinions from our players here, right? Starting off with Lila, what do you think about this map rotation? Do you like it more? Do you like it less?
I like it less personally. I don't really like it too much. I'm a fan of the maps that got rotated out, so it's kind of unfortunate for me that the map pool went this way. And whoever decided on this map pool, I do not like that person.
Yeah, I wonder who could have ended up being like making those decisions, right? I'm sure they have no idea what they're doing. No, what about you, Venom? What are your thoughts on the rotations?
So yeah, I'm kind of sad to see Gates of Obscura go instead of some other maps, because Clarion is still in the pool. I do not like Clarion at all. I'm a fan of Imisep. I'm glad that it's in the map pool. Inkies, also not a huge fan, but at least when you get the game, it's like over within 10 minutes, so it's not that draggingly painful, unlike Clarion. But overall, I'm not too happy, but I'm also not too sad about the map rotation.
Okay. Then lastly, Atsu, anything you want to mention? I'm sure you have a lot of enjoyment on
so,
Amy's app as well.
Yeah, I'm a big Amy's app fan. I'm happy to see that in the pool. And I'm not really a fan of either of the maps that got rotated out, so like I'm fine with seeing those go. I just wish we saw a different map instead of Inkies, because I'm not a fan of that at all. Like I've tried it a few times in scrims just to like warm up again on the map now that it's in the pool, and I do not enjoy that map whatsoever. Like I don't think I had fun for more than like 10 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
What would have been your replacement map then, right? The only other map left out that we now haven't seen at all in the previous map rotations and in this new one is Alton City. Would he then prefer the Orb Town to Inkies, or do you just think...
I think I would just... I would rotate out nothing and then just not add Inkies or Alton, because they're the two worst maps in the game.
Okay. Which one would you keep in then? Just out of
probably keep in Gu. Gates of Obscura.
Bit of portal play, always fun. Sadly, not in the EUSL anymore.
Yeah, and I think we have enough like small damage maps like Clarion, Atlas Lab, and Imizap anyway, so we don't really need Demon Dice.
Overall, though, does that really this new map will really change a lot of our best of series? is yet to be seen, as I don't think Goo and Demon Dice have really been favorites for a lot of people. I'm pretty certain Fingerless, I think, drafts towards Demon Dice every once in a while. So interesting to see how they're going to change their approach to map draft as well now. But overall, the usual suspects of maps that will be drafted in EUSL, the Atlabs, the Oni Villages, the Taiko Temples, they're still in. We're still going to continue to see plenty of those games. And I'm also looking forward to maybe seeing some Amy's app sprinkled in now as well. I will be honest and expect that. Inkies is probably going to be a ban for a lot of teams, though. It's not really a fan favorite. Good. In terms of maps, that would be it. We do have some other very important news for everyone watching and everyone following the USL. There has been quite a few roster changes, right? They have happened throughout the weeks earlier already, with an example being Nitron coming in as a sub for Windows, or just overall maybe not seeing those changes in actual play, more so seeing those changes just behind the scenes, subs joining teams and everything. And I just do want to reiterate, there are roster locks that will be taking place, and that roster lock is going to be a final one now. This coming Wednesday, this will be the final roster lock, meaning no one can change teams anymore. So this is the last week where you can see new faces appear in sub positions or in main roster positions. But that will be coming in, and for the remaining 3 weeks, so week 5 through 7, and for the following playoffs after, all the teams will be locked in place and not changing anymore. I'm bringing that up as well because there has been some pretty big remodeling inside of the KLB roster. KLB, obviously, starting off the season being with Kekle, Lama, and Balu, have now changed up their starters. Layfire has now jumped in for Kekle as a new in the new starting position. Kekle moving into the substitute role. Banter coming in as well for the starter position in KLB. Hopefully seeing Banter's debut as well here. Banter being a really good player from the Knowledge Gap, I think it was. I don't remember the name of the tournament as of right now. But being the winner of the Knowledge Gap tournament and just being a great player in there as well. Now coming in and hopefully making his EUSL debut soon as well. And Balu leaving KLB as of right now with the roster. So KLB, major rechange or remodeling of the roster that they're going to be playing. Their new allocated starters will be Layfire, Lalo, Lamacraft, and Banter. Overall, hearing those news as players, Atsulaila and Venom, what do you think about that? Do you think it's going to change a lot about where we see KLB at the end of the season? Or do you think it was already kind of going towards the same level of play beforehand? Just starting off with Atsu, any thoughts on those changes specifically?
I mean, I think from my perspective, it's like KLB was probably like a top 4 team that was gonna make playoffs, and I'm not sure if they'll do it anymore. I think it's quite a big downgrade. Like overall.
Well, what do you think about it, Lila?
I have nothing against the new players on KLB. I think they're all pretty good. But as Atsu said, it is definitely a downgrade, especially in terms of experience, maybe not player skill. Because obviously the original 3 on KLB have a lot of experience in tournaments, and that really helps in a situation like this. And I also thought KLB would be a scaling team, as in they get better on throughout the tournament, because they did have quite a rough start. I think they're also 1 and 2 right now. And I'm not sure doing a full roster switch halfway through the season is going to help with that, because they're going to have to get used to playing with basically a fully new team. So I think KLB is probably just going to be changing roster from week to week, using different substitutes, and then just seeing how far they can go in the tournament.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and especially with those substitutes, right? With the coming roster lock that is blocking everything, they need to make sure that they do have the subs available to allow themselves to be a little bit more versatile as well, if that is the plan that they're going with. And then lastly, Venom, anything you would like to add to those roster changes from the side of KLB?
I pretty much agree with everything that Lida said. I do think it's kind of a downgrade. The team was kind of all over the place. Like, sometimes you would see Layfire play, then Kelle, then you would see Banter play. And it didn't really feel like they had like a lock roster. We all do know that like Kelle, Lama, Balu, that iteration is insanely strong. They have had some insane showings back in EPA and stuff. So I was like regarding them very highly. I also think Layfire is pretty good, but overall I think it's a big downgrade, and they went from like top 4 playoffs contender to a team that probably won't make it.
And with that roster change coming in as well, there has obviously been some pretty big changes in, again, like as both Otto and Venom have already mentioned, right? Expectations of who's going to be able to make that playoffs. And a big thing that's going to come up is, especially in today's matches as well, if we think back at the standings, currently KLB, Pakalos, and Windows are all sitting on that 1-2 scoreline. And as of right now, it's looking likely that that 4th place in playoffs is going to be battled out between these 3 teams. Why am I highlighting this? Because of today's games. Pakalos will be facing Windows in Game 1. Obviously, for both sides, this will be a pretty important game that they need to be able to play out, right? Whoever wins this is suddenly turning into sort of a favorite for that 4th playoff spot as well. Obviously, not everything is done yet, as there's still 3 more games to play, but you're obviously setting yourself up really nicely if you are able to take away that W from that series. Other than that, for the remaining matches of the day as well, there are some very interesting and important matches to be played out. Match 2 immediately going Fierce Fury against TMCT. Both teams that have gone 3-0 already. Both teams that are looking to get that advantage over the other team so they can start fighting for that first seed as well. And the last match as well. There's so many good matches today. Last match as well. ZZZ and Fingerless, both teams that are sitting at the 0-3 record right now. Both teams that need to start picking up wins if they want to have an eye or a shot at playoffs. And you could even borderline say that whoever loses that match might already have had might be able to get their playoff dreams crushed, right? It depends on the overall like ways that these games are going to play out. Really quick, Atsu, what do you think of today's matchups? Just summed up, right? What is the most exciting to you? What do you think is going to be the most important one of the day?
I mean, I think the most immediate, most important game is going to be the first match, Pakalos versus Windows. That's a very big one, because I think whoever wins that is like pretty likely to make it to playoffs over the other one. And then we got Fierce Fury versus TMCT. I don't think that one's too important. And then the last match is EZZ versus Fingerless. I'm hoping to see Fingerless take that one. I think they can do it. They've had some rough matches in the last few weeks, but they've been very close to taking a few games, and I think they can make a comeback and maybe get into the playoffs if they win everything from now on.
Okay, anything from your side, Lila?
Yeah. First game, as Atsu said, really important. Both teams are 1-2, so that will break up that pack. One team will be 2-2, the other will be 1-3. And then I do want to highlight as well the last game with Fingerless. They actually played the current top 3 teams in their first 3 weeks. They played TMCT, Fury, and Amy Haters. So it's really important now that they stop picking up wins, because one loss for them from this stage on could be the nail in the coffin for their playoffs run. Since they've already played the top 3 teams, they really need to beat the rest. Match 3 would have been fun, in my opinion, if the KLB roster stayed the same. I'm a bit bummed out because I really wanted to see that like retro match, but it's not going to be the case anymore because Balu and Kekli will not be playing, so that sucks. And then game 2 will be really important for playoffs first seed, and you get to choose your opponent if you're first seed for playoffs. So I think whoever wins that game will end up having a good advantage going into playoffs, because it's going to be a 3-way race between AH, Fury, and TMCT for that number 1 spot.
Exactly. Then lastly, to sum it up from your side, Venom, anything you would like to add on to those matches that are being played out today?
Yeah, so I think like this week's matches would have been the most exciting one, because the first match is very important, but I also think the 4th match is way more important. While Fingerless is 0-3, I don't think it shows the whole picture, since Lila already mentioned they played the arguably 3 best teams in the first 3 weeks. Very rough start. I do think they can pick it up, and I also do think that they're a contender for top 4. So while ZZZ had some strong showings, I was especially impressed with some of the games Lucas had. He has been having some really good games. Overall, I do think though that Fingerless is kind of a bit favored. I think Fingerless is a very good top 4 contender. Especially also the match 1 is also like both teams are 1 and 2. The team who wins has a higher chance to get top 4. I'm looking forward to both of those matches. Also match 2, of course, battle for the second place. I think it's gonna be the closest match this week. Really
Yeah.
looking forward to that. Also, match 3, I was kind of anticipating this match. I was looking forward to it because like Kelle, Lamo, Barlo, we go way back to like beta. Also used to team with Kelle. I know how insane they are at the game. I'm not looking forward to it as much anymore with the roster change. I think it was a downgrade. I don't think it's gonna be that exciting of a match anymore. So I'm just mostly looking forward to the 4th match and to the 2nd match.
Yeah. And I mean, I think all of you have highlighted it well today, right? Most of the matches that are being played are going to be important, whether that be for making playoffs or even just tiebreaker situations, right? Having those wins against these other teams, even if you end up being on the same scoreline, is going to be big for your final placement. So overall, very exciting games to be played today. I want to thank everyone, Atsu, Laila, Venom, for joining me in this pre-show segment. As we're getting everything ready for the first game, Pacalos against Windows. And we'll go on a short little break as you guys are going to be introduced to a new set of casters. They're going to be joining us for Block 1, so hope stay tuned. We'll be back in just a few minutes. And again, thank everyone for being in the pre-show. See you in a bit.
Well, hello.
Hello indeed.
We shall be your casters for this first game.
Which is packet loss against Windows. Also, fun fact, Nitran, what team are you currently subbing for?
I may or may not be subbing for Windows. Imek, what team do you happen to be subbing for?
That might be packet loss.
I see.
Hmm.
There is no conflict of interest in this cast.
there is no bias in this cast either.
Anyhow, we shall be going to map draft. We can witness that it has already been chosen. We'll be going to Atlas for our first game, Taika for our second, and then Oni is the decider.
A potential decider on Oni, yeah. Not going to see either of the new maps. Neither Amy's or Inky's. Those have been rotated in, as you probably have seen in the pre-show, but don't seem to be a priority for either of the teams. So we're going to see the usual suspects of Atlas, Taiko, and Oni.
Both Inkies and Amy's were banned by PL, which may indicate that Windows would actually want to play those maps and not PL.
Maybe. You would know better.
Mayhaps.
No. Yeah, I think map draft is about as expected. Especially with what we've seen in the pre-show, with what Lila and Zoth said about the new map draft. Seems they don't like Inkies, so banning Inkies makes sense. Amy Step, I don't know, maybe they just don't want to play it.
We've seen, especially from Windows, which is the one win they have recorded. Arguably their most notable game was on Atlas Lab. It was exactly that first map where Grim just picked Luna and proceeded to play Luna and do Luna things, which was a particularly notable performance, which is quite interesting. And we have a prize fighter 1-2 punch start, indicating that there is a very high likelihood that a lot of killing will be happening in this game.
There is going to be a lot of funny center death, probably. We're gonna see like either Juliet or Zentaro band for sure.
We have a Juno band coming from Windows, which are going to be first pick. So they are probably aiming to take that Zentaro first, and banning the Juno to not let the enemy have it, whereas PL is banning the Estelle. They're letting the Zentaro through. And there we go. Zentaro pick.
Yeah, I assume that's just a Zentaro pick then, yeah. Okay, they're drafting quite fast. Insta-locking Amy and Vice, going for just well damaged all around, nice finishing potential as well for Amy, just getting those kills on the sides, which does make sense if you have Prize Fighter and 1-2 start. Only makes like sense to go for these heavy damage characters. With,
we'll have to see if the Amy or the Vice is going goalie, because in this map both are perfectly viable as goalies.
yeah,
So we'll see which one they'll go for.
And we see Luna Drek being picked up, and Juliet as the last pick. I think there's a lot more damage going out from packet losses side, especially with Zoe on the Julie. I feel like that one's just really good in general, but like I don't think like either team had a bad draft. Zentaro and Luna have a high damage potential. Jack can finish probably really easy. Yeah.
If it is Amy goalie, I wonder how the Luna goalie, because unless this is some Drek or goalie cheese, of course. I wonder how Luna goalie is going to be matching the pressure from the initial Amy core control with the combo on kickoff. Luna is particularly weak as a goalie in defense in terms of her defensive capabilities. So I wonder how. I imagine PL is probably going to try to capitalize on the Amy kickoff, the power that it has with the dash glitch pop right at the start. I wonder how Windows are going to handle that initial pressure.
I mean, it's definitely going to be quite hard to match the pressure in general Vice and Emi have on kickoff. Because like if Luna and Drek use their abilities on kickoff, there's going to be there's just going to be an issue in general with not having cooldowns, you know. Okay.
It's the win condition for the PL team is quite noticeable. You're playing Vice Amy, you're keeping up the pressure as much as you can, and you're going for the KOs to try to get that man advantage and go through. I do wonder how Windows are going to approach the game. They do have this Drekar, they do have this Zentaro. They're both characters that, despite being able to dish out quite a lot of damage, they do have more core control than Vice Julie do, because Vice Julie are noticeably bad core control characters. So I wonder what how Windows is going to try to approach this game.
Yeah, it's going to be probably set 1 and 2 defining what we're going to see in the game. If Packet Loss will just run through set 1 and 2 with getting a lot of damage, then I assume we're going to see probably one of the more decisive more decisive game 1 with just Packet Loss probably running them down. And if Windows gets like a few wins, maybe they can pick up the good damage or pick up some tankiness to just survive longer.
So we could see it right at kickoff what I was talking about initially with the Aimi. Instantly using her entire kill on Drek, getting the pressure and the damage in.
Yeah. Sadly double barrier loss for Packet Loss right here. Ooh, nice. Nice center hit. Damaging Nerath. He is staggered now, so probably going to be target for elimination.
We can already see the damage coming off from PL's comp naturally, though they did fail to get that finish off on him.
Nice last barrier take. They do keep the core in the corner, sadly with Vice instead of Juliet on the pressure side. Dash punch, just really good thing. Nice combo.
It does seem like, at least in this first set, PL is being able to get that control, that pressure that they want, to be able to dish out their damage ideally. We did see the double barrier from Windows, but past that we didn't see too much core control on their side.
Yeah. Early barrier take here as well. The pressure from Amy, just the ability to jump forward, really nice here.
It does have this core flip.
Nerath did die. Sloth tried to get Coffet down. Not in range. Grim just gets the goal.
It was quite a misplay here. We see the core flip miss into getting immediately punished by getting core flip back.
Yeah. Also, notable to say, the only person that didn't go 1-2 was Lila going with the prize fighter. Double barrier loss really early here. They have to be careful not to concede a goal for set point. Lila sadly dying here.
We do see the funny middle kill. But the damage they did do was good enough for Zoe to get the finish on
And both
on
goals
Nerf.
open now. Lila is back. So we might be able to see... Oh, ooh. Barely good angle on the Vice ult.
Lilith did lose low stacks though when she died there. Her prize fighter stacks did get reset back to 1.
Oh, nice! Secondary there from Wood. Really nice. Went past
We are-
both Zoe and Lila. Zoe does not have a dodge, so has to be careful. Gets barrier first one.
We are seeing this suspected damage, large amount of damage coming up from PL, but we do see that Windows is making it a lot better, taking those chances that they're getting a lot better than PL is, and getting those double barriers quite often, getting the scores even when they're staggered.
Okay, Nereth once again really low. Oh, what happened there?
We do see Wood used all of his abilities to try to hit something that wasn't the core, including core flip.
Yes. I just rewatched on stream what happened, and I still don't know. I think there was a Amy dash into glitch pop, but I could not see the glitch pop, so I just assume it was. Oh.
Windows is really doing a good job taking these double barriers from PL. They're I don't think I've seen PL almost any round with one barrier up. It's either 2 or 0.
Oh.
And we do have the cheeky Luna dash getting through the corner and getting the bounce up to PL's goal.
Yeah. Now we're gonna see what the draft is going to bring. I see a stinger. I see a big fish. Not too much damage out there.
The Luna probably will be taking the stinger. I think that is,
Yeah.
of course, as we can see. I wonder. I assume that we do have a quick strike. Quick strike was put on Drek over letting it Vice get that, and we do see the unstoppable coming from Nereth, as expected, to try to tank a little bit more. We didn't see too much survivability coming for the side of Windows, which is what they ideally would want. Either more damage than the enemy team or more survivability. We didn't quite see that, with the exception of Stinger. Let's see how they can manage without this, with the extra survivability that a lot of
Oh,
Vikings
Zoe gets a lot of damage here. Yeah. Oh, Lila seems to be packet lossing, but that's okay.
making good on her team name.
I mean, they have the team name for a reason. Zoe is respawned here. Did not choose to evade. Does get a lot of damage again. Is already staggered.
We see
Not
that's
quite.
yeah, but we see that Stinger really coming off already in the second set. We're seeing a lot more damage from Windows side coming onto Packet Lost.
Nereth is no longer staggered. Has core flip as well. Probably is going to use it. Grim as well. Nice one.
We had 4 core flips in this very small area, and only one of them was used. That was good communication from part of Windows, not using 2 core flips at the same time, and that was rather poor communication from the side of PL, not using either.
Okay, we seem to be having a short break for Lila to check connection. Seems to be fine, so...
We are continuing.
Game is continuing. Grim damaging himself there. Bit unfortunate.
This commitment from Grim,
double barrier
using
again.
everything on Lila.
Nice save from Sloth here, but Windows again. They have the damage and can actually like confirm a lot of kills here.
There's a lot of damage coming from both sides, but it does seem that Windows was the one to be able to get that kill confirm on the forward.
Yeah,
On the midfield straight.
Sloth doesn't have any dodges left, so probably going to... Yeah. Eject button gets Luna ulted the spot. Oh, nice one! Nice angle from Zoe there. Would not deciding not to use core flip, probably because it's first goal. Rather keep it either for barrier or when you really need it.
PL play that as they should. They see that their goalie has no evades, that their goalie is dying. There isn't much they can do to help him out. So instead, they do what they can do, which is pressure the enemy enough to get the core and avoid the death of their goalie.
Yeah, and once again, just the pressure. They have a lot of damage, a lot of instant take of double barrier. Windows really seems to be doing a lot better right now with the comp. A lot more damage is coming out as I expected as well.
Part of it does have to do with having only one real quote-unquote damage awakening at the start. We only got Stinger. Past
Yeah.
that, we got things like Big Fish, Stacks, Quick Strike, no real damage awakenings. So the team that did get that the one damage awakening is the one that is dealing the most damage currently.
Yeah. Zoe again being staggered. Probably doesn't have that many possibilities. Does get staggered back, so will be fine. But on 2 HP again. Grim also low.
We did see core flip coming from Grim, try to get that damage, try to get that Julie ever so closer to dying. But it seems like this is quite a back and forth between the two. Trading stagger, trading abilities.
Oh, nice one from Nerath there. Primary into the wall. Gets the core. Sloth sadly not getting the primary over.
That primary is a bit too close to his goal, so it popped earlier than he would have liked forcibly.
Oh,
Which is not what you like to see.
form. Yeah. That's a lot of damage going to Zentaro there.
But we do see a good amount of more defensive awakenings now with this bulk up, this reverb, this catalyst. We do see a lot more defensive or stagger awakenings here, or defensive oriented awakenings. And we do see Windows getting 2 of those 3 awakenings. Presumably they'll be a bit better on the survivability front, but it does seem like PL did get a bit more damage with the missile prop on Amy and the bulk up on Julie.
Yeah. Oh, unlucky double barrier take from Wood himself there. Oh, nice combo from Lila there.
Lila using that ult when she was getting particularly damaged, using that ult to survive, to not take the knockback, to tank it, and gets the 1v1 with Wood right afterwards.
Yeah. I think I did notice, which might be an issue real soon, is Grim did take the Catalyst, so it will be a lot harder to damage him going forward due to just the energy economy for him being a lot better being hit, especially with
That quick strike.
Vice and that one as well. With Vice and Julie, they tend to have a lot of like multi-hits. I don't know if or Amy and
As you can see, now the more damage-oriented awakenings coming in for packet loss, allowing the chance to get this double kill, getting this noticeable more amount of damage from their side now.
Yeah, sadly they couldn't. Oh, that's
Wood held on for dear life, and a good, well-timed Zentaro secondary, getting that core right into the corner.
An unfortunate pass with respawn timer, not making it to Zoe, so Zoe not being able to confirm the goal, and then just getting the kill in the end. Getting the goal in the end with the dash.
That Amy turret baiting the Drekar into going to the side, hugging the corner, and that was a really good execution of the positioning pressure from PL on Windows.
Again, both barriers taken. Zoe is low, got orb, so we'll be fine for now.
Zoe does have the Vambrace though, so she can quickly get that health back with a well-placed combo or a couple of...
Oh, nice defense there from Sloth. Nice primary. And dash punch.
That was a fancy attempt from Wood to try to get that tech, the dash core flip tech. Sloth was waiting for it though, and he was able to respond appropriately without using core flip, which is a really good indication for them coming into next round.
Zoe taking own barrier. Unfortunate. We get the Finey angle as well.
We do have
barrier.
2 core flips coming out here. Neraf getting punished a lot more. We are seeing a lot more kills coming from PL this time around.
Yeah.
If they can get this set, I would be a bit scared for Windows, since that does mean that PL will probably get that heavy impact, those rapid fires, a lot of those things that PL wants to get that damage through. But we do see an answer.
Nice combo from Neraf. We have match point for game 1 for Windows side. I mean, packet loss obviously has to score, and it would be probably a really good draft for them with what's left on the table. Nice kill once again.
They are getting these kills.
Both
They
barriers
do
gone
get
as well,
both barriers.
but they do not have the core flips right now. Unfortunate timing to release ult there. Zoe might have dash punch again. Yeah, nice combo there. Good setup. Passing, self-passing the perfect area.
Good ability
then-
usage from Sloth. Getting that core through to the Zoe that really wanted it with the dash punch. A bit of a poor positioning on Windows side, not being able to cut off that
Yeah.
pass properly.
And now we have heavy impact explosive entrance, probably going heavy on Julie, yeah. And then Luna has to take explosive, or Vice is gonna take it. Takes extra special. So
We do have the reptile remedy up. Which team gets that reptile remedy exactly goes into the Tentaro. It's going to be a lot in terms of survivability for them here.
Yeah.
With the peak performance on Drekar as well, stacking with not stacking with anything actually. With the repurpose on Luna.
Reverb and Big Fish bulk up is already on Zoe as well. So if we're going to see anything, it's going to be Peak. And that one's probably going to be best on Julie.
Peak is
Again.
already out.
Peak is out? Oh, Peak is
Yeah,
out. I am blind.
We do not have any more stagger awakenings left in this
Oh,
match.
nice kill from Zoe there. Yeah.
And we do see the triple damage awakening coming from ZPL, the heavy impact on the Julie, the explosive entrance on the Vice, and the ability upkeep with Twin Drive prime time on stuff. PL will have quite a lot of damage. We'll just have to see how Windows can withstand that damage pressure from them.
Lila getting a lot of damage there. Probably has to run away, yeah. Nice angle on the primary. Lila sadly dies. Slot doesn't have evade. But Zoe just gets the barrier and gets into an advantageous position.
It was a good finish from Neraf, getting the secondary to get into the ult range. Catching them in a good position. Ooh.
Oh, nice primary from Lila. Good positioning with the secondary, having the teleport spot and then just being able to primary really well.
Good combination from Soft and Lila, but still quite a good attempt from Wood with that dash. He's been ever so close with those dashes throughout this game. Always hitting it, but never quite getting it out of his goal.
Again, good barrier takes from Windows here. Both barriers taken on both sides. Nice one. Don't think it would have scored, but still, nice defense from Slot here. Wood almost dying again.
Peklar
is a
seeing...
lot. Yeah.
Go.
Peklos has a lot easier time now to defend as well with the amount of times they have. Like they are one person more than the other team, and with the more ability upkeep with heavy impact as well, and twin drive obviously, looks a lot favorable to Peklos now than the first two sets.
We are in our last set. We are seeing that scenario that Windows really doesn't want, which is PL getting that snowball, getting those awakenings that just get all the damage out that they want to. We get the adrenaline rush on Julie, who has been getting a lot of kills these past couple of sets.
Yeah,
The Deadeye
Deadeye
deny from
deny.
Luna.
Rapid fire deny as well. Getting hot shot on Vice, taking it away from Jack as well. There's a lot being taken away right now. Yeah, Drake taking glass cannon, which probably won't be that nice, considering like the damage and the amount of fight the teams are getting. Sloth getting very defended for now, losing it in the end.
Right now, what we're gonna have to see for each team is exactly what they want. PL wants to get that damage, want to get that pressure, those kills, like they just did.
Like that.
And using their man advantage to push in the goal and get that core control that they otherwise wouldn't be able to get. Whereas Windows wants the exact opposite.
Oh, nice pass using the black hole. Julie getting interrupted from the dash punch, but still pulling through with the goal in the end. So seems like they really got a good draft awakening, awakening draft rather. Again, a kill, getting those cooldowns back. For Zoe getting
with
that speed boost as well.
With that 10 KO streak. A missed core flip from Sloth though. And we do have the core flip on Luna, who might try to use aggressively since she does still have that that barrier up.
Yeah. Nardeth has to dodge. A lot of damage there again.
Luna does have to use it defensively.
Good primary from Sloth, interrupting the potentially guaranteed goal there. Lila does have core flip here, so yeah, might want to use it.
I would say that's a bit of a premature use of that core flip, a bit too far away from the goal, not getting too much value out of it.
Too far away and too close to the enemy. And there's another kill for Zoe. And that's just unfunny.
That's what they want. That's the adrenaline rush speed, getting that snowball from all of their awakenings.
Yeah. Now match point from packet loss. They lose one barrier. Grim has his core flip, but does get a little.
Oh, that
Nice
was a
core
nice
flip
kill.
Don't think that was intentional. Might have been. Didn't look like it, but a kill is a kill.
I'm pretty sure
Nice.
he tried to get that shotgun to push away the Julie.
Oh no!
Oh,
Nice primary. Barely defends it here. Zoe is back. Lila is in fact now staggered. Did get an orb though, so not anymore. Wood trying to get that pressure down. Lila is staggered again.
no dash punch on
Gets-
Julie, but oof.
Gets the angle. Nice reverse sweep from packet loss here. Getting the awakenings they need. Getting everything they would want in the second rotation. Third rotation, I mean. Barely getting the win. It looked like Windows would be favored here, but in the end, it's just them getting not the right awakenings. It would have been better for them probably to get the things like heavy impact, Deadeye a bit earlier, and not have to forfeit those to packet loss. But in the end, packet loss does manage to get the reverse sweep, so seems like they did get they did get what they wanted, and now we're looking to what was it? Was it Taiko second map?
It was Tycho, yeah.
Yeah.
But we can see here from the damage graphs, we can see that in damage-wise, both teams were quite even in damage. There weren't too many differences, but we do see Packet Loss having 15 KOs to Windows 7. Obviously, running at home, that Packet Loss really wanted to kill incredibly hard. Windows, their game plan, and they executed it really well at the start, which is get that core control, get it through, getting those double barriers right up, getting that, excelling at not letting Packet Loss breathe too much, but they eventually, the scaling eventually got the better of them. They couldn't finish it right away in the third set, which I'm pretty sure was a 3-2 set, was a really close set. And Packet Loss getting the scale and getting their dream, right?
Yeah. I
We do have-
wonder. Yeah.
No.
No, I was going to say I do wonder what it would look like the game if Windows would have gotten those damage trainings in the beginning. How that would have affected the draft and everything.
I do wonder if, in terms of draft-wise, if we could have seen something a bit more defensive in terms of midfield. If we couldn't see something like an Owl on Grim, because he's able to play it. I think that would have been an interesting play. Would mitigate a lot of that early lack of damage that PL doesn't have, especially with the Julie, since Julie without Awakenings doesn't do too much damage-wise. I wonder how Now would have fit in that team, and how different the game would have been.
I mean, I do remember first round there was a Monumentalist, so might have been really good if Windows would have won that as well. We do see second draft phase right now. Tycho, Adren Rush, Twin Drive, a lot of damage there.
The immediate
going
Julie
through.
ban coming from Windows. They don't want to go through the same thing again.
Yeah, and the Drekar ban from packet loss. We do see Era being picked up here. Going for probably the more well-known combo. We do see Vice and X being picked up for packet loss, so taking the X away from the Era. Really good combo on Tycho, has a lot of pressure, taking barriers if you're in the corner, and just a nice combo, especially with Adren Rush. If you get the kills, you basically can just camp and have the ability to basically just spam corners. Windows seems to be taking the Asher. I do wonder what they're going to go for goalie, or if the Era is going to go goalie. Unlikely, but you never know. That's a
There is a
rune.
solid chance it goes goalie. And we do see the rune. Yeah, it is Era goalie. With the rune midfield coming from Grim. Because we do know Wood does play that Era goalie. I'm pretty sure he has played it before in EUSL.
I am not certain. We do see Vice, X, and Amy on the side of packet loss, so that's going to be really unfortunate if Windows has if Windows gets too close to the corners. Vice and Amy can really punish those that are too close to the wall, and X just in general on this map I think is pretty strong, so we'll be able to maybe just kill confirm with the X Maximus. Just if you have a test dagger target, you can just hit it in the center. Usually it dies. I mean, we're gonna see how it goes. Again, there seems to be a lack of damage from Windows side, and they do not have the now as well, so they will need defensive trainings, I think, if they want to stay alive in these games, and if they just want to have a chance of not being permadead because of Adren Rush.
I mean, I think it's going to be a bit of a repeat of last game, right? An even more extreme situation at that, where instead of having the Julie, we have the X on PL side, which means even more damage coming from them. Whereas in Windows side, we have the exact opposite. We have Era, Rune, Azure, full core control team. I do think that PL gets a bit ahead with this draft, mostly because of the starting awakenings. We do have the Adren Rush Twin Drive, which doesn't really help PL much, and rather Windows much in the realm of survivability, while it does incentivize PL's game plan. As you said, trying to get that X ult into that Adren Rush and steamrolling off of that. We'll just have to see how Windows can combat that, right? It's an even more extreme version of that first game. Tycho also being a kill map, being a particularly easy kill map compared to, for example, Atlas, or to the ease of finishing people off, as you said, with the drums on basically every side. It's a bit easier to execute kill comps here. We will see. I'm interested in how Windows are going to approach trying to survive PL's onslaught of damage here.
Yeah. Also, something may be interesting to mention. Sloth and Lila have played their characters last round. And for Windows side, they haven't played, nobody has played the character last round. So maybe also something to keep in mind. PL was probably going to be better on the characters just because they have played them before. in today's game, so that also might be something worth to keep in mind.
I do think that initially we are probably going to see a bit of more dominance from Windows, especially because of this era countering DX with the beam, getting DX small, not allowing him to get much attack pressure or not getting too much damage out. I suspect we will see a bit of a dominance early on from this team with their core control due to PL's inability to do too much damage at the start. But I do think that this game is going to be much like the last one, a matter of time. See how fast Windows is going to be able to finish this game without PL scaling too much.
Yeah, Lila is getting a lot of damage right now. Was forced, kind of, because of their positioning to hit the Asher ult. A weird bounce there from the rune pillar.
We are seeing core flip, well, 2 core flips already almost in. Ooh,
Nice pillar
pillar.
there.
And
Yeah,
despite
Tyra.
almost having 2 core flips on PL side, they did get the score on the banish on the EX, getting the 1 man down for a little bit and just using that man advantage to get that score on.
Also, I did notice something. PL entirely went Adren Rush, and Windows went entirely Twin Drive. So that's gonna be
just hammers it home, right? The very distinct game plan from these two teams is just really hammered home by their awakening choices, especially so with that Vambrace on the Asher, almost getting back to full HP when she was dagger, but wasn't quite enough.
Yeah. Oh, nice double barrier. Getting it in between those two barriers is really strong, always on this map. Nice ult there from Lila. Having the pressure in the goal, in the corner, just to confirm the goal. Really nice. I do think this set so far has been going a lot slower than I expected. Mostly because both packet loss and Windows don't really get to play. Oh, nice banish. Nice banish getting both people there.
Windows is doing a good job not dying too much, not getting damaged too much, especially with that Vambrace on the Azure and Rune's capacity to get away from a lot of that damage. Whereas PL on the other hand is doing a particularly good job at defending from that.
Oh, nice combo. That was 100-0 combo. Really nice there. Slight miscommunication.
And we do see the full advan rush coming in from
Yeah.
PL side, getting that damage in. The game was going noticeably slower because of actually that PL being able to defend against Windows core control and Windows being able to survive PL's onslaught of damage.
Narath missing secondary there to confirm the kill on Zoe. Nice core flip there. Zoe probably going to die soon. Does get a good spin. Is no longer staggered, so might be able to get a kill here actually. If that would be the case, Adren Rush will be doing a lot of work here.
I am surprised at how many times DX has been able to get in front of the Windows barriers with core flip, right? You would expect from a comp like Rune and Asher that they would be able to keep that core away from DX in those situations, but it seems they haven't been able to.
Early core flip here from Narath. Again, I don't think that one was used well. Just a little bit far away from the goal. Probably just to... Oof. Nice pillar again. Seems to be going very good for... Oh.
That was a really good attempt from Windows. Grim getting that goalie training from his teammate, channeling his energy and being able to hold on for their life, but then miscommunication between the two, not allowing that the save.
Oh, we do see heavy impact, Deadeye, both really good on Vice. Probably the heavy impact coming through. Quick strike 4x if Rune doesn't take it.
Yeah, of course, Rune has to deny that quick strike from X. Of
Yeah.
course, the character who can most abuse that awakening, just his ult. We do see reverb coming out from Asher exactly to get that survivability out. We do get Chrono Boost on Era, which isn't too bad in terms of Windows draft wasn't nearly as bad as it could have been. In terms of what awakenings they got, all the characters they have could very well use those awakenings quite well. However, I do happen to know that Grim is particularly bad at using Quick Strike, or so he says. And we do have a lot of damage coming from PL side, getting heavy impact on Vice, getting Deadeye on Amy.
Yeah, and the Prize Fighter on X as well. Could be really hard to play against if they do get the Dren Rush stacking. Slightly unfortunate angle here from Sloth taking on Barrier, but does happen sometimes. Rim is really low, is staggered actually, so might be dying soon.
We do have almost core flip on Nerf, and they do have that barrier open, so if he does get good tornado from Wood, getting the kill on the X.
Flip, by the way.
Oh,
Nice! Ah, love to see it. As an Asher main, love to see it.
it is a satisfying moment for you.
It is satisfying, especially if the goalie, like in that case, he couldn't even react. It's just nice to see.
We do have an early core flip coming from Grim though. I'm not sure if that was a panic to try to survive, or if you thought he saw an angle that he did. But
I think it was to survive, because considering where he was standing with core flip as well, would rather use core flip than die with core flip, I think. So
I imagine Windows is not very happy with how this happened, right? They had 3 core flips, they had major core flip advantage, and only one of those was able to be used for any noticeable win, which is not what you like to see from their end.
Yeah. Nice kill here from Zoe, going back to that one prize fighter. So basically being back to before what happened with the death. We are close to a lot of nice ult there from Layla, preventing the death from the Asher combo. Zoe has flipped to kill confirm. Either kill confirm or it's not okay.
As sad as it might be for me as a Windows sub, I do think that they're going to have an incredibly hard time getting through this game. PL really early got the awakenings they wanted, especially that heavy impact on Vice, that Deadeye on Amy. Those two are exactly what they wanted for this comp. I would be very scared if I was Windows. They do still have this set to try to get back. If they do win this set, or if they do get a lot of those stagger awakenings on the next one, the Repel Remedy, the Peak Performance, the Bulk Up, they may be able to just survive enough to get it, because they do have superior core control. As you can see right now, a good example of it. Rune, Asher, and Era just getting it through and overpowering the Amy goalie.
And Zoe dying. Getting back to that one prize fighter stack, doesn't seem to be able to get away from just one stack. Flip to defend. Obviously waiting out the time for Zoe to respawn.
I think this is the do or die set for Windows. If they don't win this one, I think they're gonna have an incredibly hard time winning the third one. It's just gonna get worse. But they do get a really good banish.
Layla is dead, gets banished in a very unfortunate situation with flip as well.
We also do have a flip on Grim.
Oh!
Getting freaky with it, getting that corner hit on the drum. And it was definitely calculated because he didn't have any teammate there. So that was a really good awareness from Grim, getting that corner hit on the drum.
Yeah. I've seen that one before. Won't say where.
I don't know what you're talking about. Anyhow, we do have almost 3 core flips again on Windows. They do get that double rear. Really good from Neraf. But there is a kill coming back from PL.
Gets the kill. Gets first barrier, gets second barrier as well. Zoe in a nice position, gets stunned though.
Grim is
Not
back,
able to
getting the
confirm.
banish off. Hoping to get a bit damage off on Zoe, getting the kill.
Zoe is low.
Lila did use her ult there.
This might be...
Sloth does have flip. Flip coming out from Sloth.
Oh.
But a really well placed rune secondary.
Oh,
Getting a kill on Lila.
Lila. Ooh, this might be a bad situation. Nice
This is
triangle
exactly
there.
what Windows wants. Oh, with a good spin and a good defense there from Zoe. Getting the core away from the dangerous Asher.
This is a worthy last goal for set 2.
It is probably the
Probably
most
the
well
one.
fought goal, and we
Oh.
do get really good core flip from Wood, seeing that pass angle to Nerath and seeing that deviated angle, Amy not having abilities to get it. This game may not be as over as a lot of people would expect. Not nearly as soon. We do get the big fish, we do have the rapid fire, we do have the extra special. All of those are awakenings that you would want. I suspect we have the rapid fire from, or extra special from Era here, denying the Amy. Or Monu,
Monu.
choosing
Okay.
not to do so.
Oh,
Giving that rapid fire,
for...
giving that rapid fire device. That is that is an interesting pick, especially with that chrono boost. I'm not sure if that monumentalist was the best pick for Windows. Not
Yeah.
getting the rapid fire down on Vice is quite scary.
I mean, to be fair, they have been getting a lot of kills with the angles on Zoe and on... Oh, nice kill. Did Zoe... Yeah, Zoe got a price fighter stack from that as well. So... Oh, double barrier as well. A bit too early on the combo, but gets the kill. Zoe on 3 price fighter stacks. That's going to hurt. That's an X with 200 power.
Once PL gets rolling with those Adrenaline Rush procs, it's very hard to stop them.
Yeah. Nice defense
Oh.
on Sloth. Ah, loses barrier. Loses both barriers in the end.
It
And
was
so
a
it
very
dies.
nice. Ooh. That was a very nice combo from PL, getting a lot of abilities chained on the Asher and getting the knockout. But we do see that Monumentalist coming out, getting that kill on the Zoe. It's
Yeah.
actually exactly what you want from that Monu pick.
One dead.
Grim losing flip. He did have the flip, but he didn't. Once again, really good coordination from abilities coming from packet loss, chaining their abilities in a way to not let their opponents react to it. They're doing a really good job at it.
Zoe probably doesn't have the X Maximus right now to kill confirm. Or gets really bad bounce. Nerath
They're
still
holding on for their
alive.
life. Almost get
Oh.
really good ult from Lila, denying that kill from the Asher, and getting a kill herself.
Oh, getting double kill.
The core flip from Wood. I'm not sure how useful this core flip was, but he is holding on for their life. He did a really good job defending there.
Oh!
Not enough. Device ult, Supernova, just
Wood-
getting it.
He can't play down because of X. He can only play like somewhat to the Vice ult. And Lila getting good angle. Just scores with the special. Good banish here. Getting both people.
Having won that second set, I do think Windows have a lifeline, especially considering the amount of Stagger trainings you still have. You still have Peak
Nice
Performance, you
secondary.
have Catalyst, you still have Unstoppable, you still have Bulk Up, you still have a lot of these Stagger Awakenings in pool. If they can get their hands on a lot of them, then I think their life is going to be way easier. Especially with their Reptile Remedy is all still up.
Yeah. But we do also have to keep in mind there's also a lot of good things for packet loss here. Especially things like the
1-2.
1-2. We still have explosive entrance for both Amy and Vice. And again, like also stagger awakenings for them would be quite good. I think bulk up is just really nice to have on Zoe. Having the ability to also might be able to be going to do the things like stagger 2 peak performance and such.
We do almost have 3 flips once again on Windows. Really good dodge from the rune with that secondary.
Oh,
One of the
that's,
4 flips
that's
gone from wood.
dangerous. That's
One of the 4
that's
flips from wood.
dangerous. That's
Really good
dangerous
tornado from wood though. You're leaving a lot of the pressure.
Oh, nice interrupt from Nerath. Gets the core flip with the perfect amount of range. Gets it into the corner. Sloth can't defend because he doesn't
Right
have
at the tip of that core
jump range.
flip range.
Yeah, it was like,
That was very, very risky.
oh, nice
Ooh.
kill. Ah, Grim not able to strike that. Oh, Nerath tries to stun Zoe into the era ult.
Good on spot for finding that angle, but there was very hard clearing all the time, but he managed to find it. Core flip coming up. We do have core flip advantage now on PL side with ooh. Never mind. The core flip advantage is gone, but they do get a kill instead.
Oh,
And the adrenaline rush
yeah.
procs coming through.
that's
Wood very
gonna be a
low.
painful one. Yeah.
He'll get another kill just for flair.
Gets the cooldown reduction for next set.
This is going to be the do or die draft. We do see that peak, that reptile, that bulk up,
Oh,
but we also do see that stinger, that missile prop. That prime time, especially with the rapid fire vice, could be very scary. Exactly. Rapid fire vice with prime time, rapid fire prime time. There's going to be a lot of more damage uptime coming from PL.
that is
We do
going
have peak
to be
coming for the
really
era.
painful. Yeah.
Bulk
Bulk
up.
up
We do see the
for
Weaver.
X. Hot shot as well.
I do imagine that Windows is actually happy with this draft more than PL is. PL did get that prime time rapid fire and did get that bulk up on the X, but they did have to try hot shot from the rune. As good as it is on Amy, Windows did get a lot of stagger training, and they still did get stacks on rune, which is quite good since he's not dying too much this game.
Yeah.
Comparatively. So I do think that Windows may have gotten a bit of a better draft.
Nice vortex again from the rune. Oh, Wood barely surviving. Really good there.
I mean, that stagger is already kicking in, right? Reptile, Remedy, and Araf being an absolute unit. Look at that health bar. They will have a lot of a hard time KOing him if it isn't through knockouts.
Yeah.
So do you imagine they will shift a lot of their focus? The rune is also quite hard to kill because of the badge in the secondary. So I
Oh.
do imagine that they'll try to shift a bit of their focus on trying to get the wood of those abilities.
Unfortunate banish on the. Oh.
I guess none of
Using
that stagger
Force
is
for
enough.
that kill.
None of that
Not
stagger is
sure.
enough.
Yeah. I mean, they
PL
do
didn't
have
give
a lot
time.
of damage.
PL didn't give Neref time to get that reptile remedy off.
Yeah. I mean, he does have 3 staggered trainings with Big Fish, Reptile, and Reverb. I don't think there's any more staggered trainings left, right? No. there shouldn't
There isn't, no. We still do have Catalyst, we still do have Unstoppable. Those are the only defensive awakenings you really still have, I think. In past that you'll have the Explosive Entrance, you'll have the Siege Machine,
be. Yeah.
and a lot of size awakenings might have gone off with Rampage, I believe.
Oh, Lila with the angle. Really good there.
Tornado, cucking Grim's own core flip there. But Zoe not hitting the core.
Zoe is right now 100% locked on killing. But sadly did not get it. Oh, that's a good pillar.
Yeah, really good defensive pillar, but they do get the KO on Asher. None of the health matters if you just get pushed off the field.
The attempts of self-passing sadly getting interrupted. So Zoe can score this this time around. Really nice this time.
Neraf mistiming his secondary primary combo, not allowing the core to go through, getting to that X and just shoving it in.
Yeah.
We do have match point for PL.
We are
They-
looking indeed at match point. I think this might be hard to be played by Windows right here. Nareth does get barrier, so yeah.
They do get through it. This is a familiar situation to them. Last set it was the exact same thing. They were 2 points down and they managed to get that setback. They were losing 2-0, and let's see if they can do it again.
In second set, you mean? Because last set was won
Yeah,
by...
second set, I apologize.
Oh, nice banish on Lila. Half stagger. That Monumentalist on Era, surprisingly good in getting those cores out. Sadly, doesn't have like the extra special or some cooldown awakenings that could help make that more consistent strategy. Has to rely on a lot of things. Ooh.
We do see Grim using a lot of his core flip defensively comparatively to the rest of PL. PL is almost never used core flip defensively if it's not on soft. But we do see Windows constantly using defensive core flips.
A lot defending still.
We have 2 core flips coming out on the side from PL, where Windows is still quite far away from all their core flips.
Zoe is keeps getting blocked by everything regarding like setups with secondary. Really nice angle there from Sloth. Gets the core out.
But Rune showing why he's so tricky to kill, getting back-to-back secondaries, dashing away from all danger. But not enough.
I did not see where Rune went, but he for sure isn't there anymore.
As a very important character to say, to space! That's where he went. It's a very noticeable gremlin, would say.
Nice
Really
secondary.
well played.
Still has the secondary on a very good position. Gets the primary right after as well.
Twin Drive coming in clutch, saving Win the game, constantly saving him from danger, getting him into these positions where he's just able to get that cheese and sloth. Right as he spawned, instantly proccing that secondary.
Really
Well played.
disgusting angle. With the Ash ult as well. Gets first barrier. Sloth did stay up, couldn't use flip.
Windows is ahead in this flip war, especially with Sloth having to use a defensive flip here.
Oh, Nereth almost dying. He is dead. So gets that adrenaline proc for...
Only Zoe got that adrenaline proc, and core flip coming away from Wood. And yeah,
second proc. I think that's it.
that does mean that PL did win against Windows. That is a 2-0 victory. And that does give PL a very good chance of getting to the playoffs.
That is, in fact, very impressive game as well from both sides. With, I think, approximately like the same. Like they did get about the same like draft luck, but at the same time, I think PL just with the damage comp having the Adren Rush in the beginning, just being preferential over the Twin Drive that the side of Windows had. I mean, the damage numbers just
Speak for themselves.
disgusting. We're looking at 21 KOs from the side of PL. I think just Lila having about as much damage as Nereth and Wood combined just shows how much damage that that rapid fire primetime heavy impact combination was able to do. Also 8 goals. Like the pressure from Lila, really outstanding there. Just a lot of pressure being able to be generated. Zoe just camping goalie, doing what X does best, and Sloth defending really well. I don't think this game was as close as it should have been. In the beginning at least, but in the end, Packet Loss just gets better draft, gets better awakenings, and is able to win convincingly.
Yep. Doom was being spelled for Windows here on the second set, after the first set where the device did get that heavy impact. However, it seems that Windows did not win the spelling bee, they do not like spelling Doom, and they did get that setback, to the surprise of a lot of people. They avoided death temporarily, but again, Packet Loss managed to hold on against the core control coming from Windows side, and just steamroll with their comp, their damage comp. I feel
Yeah.
disgusting saying that word. However, we will see after this. We will see Fierce Fury versus TMCT. Two of the teams that are on top of the standings here. This will dictate, I'm pretty sure, which team is currently in first place, because I'm sure you have a three-way tie between Fierce Fury, TMCT, and Amy Haters. I do think that this is going to be the game that dictates, at least temporarily, until Amy Haters gets their game off right, which team is going to be on in first place, and which
Yeah.
team is going to get dropped down a little bit. That's being a very important game for playoffs coming in the future.
Yeah, also interesting to see, since technically it's not a three-way tie for first, because Fierce Fury hasn't dropped a single game yet. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and Amy Haters both did drop one game. So Fierce Fury has the advantage there, even if they would lose, because Amy Haters did lose against Packet Loss one round, and Cringer Turtles did lose a set against ZZ. So technically speaking, Fierce Fury currently is first place, but they all have 3 wins under their belt. So one of the teams, Fierce Fury or Cringer Turtles, will be getting their first loss today. That's for sure.
I would say Fierce Fury probably does have the advantage here, being touted as arguably one of the better team right now. It's a heated debate between which one is best and isn't best, but they do have a lot of fans support on their side as being the best team. They really haven't struggled too much from what I've seen in any of their games. As you've said, they haven't dropped a single map yet to any other team, whereas we have seen a bit of struggle coming from TMCT. They were playing with their substitutes last week they played. However, they did still quite struggle a lot. You had that insane game on Taiko against ZZZ, where it was a complete 5-setter, an insane game. It was a very close game, could have easily gone to both teams. So you do see a bit of more struggling at times from TMCT. They are still a really good team. They still do show their dominance in a lot of their matches, especially in one of the matches they played on that set. That was a really dominating match coming from them, but they do not have the consistency or the record of being that dominating as Fierce Fury has in all their games.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see what the games bring. I do think, just in team quality wise, this is going to be a step up, where I think we're going to see a lot faster gameplay, and either a lot more killing or a lot more core control, depending on what the teams are going to play. And yeah, going to be interesting to see what maps are going to get picked, if we see the new maps, maybe with Inkies or Amy's, might be good, or if we're gonna see the usual Atlas, Oni, Taiko.
I mean, we did have in one of the pre-show segments where I was a participant along with Cookies, one of the TMCT players. He did show his liking of Inkies being a hot take, being his third favorite map. There is a bit of a likability from him on that map. I do wonder if that likability would translate into being Inkies picked. I really don't think it will. I think a lot of people hate Inkies. I do not think it will be a picked map, but that possibility is quite entertaining to me.
Yeah, I don't like Inkies.
Nobody likes Inkies.
All I'm saying.
I do think it'll be a very different match, very different games from PL Windows side. We did see Windows a lot of times conceding a lot on damage, not as much on the first map, but definitely on the second map, conceding a lot of damage from their comp and in favor of core control. You did see a bit in that first game with that Drakkar pick and with that Zentaro pick. They both are good damage dealers, but they do have a lot more core control than other typical damage dealers like Flies. They did give a lot of favor to that core control. I do not think that will be the same in this next match. I think that both teams are going to be a lot more hybrid. I think that both teams are going to be menacing threat in terms of attack, depending on the map, of course. But I do think that they're going to want to have far more flexible teams in the realm of killing and both in the realm of core control. I think they're going to be far more dynamic games. I think their game plans are going to be very much more similar to each other, and I do think it will show a bit the dominance and the expertise in one team compared to the other.
Yeah.
However, we still do have 2 matches afterwards that we will not be able to cast. That is Amy Hitters versus KLB and ZZZ versus Fingerless. As someone who isn't going to be casting those, what are your thoughts on them? How do you think they're gonna go?
I mean, if I would have seen those matchups last week, I would probably say both matches are pretty even. Now with the KLB roster swaps, there's probably gonna be match 3 is probably gonna be heavily favored towards Amy haters, and last game will be probably pretty contested. I do think both teams don't have wins yet. Yeah, both teams don't have wins yet, so basically it's the exact opposite situation from Fierce Fury against the Cringer Turtles. One of these teams will be picking up a win, so they have to as well. With Windows losing to Packet Loss, them going Packet Loss going 2-2, they need for now at least 2 wins to be able to advance, and they still play a lot of the good teams. So they have to slowly start picking up the wins, both Fingerless and ZZZ. Because otherwise they sadly won't have any choice but to accept the fact that they might be losing the grip on 4th place here to go into playoffs.
I do think that, as you said, KLB with the roster changes, Balu coming off of the team, and Banter taking his place as the prime forward for the team, Kekle going in as sub. I do think that it is going to be a particularly interesting game to see how KLB is going to adapt with using a different roster than they usually do. Amy haters with their tried and true roster. I'm not sure if they're going to be playing with Umi or Rekost this game. I do think it's going to be Rekost because I'm pretty sure he just wasn't able to make the first matches. I think it's going to be a very interesting game, and I think it's going to be a very telling game for KLB. I think it's going to be what dictate the rest of the games. I think it's going to be a very good indication of how they will fare at the rest of the tournament with their noticeable roster changes. We do see it's Umi and not Rekost coming in for Amy haters. But I do think it's going to be a very important match for KLB. That's going to dictate how they're going to be forward. I do think that, as you said, ZZZ, Fingerless, both 0 wins. It's going to be a very do or die match for them.
Yeah.
And we'll see.
As it currently stands, we do have a short delay, so we will be taking a short break until Fierce Fury and TMCT will be playing. So just a short break, and we'll be right back.
Bye-bye. We have returned from our water and peanut break, I think, for Emak. We have returned from our break. You will hear more yapping coming from us, as we do have our map draft coming in from for our match. It does say PL in Windows. It is not PL in Windows.
Yeah, that we don't get a rematch on this one, so I do not know which ones are the teams, but we do see the usual suspects of Oni and Taiko, as I already was able to see, and I think Clarion was last pick. So
Getting a sneak peek.
I mean, they did show up, but
I do want to show appreciation for the layout. I think the layout is sick.
yeah. But there's
Props to the entirety of the team that made the layout. It's wonderful.
yeah, but there does seem to be one issue. We might have broken it.
God damn it, Emak, not this again.
This time it's not my fault. No, but from what I remember, I don't exactly know I don't exactly know who drafted what, but I do think our first game is going to be Taiko, second game was Oni, and third game was Clarion. I don't know if Taiko or Oni are switched, but I do think Fury picked Oni there.
I mean, Fury, playing Zar, playing Sake, playing Fang. Fang being a particularly, compared to other goalies, being particularly at home in Oni Village, due to his mastery of Atlas and his flexibility of playing other characters like Era as well. I think he's particularly comfortable. Oni being known as this map where who picks Sky wins, the team that picks Sky wins, right? I think that they really want to abuse that goalie flexibility he has against the team like TMCD, who may not have as much flexibility as their team does.
Yeah.
You do have Luna coming in from Atsuro as a possibility. Or, she has shown Luna on Oni Village before. It is a very good possibility for them. And I do think they can also play other characters in that map. But again, I would favor, draft-wise at least, I would favor Fierce Fury a little bit on that map. Natural, since it was their pick.
I mean, yeah. It's going to be interesting to see how everything is going to turn out. Sadly, it doesn't appear that we're able to get the map draft back on the screen. So you just have to trust us for now until we may be able to fix it. Yeah, I think first game. Wait, what was it again? It was Taiko, right? I am confused.
From back at Los Windows?
No, from this one.
Oh, from this one, you said it was Oni, I think?
I think Taiko or Oni was first. One of the two.
We'll have to see. We're as clueless as everyone else here. We're taking a guessing game.
Okay. It is Taiko first,
Ooh,
as it appears to be.
We do have Taiko, so I do very much wonder how different these two Taiko games are going to be. Last Taiko game being Windows against PL. I do wonder, like, Windows having Giga core control comp, PL having Giga kill comp, and I wonder how do you think that Fierce Fury and Team CT are going to put these drafts here?
I mean, kind of. I expect them, if we go Taiko first, I expect them to be going for a lot of damage here. Probably going to be... Okay, it seems to be... The draft is now showing up on stream. I think
but it is only Village second. Your eyes did not deceive you.
Yes, I am so good.
But it was TMCT's pick, not Fierce Fury's.
Yeah, Fury picked Taiko, Oni Village by TMCT, and the decider was on Clarion. So yeah, first draft is probably going to be a lot of damage. I don't think either team is going to go for a lot of court control here. Might be wrong, but I do think Fury will be taking their name at heart. And yeah, that's going to be probably one of the more damage-heavy comps from both sides coming out here. We're not going to see the same thing we saw from Windows and Packet Loss here.
Going back to that Oni village, I did say that Fierce Fury does have the goalie advantage, I think, in terms of pick flexibility. However, you do have Geo, a notable Estelle main, which Estelle being the prime pick on Oni village. That may be the reason why they picked that map. Cookies is also particularly good on that Rasmus, being a really tricky forward to deal with in terms of his barrier taking and his goal scoring. So I do wonder. I think Oni is going to be a very interesting match. I think Taiko is going to be a very chaotic match. I think Oni is going to be a very interesting match.
Yeah. I mean,
And we do have. Go ahead.
It's going to be interesting to see if we have both teams take a set, because then we for sure have no team anymore that has like every in quotation marks won every map. So it's going to be interesting to see how the map picks will turn out. As it turns out, we do have the first draft happening right now with Taiko and Reptile Remedy and Prizefighter being on the table.
We can see those two very different awakenings. Prizefighter being this KO awakening, Reptile being the exact counter for it. I do think that due to these awakenings, we will see a lot less focus on killing than we would have normally. I think that Reptile Remedy is just a very good deterrent for that. I do not think Prizefighter is going to be too contested. So I do expect to see a bit more mixed coming from both comps here. Maybe a bit comps favoring that era, favoring that after, maybe. Favoring that now pick. I do think that it's going to be a very different match from the last one.
Yeah. I mean, last one was Twin Drive and Adren Rush. So Adren Rush is technically speaking maybe comparable to Prizefighter. They kinda like do the same thing, just more damage out there. Prizefighter is easier to be blocked, just KO someone, and then they have a empty slot in their training, because Prizefighter does not give base stats. So if you don't have stacks on it, it's basically just like having no awakening at all. So that one is a lot easier to punish than Adren Rush, but like I don't think it really matters if you go for a kill comp, because obviously you will keep that in mind. We do see Juno and Amy being banned. Kind of understandable. Juno just an annoying pick. A lot of people don't like to play against it, or don't like to play it. Just depends how you see it yourself. Amy, we've seen Amy twice today. I don't think there needs to be any explanation why Amy is banned here. Just makes sense taking that one away because of the Prizefighter especially, since she can just kill if you're close to the wall.
I do think that Amy ban was targeted towards midfield, however, and not goalie as we've seen on the other games, because I do not think Fang is too keen on his Amy, and I do know that Zarhanif is quite good with it. We do see Fury getting that Estelle pick, probably denying it from TMCT, again Geo being that notable pick. And we do see TMCT ignoring completely the Reptile Remedy start, going for the Vice, going for the Zen, probably finishing it off with a rather aggressive midfielder, maybe an Owl or something along those lines. A character that can keep more core control while still pumping out their damage.
Good counter as well from the side of Fury taking the Atlas. Fang being really good on Atlas as well. might be able to protect some of the prize fighter stacks here and there. We do see last pick Fini coming in, so there is going to be a lot of damage from TMCT. So it's going to be interesting to see how many prize fighter we're gonna see from either side. I would assume from the side of Fury that X will be the only one taking prize fighter, and from the side of the TMCT, we're probably gonna see like either all of them going prize fighter or just one taking reptile remedy, because they do seem to be on that killing side. They do seem to be focusing on mostly the killing from what I can see.
I do not think that the X will be going for prize fighter. I think Vice then Finny with prize fighter is going to be too much of a damage menace for him to take prize fighter. I also don't think with his Stella Atlas comp he's going to have much luck getting too many kills. I do think it's going to be full reptile for one comp, full prize fighter for the other comp. TMCT obviously going to try to go for those kills, getting that man advantage, getting that snowball off of the kills. I do think Fierce Fury going to be a bit different, using Atlas as that wall, as that stable goalie, getting the core through. Estelle quickly switching from defense to attack. I think the X is going to play a very passive role. I think he's just going to be sitting on the enemy field a lot of times, especially because it's a Finny. Finny being having the tough choice of using her abilities either for damage or for core control, not being able to do both. I do think X is going to try to capitalize on that, especially Tycho being as closed of a map as it is. I do think this game is going to be very much dictated on the success of TMCT getting those kills or getting those barriers against the iron wall that is Fang's Atlas. And on the other hand, Fierce Fury, I think it's going to be very dependent on Zarhinith and Saka's capability of converting those Atlas defenses into barrier takes and scores.
It's going to be interesting to see how the game will shake out. I do think, once again, set 1 and 2 will be the defining sets. If TMCT gets set 1 and set 2 for their draft, I do think they're going to get a lot of damage, and then I don't think Fury has that much to offer to play against it. Maybe they get the stagger trainings and have like some win condition, but that might be just just a band-aid fix for too much damage against them. Then again, if Fierce Fury gets the first few sets, then they might just be able to get like Unstoppable, Quick Strike, Catalyst, just these defensive trainings that really give you the opportunity to survive longer, maybe as well against or with the Reptile Remedy if we see it on X. As you said, most likely there's going to be maybe the potential to just run full stagger, get big fish, get peak performance, get bulk up, everything. Then even though he will be really tanky and hard to kill, he's also going to be a very heavy damage threat. So it's going to be interesting to see how this exactly is going to shake out.
I do think it is going far worse. I think both comps are, in terms of game plan at least, are far more similar to last game than I would expect them to be. But we do see that the DX and the Estelle really do more of an offensive capability than the other ones do. I don't think it's going to be, despite game plans being similar, I think it's going to be a very different game.
Yeah. It is, as we expected, as you called out before. Fierce Fury on their side, everyone went Reptile, and on the side of TMCT, everyone went Prize Fighter. Saka already staggered, luckily gets the Atlas ult to survive, so still losing both barriers here. But keeping that one stack on everyone still over.
I do think Saka's choice in gear really dictates or demonstrates how different this match is going to be. That siphoning one instead of that Vambrace, not wanting to concede on their damage capabilities, and going full core control like we saw from Windows. They are trying to, as we can see right now, they will be going for kills a lot more, and I do think it's going to be a very interesting match.
Yeah, Giovanni now. Oh, that was unlucky. Flipping, but losing out on that barrier, even though it was flipped. Looked like it was flipped before, but sadly, core still gets to the barrier. Nice flip from Fang here. Zara having the flip, missing out on the setup.
The famous Yodes angle, as they call it.
I don't think it was. I think it was intentional to keep it away from Fini. But Atsuro just being able to defend that was probably better. We do see a lot of pressure right now. Sadly, not being able to get the first goal of the game. Fang really good at the defending side with Atlas.
I would be very scared if I was TMCT from one aspect of Fierce Fury's gameplay.
Oh.
Which is Fini.
Oh no, Atsuro!
This encapsulating exactly what I was talking about. Fini doesn't have a lot of cover. She can't cover cores like that too much. If a weird bounce comes from a drum, either from their team or from the enemy team, Fini's gonna have a very hard time getting those.
Yeah, and we do see something very bad for the sides of TMCT. If you may look at the prize fighter stacks, you might see that 2 of the side of TMCT have 0 stacks now. Both Giovanni and Cookies were killed, so they will be having basically no training for the time until they get to have a kill. Giovanni again being staggered, probably having the issue here of not being able to do too much about it. I think Fierce Fury just playing their game plan out a lot better right now. Fang has to use the flip defensively, keeping that barrier. Oh no!
Second own goal.
That's the second time they own goal. That is
I do think
so unfortunate.
it's notable to note that most of the kills Fierce Fury has gotten haven't been damage based, have been KO based, knockout based. I do think that if TMCT wants to win this game, they are going to have to polish up their positioning. They're going to have to stop.
Not like that.
Much like that. Much like that. They're going to have to respect the X's KO capabilities, and they will need to brush up on their play a little bit here.
Nice interrupt there from Zar, saving the defense, or like preventing the defense from Atsuro. Saka as well, getting the stun on Atsuro, so he can't defend. And we see Catalyst quick strike, exactly what we were kind of expecting. Estelle has a lot of options here to take.
We do have the perfect form up for Zentaro, and you don't have much characters tonight. There you go. Zentaro does get a perfect form, but in return, X does get that quick strike, or not.
Take it. He doesn't.
X not getting that quick strike, going for might. That is a peculiar pick, I would argue.
Yeah, surprising for sure. I do think it would have been better to get that quick strike, not just because he is the Axe and he wants that quick strike to be able to do maybe more damage, but then again, I don't think they want to deal that much damage, so maybe that's why he decides to not pick up the quick strike here. It's definitely
he might be setting up.
Yeah.
Go. He might be setting up maybe that big fish. Maybe the way he wants to play doesn't involve core touching too much. Maybe he doesn't think quick strike is worth it. But we do
really
see
nice angle
TMCT getting that really nice core flip angle. getting the perfect form on Centauro, which is really big for them. Zard did get the bulk up, which is stacked with that Reptile Remedy, which is going to be another source of damage coming from Fierce Fury, as well as the Monumentalist on the Atlas.
Yeah. Oh, a sort of lips there. Sadly, not getting anything out of it. Losing barrier and not even hitting core. Oh. Sake,
Very good
perfect
timing from
there.
Sake. We do see the side of TMCT being very low, getting dealt much more damage than they probably would have liked. And if you're keeping up this pressure and getting the Estelle combo, TMCT is not able to relieve this pressure. Finny showing that her goalie capabilities aren't as good as her damage capabilities are.
They are trying. Oh, Sake getting a bit of damage there. That red bar did look kind of funky, not gonna lie. Cookies gets killed here. Loses the prize fighter.
Did have that core
once
flip.
again. Oh, Sake.
And he did have that core flip, but he wasn't able to use it. Showing a bit of his demonic side there.
It's okay if you're better. If you're winning, it's okay to BM. Change my mind.
We do see, again, all this damage coming in, getting another kill from Fuse Fury side. It's playing very differently than you would imagine it to. The kill comp isn't getting many kills, and the core control comp isn't controlling as much as you would have thought. It's being a very different game than I would have imagined it to be.
I mean, if we look at the patch notes always from Omega Strikers, we do know that Estelle is the damage menace. Her damage getting repeatedly nerfed. Maybe this is why. Maybe Zara is the reason why she has been nerfed. Oh, nice special there. Oh, Sake.
Sake being a bit low.
Yeah, I think he should die here. Cookies has his ult, I think. But
Probably
doesn't
looking for the ult, looking for the angle for it.
Okay.
Ah, but Finny primary does him in.
Yeah, a nice angle there. Unfortunate for Cookies, he didn't get a prize fighter stack, so he's still sitting on that 0. Still having basically just perfect form as his awakening, which is strong. Don't get me wrong, but like you still want to have like that prize fighter, that power under his belt, and he gets killed again. He gets staggered, gets pushed away, and X just goes for the X Maximus, gets the kill. Zar again, good setup with the primary.
We are still seeing many kills coming from Fierce Fury side, but we also are seeing TMCT making less mistakes, getting a bit more core control, finding better angles, getting the scores that they didn't get in the first set.
Oh,
But we do have a bit of a goof. The Finny using ult and not striking. A bit of a goof. I cursed them. I apologize.
cast a curse. Wait, we're gonna do.
No.
No, it's the caster curse command is still mod only as it seems. Edge. We do see big fish right here for Sake potentially. Is being taken
We get
by
the Finny
Finny.
deny. He still does get the reverb, however, stacking with that Reptile Remedy.
Yeah.
We do have the Estelle with that Stinger, showing what their game plan now really is. Fuck core control, we want to kill some nerds. We do get the 1-2 punch on Tentara though, that does give them a bit of a more damage capability. But especially with the amount of stagger and the full Reptile Remedy sword and Fierce Fury, I don't think they're going to have
gone again.
a very good time for it.
Zara,
Fierce Fury is just too tanky.
yeah. Zara does have Stinger now as well, so might actually be the damage menace that we expect, like Vice to be maybe with that. Oh,
Really close. Good clear, however, from Atsuro.
Yeah, nice save. He did bring himself into that situation, so pretty good for him to save that. Close.
Very similar defenses coming from both sides. But a really good passive from Cookies.
Yeah. Good pressure, good spacing. Gets the perfect timing for that passive to hit right after the strike from Zars. A lot of damage being put out here.
Yeah, but as you can see, this is the issue Team CT are having. They used an insurmountable amount of abilities to try to get the kill on the Zard to try to damage him and burn the core flip, but they weren't able to damage him at all or much. And with that Atlas ult, he went immediately back to full health.
Ah, reads the way. Fang wants to protect the goal and gets the perfect angle for the goal. Set point, very important here for TMCT. They really need to make a statement here, show that they can win the set 3-0, that they're not too out of this game yet. Sake does ult here, losing a lot of pressure, and Cookies once again just is deleted from the map. Geo has to play defensive here, uses the flip defensively. So they have to be careful not to lose the barrier here. They need the pressure. Fang clears off the line. Cookies again, really low. Doesn't have any more dodges. Gets once again deleted from the map.
Getting that core flip from Fang is really big though, especially because Team CT are really hungry for that last goal. And getting that core flip away from the enemy goalie is massive for them.
Nice defense. Even though... Oh.
X blocking that strike shot, not letting Finny have her way.
Unexpected goal, but... yeah.
But we are seeing a
we'll
lot
just
more
leave it at
success.
that.
Yeah, but we are seeing a lot more success from TMCT and getting the core control. They're core controlling a bit more than you would imagine them to. Zen being this character who he's sacrificing a lot of his damage. He's using his ults, using his abilities very much more core controlling than you would, pivoting from being a damage comp to try to core controlling a bit more. And it's been working out this set at least.
To be fair, he kind of doesn't have a real choice here not to use the abilities for... not for core control, because he is permanently on those 0 prize fighter stacks, so he can't really deal that much damage. Sure, he does have perfect form and he does have 1-2 punch, but it's hard to win against the amount of stagger Reptile Remedy is getting back to Fury here. So they have to be mindful of that. I think Cookies does know what it means.
They are, however, having a lot of success in this barrier taking, in this goal scoring, especially in this set. Team CT is trying their damnedest to get the set, which is very important for them, as you previously said.
I mean, now that it's 2-2, it's match point against set point, so it's do or die for... Oh, disgusting double take here. Oh, nice.
Really good ult.
Really good combo there from Cookies and Giovanni. So we have to see what they get. Probably... There is a Dren Rush. There is Unstoppable as well for the opposite side. Twin Drive for Atlas might be good here. Hot Shot.
That might be a Twin Drive deny. That's a Hot Shot deny from Estelle. That's Twin Drive going from Atlas. Presumably the prime time going into the Estelle. Getting that those Stinger procs in. Probably the Dren Rush deny from X on Zen, most likely. Putting that on Unstoppable on X in all likelihood. Or Aerials. We are seeing some cooking. We are seeing some cheese coming from
he wants to go to the airport and fly high. Oh, nice combo from Zar. Once again, getting the first barrier.
And the
And
aerials
Zar
already
flying
showing,
in!
already showing what the aerials cheese is all about. That extended dash range allowing him to just bulldoze through.
Cookies is being manhandled right here. It is so unfortunate to see the amount of damage he's getting. And once again, the early kill does mean Prizefighter has less impact now with Fini having no Prizefighter stack, so they're missing out on damage. Cookies does get a kill, gets the Adren Rush, so that's gonna
Really
be
good job.
That's going to be a little bit more damage. Is staggered, however. Gets one of the more lucky bounces. Fang uses core flip right here.
Really good job from Cookie spotting that misposition from the Estelle and spotting that KO angle that most people probably wouldn't have. Really good KO, getting the Adren Rush and being able to zoom in through it.
Yeah, Sake doesn't get at all damaged here from Cookies. He just gets one strike on the core and oh,
Primary saving
not
him, getting the
dead
flip out,
yet.
trying to survive.
He
Kill from
does get-
Finny on the Atlas.
and he does get a Adren Rush, so he's on those 3 Prizefighter stacks. So, and now he has the damage that he was missing in set 1 and 2.
Yeah, he's riding that high from the Adren Rush. You would imagine it was a deny, but he's getting so much value out of it.
Yeah. I mean, it was probably a deny, considering what happened set 1 and 2 with the amount of... Oh! Good angle on that Vice ult. Really nice getting both barriers. Sake low, but not yet dead. Gets a lot of HP back as well.
Really good
moves.
pass from Cookies. Estelle going for that laser, missing the laser, giving Giovanni the angle for it. They're finding that really good pass angle, getting the cord right in the corner.
This is more of the set or more of the game that I was expecting happening from set 1 onwards. Oh, Zar, he survives.
Estelle bounced in like
He goes.
5 different drums. Taiko 101.
Oh,
The supernova
bang!
getting the kill.
Oh, but Zar getting Zar
Bounced around.
surprisingly survives. The aerials.
Aerial Vex coming in clutch.
Sake. Ah, unfortunate.
We still have the core flip on Finny. Coming from
Yeah.
Team City side.
Oh,
Simultaneous core flip from both Atsuro and Sake. Sake getting the core flip instead, losing the barrier. But that does mean that there are basically no core flips in this game right now. So whichever team gets their core flips first is going to have a massive advantage here, especially in being a 2-2.
let's see. Nice first barrier take. Oh, the primary bounce from Geo. Getting the second barrier here. Oh, nice pass as well. Unfortunate.
Core flip
Venimet
coming
is
out.
Coming in. They do have a lot more pressure now.
Vice,
With the
Vice
damage.
Quick Strike. Vice Quick Strike is really putting in the work there.
Yeah.
Using those corners, getting that energy farm.
Geo might be dead here. Survives for now.
He's almost has flip.
Oh, close. Cookies has the flip now. Oh, but Monumentalist.
Massive Atlas secondary.
Oh no! Geo is not blocking, or wasn't able to block the
The Estelle,
Estelle special.
this game ending with a whimper, giving the win to Fierce Fury, keeping their so far clean record. But however, it was their map. We
It
will
was
not be
in
going
fact-
into.
It was their map. They did really play well on it. If we look at the damage numbers, They got out damaged, but not out KO'd. We did see the potential for what the TMCT comp wanted to do in set 4 especially, set 3 and 4, but sadly just the advantage Fierce Fury got from the first 2 sets was too much in the end. They did put up a nice fight, did go to 2-2 in the last 2 sets, but sadly in the end Zar just gets the special on the interrupted pass on Atsuro. So first map goes 3-1 to Fierce Fury here. So we're going to see on Oni Village potentially either the continued dominance of Fierce Fury or the 1-1 going from TMCT to going to game 5 on Clarion, I think it was, and going to be interesting to see how the drafts are going to be doing for the second map as well, because I do think going on Oni Village, Estelle is going to get banned from either team. It's going to be probably Kai and Estelle ban depending on the trainings, I would assume, or maybe Atlas from TMCT if they want to take that away. But it's going to be very Awakening dependent what we're going to see here.
I do think Fierce Fury was had the upper hand on the first game. TMCT showed some really good Omega striking at the end of the last map. They're probably hoping they carry on that form into the second map, hoping that they don't start with as hiccuped of a start as they did on the previous map. Because if they do start with the form that they did have on their at the end of that first game, I do believe this Oni Village game is going to be quite competitive between the two teams. It may be the first map that Fierce Fury drops, or it also may be Fierce Fury showing their dominance and why they haven't dropped the map yet. It's going to be a very interesting match.
Ha! Oh no. This is going to be a very interesting match on Oni Village. We are going to see from the side of both teams, because we do see Hot Shot and 1-2 Punch. So yeah, I don't think Estella's getting through.
Judo mains, beware. Your two favorite awakenings are both at the starting awakening phase.
We are going to see a Juno ban and a Estelle ban. I'm 99% sure. Unless Fury wants to take one of those as first pick, which is highly likely. Now that I think about it, probably they want to take the Juno. Because Estelle will be banned, especially after the first match. I think Zar really was oppressive on that. Estelle really showed what he can do. And I think Oni is just a favorable map for Estelle especially. And with Hotshot, I think there's no way you should let that go through.
We may see, I expect maybe something along of a Kaiban for Fusuri maybe. Since they do have that first pick, they might give that Kaiban, allowing them to pick either the Estelle or the Juno, whichever one isn't banned. But no, we do see the Juno ban coming from Fusuri. They really don't want to deal with it. I suspect, as you said, the Estelle ban coming from TMCT in all likelihood. But that does give Fusuri that Kai pick.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of expecting maybe the ban of Kai, then TMCT going for the Estelle ban, and then Juno pick, or if they're going to pick or ban, in this case, Juno, they might go for the Atlas. Okay, Atlas being taken away here, due to the fact that Hotshot is really good on Atlas. Atlas is really good on defending. Fang also very prevalent on that pick, so They do want to see Estelle being picked here. Probably now taking Kai away. Exactly. And then going for the final few drafts that we're going to see Zen. I do think that Fury will be going for a more defensive goalie, maybe. Just by the nature of the Awakenings, they might go for something more offensive. With Amy, I did forget about the Awakenings, so defensive wouldn't have made sense here. Amy just really good with that. I do think Amy is going to be the goalie here, and Rasmus forward, just really good on Oni in general. Rasmus with the hook, I feel like, has just the opportunity to take over those open maps with Oni and with the side speed as well. And his secondary, he just has the opportunity to be on both sides of the map really fast if he needs to be offensive or defensive. So, yeah. Last pick being Drek, also really good user of the hotshot or 1-2 in that case. Both would be fine. I do think we do see a hotshot though from their car. Okay. I will wonder, however, if we're going to see like a lot of damage and everything going around. Oni is not known to be very well known for high damage, but then again, you might be able to see a few kills on the side because obviously you're going you're wanting to use the boost panels on the side. And with something like the Amy and the Rasmus that can easily punish that, you might be able to get a few kills in. So maybe that was the idea behind the Amy pick, going for like cheese kills on the side.
I do expect for something a bit different. I do expect the Estelle and the Amy to get that hotshot to really try to get value out of it, getting the core running at Mach 20, especially on overtime, trying to capitalize on that hotshot pick. I do think that on paper at least, TMCG's comp does look ever slightly stronger, but I do think that individually the characters that Fury picked are more apt for the map, especially again that Estelle coming in. But it is Estelle goalie here. It is not Amy goalie. We are seeing Estelle goalie from tank.
Interesting decision. Also, fun fact: I have been informed. Fierce Fury has, in the last game, not only they have defended the title of not losing a map, but they did lose their first set. They haven't lost a single set so far. Until now, so at least that one was broken by TMCT.
They can take pride in that, but I don't think that's all they want. I think they really want to not only take their first set, but take their first map as well. And they are showing exactly that by taking this double barrier right at the start.
I think taking the first set away from Fierce Fury in this tournament was the start, and now they're gonna finish it by taking this map, surely.
One can hope, and they will be trying their best and playing to get it. Cookies did get his Zentaro, a pick he's particularly comfortable with, being, I would argue, one of the flashier Zentaros we have. His flexibility on attack being really good. Sake being a good Rasmus player, but not being known as much for his Rasmus as he is for his X or his more aggressive
Asuro not being able to use eject button there. Did lose barrier.
Trying to make use of the hotshot. trying to get that cheesy hotshot dash into the corner.
Oh, Fang. Getting blocked by Cookies and his primary there. Really nice. We're gonna see a lot of red cores this game. It is set 1. We hit overtime. I don't think we saw a single strike that was going from an ability that was not red core. So that's gonna be a fun one.
The core looks more pink than red.
Does it?
A little bit. Either way, we can see that both teams are trying to damage them a lot. Cookies did go for the 1-2. He's the only person in this game to have gone for that 1-2 punch. And they're making use of it, getting a KO on Zar. But Fierce Fury does get the KO back. On
Ake and Fang both have core flip. Cookies using core flip defensively. Atsuro using it defensively as well, but more because of like defending the barrier. Cookies had to use it to take the orb to survive. Sake really low here. Has to be careful not to get killed. Nice barrier take from Giovanni here.
finding that short angle and using Drakkar shotgun to its fullest extent. Showing why he is a completely disgusting character to play against.
Yeah. Drakkar, one of the characters in the game, for sure. We do see a lot more from the... Oh, that's a lot of damage on TMCT right there.
But it doesn't matter, they don't care. The Drakkar burn with the shot, because whilst being in Cookie Zone, Giovanni actually shotgunned Zar, not allowing him to evade the ult.
Fang is on 1 HP. Has to
Really
be hold.
dominating set from TMCT.
Yeah.
Showing that they not only did it once, but they can do it twice, taking the set away from them.
They have now doubled the lost sets from Fierce Fury that they had before this game. So let's see if they can quadruple it.
We do have the team player coming from Kai here. Being a particularly good awakening in Oni Village, a map that is as wide as it is. Estelle, of course, going for the prime time. Drek denying the size from the Rasmus. Zen maintaining that stinger, maintaining the 1-2 stinger damage pressure on Fierce Fury. And Amy tried to mitigate that really well with the Reptile Remedy.
Yeah, both forwards from Fierce Fury taking the Stagger Awakenings, so having a lot more tankiness in that case. From what I can tell, Zar is playing a lot more defensively than he has in the first game. He seems to be defending one barrier, Fang defends the other. Maybe that's why they decided to go with Amy midfield. Just to try and defend both barriers. Doesn't seem to be working that well for now, because they do seem to be trying to get very offensive as well. But then again, defending both barriers on Oni always is a little bit harder than just defending one, because they're so far apart and so large in that case. So both barriers taken from Fury here. They do seem to be defending well. Not casting.
That the Cookies missing the angle, hitting the top part of the barrier that was still opening with his core flip. I think you do see a very big difference in expectation versus practice coming from Fierce Fury's play. They did expect to have far more forward pressure than they have been. Estelle and Amy being two particularly good characters at that. However, they are probably not getting nearly as much core control as they hoped they would. They end up sacrificing a lot of space to this Zentaro and this Drakkar, especially this Gio's Drakkar, who with his shotgun can easily take midfield control from the Amy and the Estelle. There's not much they can do against a shotgun in their face. They're not an Atlas, they're not a Kai, and that weakness is being very well exploited by Team City.
Yeah. It does look like Estelle and Amy having both on their both on your team does make it seem a lot harder to play more aggressive. Because you technically want both on the midfield and none really in goal against the Drakkar. Something more defensive would have probably been better, but then again, don't think that is really a possibility you have. Zar getting the kill on Cookies, and they do get the goal.
Little jet button goof. Estelle getting that laser in, pushing him far enough to where he can't catch up to the core even with the check button. Really good angle there.
We do see red core on kickoff. Great.
Hotshot starts are why I play this game. And we do see exactly what Team City wants. Cookie's holding that angle, holding that wide angle, not allowing the enemy team to clear through him, and letting Giovanni just do his dirty work. Drek being this barrier-taking menace with Hotshot shotgun.
I do wonder right now, is Hotshot affecting normal strikes on core?
I do not believe so.
Because if it
Could be
does,
wrong.
team player would be really good here. It would really do a lot with core speed here.
I do not think it does. I think it is exclusively for abilities. Because otherwise Hotshot would essentially be quick strike. Because every time you hit something with Hotshot, you also get to the reduction.
Oh yeah, but it's percentage, so who knows?
You do see Sake really low here, being 1 HP. TMCT is going to try to look to finish
Oh.
that.
But they were not given the chance to. Amy turret keeping it in the corner and Sake just shoving it in.
We're going 2-2. Maybe. This is going to be a lot closer than you would have expected after set 1. It does look like Fury seems to be like more on point now with their positioning, with their game plan, because they did feel like they were a bit lost in the first few goals. Really good defense here from Fang, clearing it off the line, not forfeiting second set. Really good here. Obviously, as Fury, you want to be able to win that second set, just to be certain you have more draft opportunities. Good hook on Sake as well, right there, getting the kill on Cookies.
TMCT does have 2 flips. They have just used 1. They still have the goalie flip. Most likely will be used defensively.
Nice
Really good Giga. Finding the kill on Zarniv. Fang does have his core flip. He is forced to use it. But team player in overtime paying its dues. The game for now is probably going to be incredibly hectic with this hotshot start for everyone.
Oh,
Team player shining through, being too fast for Socket to catch it, and Cookies just gives a little left tap into the corner.
Atsuro going forward, saying hi to the camera, to Cookies, to Fang, to Zar. We do see rapid fire, we do see aerials, we do see cast to last and chrono. Everything, especially like cast and chrono, usually something Kai would want, but rapid fire just way too good, especially since you can deny Estelle as well. Drek getting aerials as well, really well, really good. Amy having to deny explosive entrance, but then again, Amy can also use it herself quite good. And Cookies getting that catalyst is really annoying, because now he will basically have the opportunity to deal a lot of damage, be very defensive as well. With
He's almost having flip already.
It is insane.
This cat the start. We will see again, as you said, Drakkar getting his aerials, going to be even easier for him to punish those barriers with the increased size. Rapid fire, really good push from outside without a jack button. Really good position in Team CT in general. Cookies does have that core flip. They will be looking to get value out of that team player into Cookies' core flip in all likelihood.
Oh, miscommunication there.
But a goof.
Good stun on that Giga.
Really good kill.
Oh,
It was
force
still
flip
primary
on
into
Amy.
Rasmus's primary.
Nice defense. They do seem to wait just to get the respawn done here. Oh, Amy.
Really good
Nice
dash from Amy, but
secondary.
really good reaction from Matsuro. Sad that Amy did get the strike card afterwards, but it was a really good reaction from him, predicting that Amy dash and barraging instantly and stopping the initial Amy dash. Frick.
First barrier dropping. Strike wars happening on the side. Always. Oh, nice kill from History here. Oh, getting not both barriers here. Should have been. Was really nice defended by Atsuro here.
If you're finding these cheese skills, finding the misposition on a TMCT side, hugging the corner is a bit too close.
Oh, nice angle there from Cookies, getting the barrier, opening the goal. They have to be able to get the goal though. Sake does have flip, gets barrier here. Oh,
Cookies does have flip as well. If they do get that flip into the Zentaro far into the field, I do think that
nice
well-
interrupt there from Fang. Oh, nice
Really
stun from Sake as well.
Sake overcoming the level advantage. The person that was the last character in this game to hit level 5 is now level 8, overtaking Cookies' Zentaro and matching Giovanni's Rekka. We're getting a lot of kills to the set of his primary, really well-timed primaries. He's really doing a good job getting back into the game with his Rasmus.
Getting both barriers again. Nice strike war here from Cookies, getting one barrier back, but oh, close one. Atsuro does have the flip though, so might have to use it soon.
No speed on Kai, we don't have his eject potion pressure here. So I do think Fierce here, you're taking things a bit easier. Kai using both his cooldowns.
Good strike will win from Cookies here. They do seem to be a bit disjointed right now on the offensive, TMCT. They seem to be using the pressure at the wrong times. Oh,
In Fierce Fury, it doesn't take the first 2 sets lying down. They just counter them by saying, fuck no, we want these 3-0s. They're just completely denying TMCT's 3-0 by getting another 3-0 of theirs.
Missile Prop and Deadeye both being open for Stellar Kai, depending on what we're getting here. Big Fish Deny from Rasmus makes sense as well. Missile Prop on Drakar, that's going to be aerials and Missile Prop. Going to be really problematic here to be defended. Going to be interesting to see how this is going.
I do think that Fierce Fury probably won the strat, forcing the Kai to take the big fish. Getting the Rampage on the Rasmus, which is still a really good pick.
Nice intercept there from Cookies. Core is going about as fast as expected. Unlucky angle.
Unfortunate Giga getting a really bad angle on it and taking his own barrier with it. I do think that last set Cookies was playing a bit too defensively. You had a lot of times where he just went back, was almost sitting at the same level as his midfield was, and not getting any value out of team player. I think this is being a bit mitigated this set. I think they are playing far more aggressively here, but I do wonder how the rest of the set will go.
Cookies dies. He got a lot of damage dealt to him before. I think that was a Baby Yoda's ankle, but still gets the core from gets the flip from Atsuro. Nice defense here. even though they did get perfect timing there on that flip from Sake. Blocking the Giga Blast and getting the perfect corner. Atsuro not able to press primary in time, so losing that goal as well. We might be able to see a comeback here from Fury, because they do seem to have a lot more pressure right now.
Really
Atsuro
good hit
dies.
again. Sake constantly finding these really good signals, just primarying them off the map.
They have to
Team
defend
CT
here.
really needs to fix their positioning mishaps here, or it's going to be a very hard game for them.
They can't seem to find a way through that defense right now. They need to be able to get those barriers if they want to score, but they don't seem to be able to right now.
And we
Both
get, and we
Amy
just
and
saw Amy
Estelle.
still. The faster the game became, the harder Team City is. The harder time Team City is having taking those barriers. The Drekar is not getting nearly as many barriers as he was able to in the first sets. The
think
Fury
this is-
really coming back and showing that Drekar is nothing for them.
Yeah, I think the big difference right here with the with the sets was in the first few sets the core was a bit slower, so TMCT was able to get a lot more use out of the Drekar. But now that the core is so fast, Drekar does not have any mobility spells, so he is just slower than everyone else. And looking at the current setups for like Awakenings, I don't see any way Cookies can get any dash length or anything as well. So, because Explosive Entrance is gone, Chrono Boost is gone, Aerials are gone. I don't think there's any more.
Another very convincing 3-0 set coming from the side of Fierce Fury. They really won't take the first two sets lying down, and they do seem to be going with a great form into the last set.
It's going to be hard for TMCT. They didn't get the Awakenings they wanted, and now they're paying the price. Zentaro doesn't have a dash awakening, doesn't really have the speed that he needs to be able to, or like the presence, the dash range to get what he wants. Gets the Orb Dancer. It's the best thing that he might be able to get here, just for the speed, but instantly dies because of the Amy.
The Amy heavy impact.
Yeah, she
Amy getting that heavy impact, getting that extra punch into her KOs straight off the bat. Explosive entrance, Deadeye heavy impact coming in.
Yeah, and Saka killing Atsura as well. They're now on the back foot. They just seem to be on constant 2-3 duty. Both barriers gone. Nice hit on Giovanni, but Fang just has the secondary always ready in those cases to defend. Flip right now as well.
Another
again-
kill coming from Sake. 6 kill streak on this Rasmus.
Nice hit as well. I do think Draft was not kind to the TMCTs. They did lose a lot, especially with that missing dash range on Zen. I think he's just always a step behind everyone else. Drekar doesn't have the ability to be as oppressive as an Amy, so
Doesn't have that movement speed, doesn't have that dash increase. They didn't get the stacks that Fang did. They didn't get the dash increase that Amy did. They did get aerials and missile props, so we do
Oh.
have the shot range.
and Cookies dies with Flip. That is
One-
really unfortunate.
Once again, Sake constantly finding these kills with primary, just absolutely punishing TMCT for their positioning mistakes.
Just getting destroyed now. It's quite sad to see, honestly. TMCT was doing so well. We thought we might be seeing the first lost game from Fury, but they just don't seem to be able to lose this. They have so much more abilities. They have so much more chances right now. We do see a double barrier take, and the goal.
They heard you, and they didn't like what you were saying.
I hope so.
They really didn't like what you're saying. They're coming in, taking a really good double barrier, and really executing that attack really well on Cookies' intro.
I am trying to cast a curse to game 3 right now because it would be nice to see. Because I don't want this to be over. Like both teams.
Unfortunately, it is.
Double
Here's
cast the
Fury.
curse.
Here's Fury, hold their crown. They did lose 3 sets today, which is as much as anyone has been able to take from them. However, they did not lose the match. They did execute a reverse sweep on TMCT.
The double out of 4 angle.
Yep.
Ah.
Sake getting 7 KOs in an Oni's this game. Only I think one of them was through damage. Every single other one was through knockouts.
Yeah, it's exactly what I thought would happen with the Rasmus, with the Amy, having those like 1-2 having the hotshot abilities to just hit core and player at the same time, and having the chance to just constantly have the kill pressure, because you want to use the side panels with the speed up, but at the same time with things like Amy, you're always in danger to be just KO'd out of nowhere, and that's just the way it is right there. Fierce Fury just basically completely diffing in the last 2 sets, last 3 sets even. Not really giving TMCT any chance to come back here.
I do have to give a bit of props to Fang, because none of those, basically none of those Zentral kills, not Rasmus kills rather, would be able to be performed without those side clears. Fang constantly playing to the corners, constantly making the core hug the wall, forcing the enemy to go to the corner and take it, because they don't have an Amy, they don't have an Estelle, they don't have those characters that can divert the core away from the wall with ease, and just constantly forcing the core into the corner, allowing Sake to get those primaries and getting those kills in.
Yeah. I do think just in general, this game, the first 2 sets were advantageous for TMCT, for sure. But with the hotshot start, the longer the game goes, the longer the sets keep on going, you need that speed, those dash awakenings, that just speed in general on the side of TMCT, and they didn't get it. Cookies didn't have a single dash awakening in the end, and he was just always 1 step behind everyone else, because Amy got the explosive entrance. Giovanni took aerials, and Chrono Boost I think was taken by Sake, and Sake gets around with the secondary and Chrono Boost really well. Zar gets the dashes on Amy, the extra range. Fang doesn't really need any range, and just in general, I think they diffed in movement.
They play to what their comp could do, right? It's exactly as I said at the start. That hotshot start on that Amy, on that Estelle. Eventually, it just got too much for TMCT to handle. The speed of the core. TMCT was at the start they were excelling at taking those barriers with Drekar, positioning properly, and suffocating Fierce Fury's particularly weak character defense with their characters. However, the faster the game got, the less that advantage was on their side. The less they found themselves in those positions for Drekar to take the barriers, the more chaotic the core was, constantly flowing around. We saw a lot of barriers being taken by flying cores on TMCT side. It was a particularly hard match the faster the game got, to the point where they just couldn't keep up. They didn't have any, as you said, no dash increase on Zentaro. They didn't have any stacks or any peak performance on Drekar. They only had the shotgun range. And essentially that just put the nail in the coffin. That last set.
I mean, to be fair, shotgun range we had enough. Giovanni had aerials and
missile prop. Yeah.
Like more, you can't get much more range, but yeah, it's like at some point the pressure you have with Drek just isn't enough to take away from just the general power that Amy and Estelle bring in those cases. So yeah, I think that's just in general really unfortunate. TMCT did have chances to win that last game for sure, and yeah, unfortunate to see. Still, Fierce Fury getting, still not losing a map, so they're still going strong with their 8-0, and yeah, I think
That will be the end
basically-
for us.
Yeah.
It was. I very much appreciate listening to two yappers as they cast, and we will officially be taking our leave for two wonderful people, Mr. Bear and Mr. Ether.
Ether.
I believe. I can't speak.
It's Ether.
They will be taking our spot, and they will be yapping in our place. So
There will be no more yappening. There will now be actual constructive commentary, and not just two completely insane people yapping. So you're going to get to see Amy Haters, and KLB, and later ZZ against Fingerless. So still two very important matches, and two very important people, and very good people as well that will be casting those.
bye bye.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the 4th week of EUSL. We are getting closer and closer to playoffs, and at this point, every game matters from here on out. Earlier today, we saw 2 reverse sweeps. First, we had Packet Loss beating Windows, and then Fierce Fury actually secured their spot at the top by beating TMCT, at least for the time being. I'm Ether, and this is Bear. Bear, how are you doing today?
Hello. I'm excited for the matches. We saw some awesome matches in the first block, and I'm definitely excited for the ones that are coming up.
Yeah, actually, we'll be going to IME Haters versus KLB first, and we'll be closing out the day with ZZZ versus Fingerless. I'm actually looking forward to both of these as well, because both of them have some pretty important implications. First, IME Haters versus KLB, determining if IME Haters can still stay at the top with Fierce Fury. And then ZZZ versus Fingerless. Both of these teams are currently sitting at 0-3, and I'm not 100% sure on the math here, but I believe that whichever team loses probably is eliminated from playoffs mathematically, but I think that might be at 0-5, not 0-4.
Ooh, maybe. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure either who is if there's going to be eliminations today. But yeah, we have our top contender, the AIME Haters. They're in the top 3 currently, so excited to see how they're going to be doing. Also, we have KLB, who might surprise us today. We're gonna see if they pull a CZC today. And yeah. Yeah,
and I mean, we have our map draft here for IME Haters versus KLB. KLB do start by banning out the Atlas Lab. IME Haters respond with the Clarion ban. Game 1 we'll see on Taiko Temple, which admittedly is a map that we've seen IME Haters on multiple times, so I know they're comfortable with it. And this, I believe, is the first IME Zap game we're going to be getting in EUSL with KLB going to that. And the Night Market and Inky's band. And we're ending off with Oni Beach.
Okay, Amy's app. I'm surprised to see, I'm interested to see what's going to happen on that map. Hopefully, we'll get a Ramus pick, but I'm assuming they're going to ban Rasmus. So let's see.
Yeah, no, Rasmus, pretty high prio pick on that map. And regarding rosters for both of these teams, IME Haters, once again, we're going to be seeing Alex, Venom, and Umirel. Same roster as the last few weeks. I believe Rekos was supposed to play today, but I think something came up, and they're going to be subbing in Umi instead. And then with KLB, right, we kind of have a whole flip around of things where if you guys have been paying attention to roster changes, KLB has kind of flipped things around where Balu is now, I believe, going to a sub position. I think not going to be playing, I believe, for KLB they're not playing for KLB now, and Kekle is moving to a sub position, and now we are having Layfire, Lamacraft, and instead of Banter starting, we're actually having Eper coming.
All right, so we do have some roster changes. That is going to be interesting to see if that's going to affect anything. Yeah, so we have our awakenings ready. So we have Team Player and Siege Machine. So, those are exciting picks. Team Player is of course like a no-brainer for the goalies, but I'm interested to see what the teams are going to do with Siege Player. Juno would be a good pick, but I don't know. That's a lot of chaos on one map.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Siege Machine, another great pick for IME as well, which is a pick we've seen a lot on this map. Taiko Temple tends to favor a lot of creation-based characters. And I mean, there are some teams that do like to play it as just a raw KO map. They like to go for that Vice, that Zentaro, which we see banned out here by KLB. Great KO picks, right? Okay. You know what? Yep. They might have been listening to the cast. Both of these great KO picks for this map, both banned out. We'll have to see how this draft shakes up.
100%. Yeah, and we see as well the Zentaro 100% present, still going strong. He's been present in every map, every single pick, every week. So yeah, he's definitely a fan favorite, it seems. And I'm still hoping out for that Octavia pick, still on the bottom of the list. But I'm not holding my breath out for this one.
Yeah, and I mean, as we mentioned, right, that IME pick coming up right at the beginning. Pretty high prio pick for this map, and with the start. I was gonna say I'd like to see it answered probably by something like a Kai and maybe an X or Erasmus even. Or there's that
We see
Juno. Hey, as you mentioned, Siege Machine Juno, right? Another great solid pick. So this is probably locking that Kai into the goalie position. This draft is going fast. We're already being answered by this Era, Asher, and the 6th pick will be.
They know what they want, except for that 6th pick, it seems.
Yeah. They might have wanted this Asher, and then it got sniped away, right, for the side of IME haters.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Oh, there it is, the Mako.
Mako pickup.
That's one of the lowest picked characters in this tournament, so she's gonna go up a little bit from this one.
And a
I
quick
think
little
it's a good
thing.
pick.
Oh, yeah, I was gonna say a quick little thing here, right? Taiko Temple is one of the few maps where Mako forward is actually relatively like pickable, right? It's just good because of how easily it is to be able to keep this core in the corner. That's why you like to see the Asher, the X, I mean Mako as well. There was a period of time where NA really liked playing the Dubu forward on Taiko. I think it's fallen out of favor a little bit nowadays, but it used to be a high prio pick. And this Mako functions similarly, right? With the snare drums keeping things in the corner, with the drum and bass making it hard to get it past her, and just really everything.
Yeah, 100%. And as well, quickly wanted to note that the Era Tornado is also going to go crazy here, because you do have the 2 lanes, so that tornado enlargements that should really dominate the battlefield.
Yeah. Other interesting thing is if it is going to be an Era goalie or if it's the IME goalie. It's most likely going to be IME goalie, but I know I believe Wood pulled out the Era goalie earlier today, but I think that's really just mainly because of how their team comp and how their picks between the team function. I think both members of KLB comfortable on these picks, but there is a slight caveat in that Layfire is a pretty storied Era goalie, and Eeper loves this IME, and that is exactly what we're going to be seeing.
Ooh, that is indeed exactly what we're going to be seeing. As well, I don't know. I think KLB definitely has a really good team comp going here with the Asher, the Era, the Amy, very oppressive. However, Amy haters, I don't know. They've proved themselves to be a formidable force to be dealing with in the top 3 of this tournament. So let's see what KLB can do to prove us wrong here.
Yeah. Oh, looks like we do have some technical difficulties. Did not get into that game. Waiting to hear what the issue is. So I think we are just making sure that things do get ironed out before we do get into this game, right? Don't want to have any hiccups.
Exactly. We're doing a quick restart, it seems.
But it doesn't seem like we'll be waiting too long because, this draft has come in, everyone's ready. And I don't know if you had a chance to see because restart did come in pretty quickly. I'm not sure who was on that Mako. I missed it. But I'm really interested to see if this is actually that Mako.
Yeah, I actually also kind of missed it, so we're going to be seeing that in a second, hopefully, if we get into this game. But that Mako, yeah, I don't know. Mako forward, I mean, it could be the Mako goalie. It's definitely not a bad pick with the, with her secondary ability.
Yeah, I think Mako
goal.
Mako goalie inherently isn't a bad pick on this map. It's pretty solid, in fact. But I think the main issue is just Juno Kai as a forward duo on a map like Taiko is really not that good because Taiko, you really love to stuff into these corners, and it's less focused around that passing around like something like an Oni where double midfield is more viable, or like an Aten, right? Which is why something like a Juno Kai forward duo is a little weaker. That's why I'm more inclined to believe it is the Kai goalie and Mako forward. But yeah, I really don't know what Umi plays outside of that Zentaro, that Kazan. We'll have to see.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I also think it just Mako does not have the mobility to really defend against an Amy or an Era. So yeah, we're going to be seeing what's there. It is. All right, we have let's see.
Yeah,
Umi
this is
really on the Mako.
Yeah. Mako
Yeah, that
forward. So we are getting a nice opener out, right? I do want to see how Layfire does pilot this Era goalie, especially against something like a Mako with this stuff potential. But it really relies on Mako getting into these corners like they're trying to do right now.
For sure, and we're seeing that Juno just trying to get that core on the other side of the field to make a free play here, but it's getting defended very well by Eeper and Lamacroft, of course.
Yeah, and Eber plops his turret up into the top corner, does get that first barrier. Llama coming into the bottom side, drops the Pat Splitter, gets that second. Keeping this offense going, Umi is still sitting at this level 1, doesn't have this in snare drums for the offense yet, does just tick over, but it does get cleared out. Eber with this Cyber Swipe coming in and looking for this first goal. Do they get it? The Maelstrom sailing down bottom side, doesn't actually finish things out, and we have reached a little bit of a lull state now.
Yeah, it's just going back and forward, but Layfire definitely walking up well with the team.
Yeah, and that second barrier on the side of KLB finally getting taken down. The Giga Blast coming up. Umira with this flip across and gets this first goal.
Beautifully done, beautifully done. We do have a lot of energy on the side of KLB, of course, so they have to make use of that one.
Yeah, and once again, this Flutterfly keeping this point starting off really fast. The power of this Era being shown, and they have to flip in this dangerous situation. Does manage to get it out for the time being. Umi not able to confirm. Alex pushing up patiently, but has to walk back as Eeper kind of keeps it up and looking low. And one barrier is brought down already. Venom and Umi in this corner. Eeper clears it out, but she's looking on death's door. And there she is. She's finished off.
Absolutely crazy. Yeah, they're being very oppressive on the side of Amy haters. They're definitely making use of that Mako forward and the slimes of the Juno, of course. And then Kai walking up beautifully. Alex doing a great job as a goalie over here.
And I mean, on the other side too, right? Layfire defending that what looked to be an almost impossible offense to defend. And Alex actually losing that barrier afterwards, right? KLB once again in an advantaged state. But Venom and Umi looking to push in this corner. Eeper not ready to kind of defend this, and that's where that second barrier drops. Alex pushing up to Umi. This Maelstrom keeps it forward, and now the speed is going to keep them going, and this flip down to Umi, and down to the bottom corner.
Barely missed that snipe by Layfire. Nice try, but it wasn't enough. So it's 2-0 right now on the side of Amy haters. Absolutely crazy synergy today.
Yeah. And I mean, that's the thing, right? Venom and Umi have played a lot together, we've seen that last week too, right? Where they had this great synergy, I think, not last week, but 2 weeks ago, where they came back against Pakalos after a really tough start on Taiko Temple. And they opened both of these barriers so quickly. Llama trying to flip Umi off, but in the end, it's just a stray shot out of the corner that goes in.
Yeah, they really seem to be hitting their angles on Amy haters, and you know, that's why it's pro play.
Yeah. And now
right,
with this drop coming in, quick strike, pretty high prio. I think that's what's going to be falling, but there's a Monu that could be really good for this Era.
There it is.
And they
Yeah,
do actually
Monu.
deny it, right?
We also have an explosive entrance, which could go really well on Amy or Kai. But yeah, there's plenty of picks around here that are just really good. There it is. Oh, Mako, the explosive entrance. Very interesting.
Yeah, I think the idea is to kind of double deny this Amy. Deadeye, explosive, really good picks to help the Amy KO. And both of them now gone from her. She can't really do much else without that. She does pick up this missile, but it's nowhere near as good as the other two, right? But despite that, they do get that first barrier. The Pat Splitter being dropped. Umi looking really low. And the second barrier also dropped. Venom trying to keep it forward past Llama Craft, but Llama just keeps answering with these strikes, with these abilities, and the Giga Blast saves it! Great save out of Alex, but it's not over yet. This offense still keeps going, and the Mako drum and bass almost accelerates it in a really bad way, but it does get saved out. pass down to Llama intercepted by Venom. Layfire keeping this saved. And we slow down for just a moment.
Very good defense on the side of KLB. They're definitely holding on their own. However, Alex is holding out for his life, and there it is. Llama scoring with the Asher, just pushing it in, showing her power as a bruiser. Well done by Lamacraft. He did great push, great push.
Yeah, I mean, Asher is a character inherently really known for getting into those corners, getting these guaranteed stuffs, and the pass down, the flip to Eeper, unable to react in time, but still that first barrier does fall. And Venom trying to get out of this corner. A great save out by Alex, and the ensnare drums keeping Layfire locked up, but managing to save it for the time being. Great defense out, and the flip out by Eeper stuffed away, but the Maelstrom kills Umi. Alex now pushing up with this eject button, with this flip ready. Venom on death's door. This flip, great angle, sends it out, but it's back to Llama, back to Eeper. And now Venom actually keeps on the opposite side and gets taken off by the flip by Layfire. But can Layfire save it without this flip? I'll have to see. Now it's in this 2v3. It's really tough to keep it going.
Most definitely. I want to quickly point out that energy management on the side of Amy haters is definitely helping them keep it up right now, but just the oppressiveness, the sheer oppressiveness of KLB's team pick is just getting them these goals.
Yeah, and I mean, compared to the match we saw earlier with Packet Loss versus Windows, where there was a lot more KOing on this map, a lot of this seems to be focused around just hard stuffing things into corners and just, you know, trying to make sure that no one has a chance to save any. And it's an interesting change of pace for sure.
Definitely. I think this definitely makes for some interesting gameplay where you can see those angles being used to their advantage in those corners that are just so deadly on this map. Just purely be, yeah, exactly. Like that Maelstrom that was just used was perfectly utilized by Layfire there.
Yeah, I might have said that there's not really any KOing that we were seeing, and just then we saw 2 KOs, 1 per side, actually getting dropped, and now Umi is looking to be taken off the map too. This Caster's Curse really making things work, and now Eeper pushing up. She has a slip in this corner, but doesn't manage to get to use it, and things slow down as Layfire misses that Bewitching Beam, and Alex saves us at the perfect time. Now, back with 3 members on both sides, looking to see which team takes this second barrier first. Flip. Doesn't get stuffed by the barrage, and Snare Jumps actually almost takes it back. Eeper pushing up with this glitch pop. The glitch pop perfectly timed into the flip, and that's the goal!
Well played by Eeper. That core flip perfectly utilized, where that, as you can see, that energy management is just very important to make sure that you can utilize it at the right time. We have a catalyst ready, speaking of energy usage. As well, we have a hot shot. I think that Juno is going to get denied by it, but we're
Quick
going
Strike Catalyst.
We're going to see it. There's
we don't see the Quick Strike Catalyst. Interesting. Okay, so we do see the stacks picked up by Layfire, which means they don't get the Quick Strikes plus Catalyst. I think Alex was probably expecting that, or I guess is just holding to see who gets this Catalyst. It might be Umi, I think. Yeah.
The denial as well for the hot shot there, but that Stinger is going to benefit Juno with the overtime damage on the slimes. It's going to be interesting to see how that's going to help them get some KOs. Oh, speaking of, there's the first KO.
Yeah, and I mean, I believe that is the Deadeye Glass Cannon doing work. A lot of damage, and the drum and bass accelerating into that first cold. The ensnare jumps in this corner. Umi winning that strike war, getting that second barrier. Even though Venom is down, they are advantaged with this, even in this 2v3. Eeper sending it up, Glitch Pops actually sending it back, and Umi dribbling, answered by this Maelstrom. Now Layfire has to get this out. Can they prevent this offense from being successful by the IME hitters? And it's tough clear down bottom side, thanks to the slimes drop top side. Eeper looking low. Flip answered, and it's sent across. Barrier taken. Eeper drops this firewall sentry. Top corner. Doesn't actually get this.
Maelstrom going out. Amy ready to go for that barrier. We do have a core flip ready on her as well. Llama just getting absolutely demolished by the Kai there. And there it is. The goal on the side of Amy haters. Nice angle there.
Yeah, I mean, amazing angle out by Venom, hitting that center taiko drum and directing it into that top corner. It's an angle that's pretty tough to find regularly, But I guess once you practice it enough, you know, it is pretty possible. And Umi almost dying there to the barrier beam and invading just in time for it.
Definitely, we see Eeper walking up here with that core flip as well. And she missed it. That's unfortunate. We do have a core flip by Alex there, shooting it to the other side of the field. And there goes the first barrier on the side of KLB, of course. We do have one barrier on each side. Now, never mind, we have 0 barriers on the side of Amy Haters. It's looking kind of dangerous for them. We see Layfire walking up, making sure... Oh, there we go. The slimes are gone. That's perfectly well-timed for them. Eeper's walking up, hopefully getting a goal in there. Didn't work out. You see Layfire trying to get that core off their side of the field. Maelstrom ready, pushing in. Yeah, it's just going back and forth the whole time right now.
Yeah, I mean, great evade there out of Eeper, actually. Almost getting sent off the map by being trapped by the Ensnare Drums. And, oh, a flubbed shot attempt. I think they had that if they were able to get it. And flip out by Umi, but not really getting much out of it. Llama-Craft in this corner, and they secure it with the breakthrough.
There you see Asher's strength as a forward. Just that sheer pushing offensiveness. Yeah, just very oppressive on a map like this.
Yeah. And, I mean, once again, we're seeing another pretty even point, right? You know, after being answered by KLB in a dominant fashion, getting back to this even point is really something that IME Haters wants to see. And unfortunate angle does lose that first barrier and actually almost loses the second with the weird flip angle. And this flip in the corner, second barrier answered by Llama-Craft. And it's taken back by Venom. Now in this corner, all 3 members of IME Haters flip, used by Layfire, slowed down with his barrier beam, and now they're pushing up, right? Alex in a dangerous situation, and Llama-Craft capitalized with this breakthrough.
Wonderfully played there, again, with that sheer offensive power of the team of KLB. It's they're showing that they're not to be trifled with. Like we said, Amy Haters is one of the top contenders in this season, but they're not getting an easy win today. Yeah,
for sure. And I mean, KLB was a team, you know, a lot of people considered to be in that middle of the pack. Of course, this was with, you know, Kekle and Balu. Things might have changed a little bit now with these subs kind of coming out, with Layfire coming in, with Eeper coming in. And, oh, what an unfortunate finish. Llama-Craft accidentally breakthroughing that back and giving Alex that goal.
It's just straight up equal right now, giving us that beautiful match to watch where we have no clear winner, really. And yeah, this is definitely getting me hyped up for the next few maps that are going to be coming up.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see, right? Because this draft could also determine things based on who wins, and the flip in the corner doesn't actually get anything. IME Haters has to kind of convert something off this offense. They do get the 1 in Snare Drums, keeping this bottom side. The barrage having to be used to save things. Umi in this corner with this flip. All 3 members of KLB coming back for this defense. Flip gets denied. Alex passing up. Umi gets 1 more shot here. Does accelerate at a weird angle with this drum and bass. Layfire has a flip for this defense. Do they need to use it, or can they save it for this offense? Alex has a flip of his own, trying to keep it away from Llama-Craft as Umi, and Umi does manage to get Layfire to waste his flip to defend that, and Venom almost has a flip of their own. Now let's see which of these flips will come out next. Venom flipping out. This is a great angle, and it scores!
The walk-up not paying off for Layfire there. Layfire tried to push in there and help out the team, but the angle just, yeah, that did not benefit. That's why sometimes you do have to stay back.
Yeah. And I mean, this draft looking really tough. You have the rapid fire, you have the prime time. Great picks for both goalies, really. The rapid fire is probably the one that's prioritized by both. And yeah, Kai picks it up. Might be answered by a prime time, I'm assuming, but there's an aerials. This Juno might really want this. Or the 1-2 punch, right? Core speed.
Correct, yeah, they're the 1-2 punch, definitely. The Stinger plus the 1-2 punch is going to cause massive damage, which can, you know, the team can easily follow up on to get some of those KOs.
Yeah, that's a funny thing, right? With this Juno build, yeah, she does offer really great core control, but you have a surprising amount of damage because 1-2 punch does an insane amount of damage combined with Monumentalist on your primaries, which typically they'll hit someone, and at this level, a lot of people like to step on these slimes so if they need to, and a lot of the time they will need to if the Juno plays it well. So that's going to be taking big chunks out of people's HP.
Yeah, let's not forget about that Stinger doing that overtime damage. So yeah, that's just gonna set up a lot of kills. Like Juno, it does not really have that kill potential of her own, but except for her primary doing a solid chunk of damage. But yeah, if her team can follow up, then yeah, there it is. Great goal by Umi.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it sailed right by Layfire. Layfire thinking they'd actually grab it with that strike, but unfortunately they didn't. But yeah, start to the next set. I mean, everything seems to be red coring now, right? This Juno in a great position. Yeah, look at that. The team player passes, just red coring everything. The side of core speed is just going to Imi haters. And now in this offense, Umi and Venom pushing up. 3-man defense coming from KLB, but it's not really going to do that much as this offense is kind of lethal as they almost take this barrier, but a great flip out by Layfire.
Absolutely. Layfire just holding his own, making sure that that core stays on the right side of the field. But Alex is just having those angles, making sure that that it goes to the teammates. And Amy just pushing it in. Eepers with a beautiful offense. Yeah, that's the power of that that secondary.
Yeah, and I mean the power of Imi Asher being a great team to help with this corner offense. That's what they do, where Alex is kind of forced to just keep hitting back into this Asher or just hit into the Imi. They get this barrier, and then Eeper with the flip walks up, and she just slips it in.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, the Juno damage.
Crazy. Yeah, exactly. That's what we mentioned earlier. It's just very lethal and tricky because people don't expect it too much. But yeah, Amy has that heavy impact, making that secondary just hit like a truck.
Yeah, and well, we are seeing, you know, now the side of KLB, they do have an advantage in terms of barriers, but Eeper is about to be taken off the map. Second barrier almost taken by Umi, and now Umi has to burn this flip if they don't want to die to that path splitter. Layfire pushing up with this flip of their own, sets up this Maelstrom for Llama to get it in, and Llama does get that second barrier, but they are down to a 2v3. Layfire with a slightly awkward dribble does flip it up to Lamacraft, and now Umi and Venom trying to keep this offense going. The barrage stuffed out by this breakthrough. The ensnare drums in this corner. Firewall Sentry being used defensively. They don't have it for this offense anymore. Now it's Glitch Pop being used. And the Cyber Swipe almost sends it in with a great redirect by Eeper, but Alex saves it just in time. Umi in this bottom corner. Venom jumps up. They do have this flip. They have to be careful not to die and be able to use this flip to actually get something. And great Strike War out by Umi. Does actually get the second barrier. Now the Strike War is coming off this bottom side. Alex tries to save it. Sends up to Venom. Venom answered by Eeper. This drum and bass speeds it up, and we're in Red Core City as that sends it in.
I have never seen a core being that red before. That was insane.
Holy. That was certainly the round of all time.
Yeah, we're definitely getting into late game now. You can tell by how quickly that core is just flipping back and forth. And as a goalie, you just gotta keep your head clear and make sure you hit those strikes, because if you don't, then it's GG before you know it. Like we're seeing right now with Layfire, it's just very hard to defend against this.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw a great perfect pitch out there by Umi, just redirecting it to themselves and then allowing them to win that strike war against Layfire to get that second barrier. Now, Venom down to Umi, looks for this. They almost have their flip. Lamacraft wants to make them burn it. Off the Taiko drum and almost sends it in. A great flip out by Layfire. Sends it back into the slime. And now Alex pushing up with this barrage. And it's just checkmate.
Yep, that menacing double dribble by Umi and Alex just... Yeah, it just gets in your head if you're a goalie, and then we're gonna see goals like that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that is this first game going over to Imi haters. Now, I need to check whose map pick this was. I believe this is Imi haters map pick because they are very comfortable on this Taiko Temple, and we saw that again. Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, KLB was the one that decided to take us to IME app.
Yeah, but yeah, we're seeing the win on the side of Amy haters, but they KLB definitely put up a fight there. Just in that last set, it was going a bit more towards Amy haters. But this is going to prove some very interesting games that are going to come up as well. Quick note that those 72 shots on goal by Venom on the Juno, that's just the power of Juno, especially on a map like this.
Yeah, but I mean, even Umi having 51 shots as this Mako forward, this just goes to show kind of how much the side of IME hitters was able to keep this offense going, and really how much Layfire had to defend, right? Just this Mako kind of constantly being able to keep this offense going. It's tough, right? There's only so much you can do, and eventually, especially as an Era goalie, eventually you're gonna crumble.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Era does have the mobility with her secondary, and she can debuff the enemies if they're like coming onto her. But it's just, yeah, it's very tough if you have a Kai walking up with the eject button, if you have that Mako just oppressively pushing forward. Yeah, it was just not enough on the side of KLB.
Yeah, I mean, Alex is known for a lot of these eject goalies, right? Like, Kekle, who is now a sub for KLB. Being another one of those players who kind of piloted a lot of these eject goalies and playing a ton of them even back in the day, like back in beta and just like early launch, right? Loves his Kai, loves the Luna. I think I've seen Alex play some IME and Vice. I think Vice more than IME. But I'd have to check.
Yeah, those all work really well with that eject button, and it's just you just get another free forward basically if you're on the forward foot, if you're pushing in, if your team is doing well, then you just get to do that extra push where you make sure you get those goals, and that's beautifully done by Alex. Well played on the Kai. Layfire definitely put up a really great fight, having some very nice saves, but yeah.
And yeah, as we go to IMEZAP, it looks like we will be catalysting today. I wouldn't be surprised if we see 6 catalysts picked up here, right? It's just, Catalyst is such a polarizing awakening, and especially after it's been brought back into rotation, I think even seeing a nerf before it was rotated out, being brought back, it is still a very, very strong pick. Even, it's kind of also brought up by the fact that Quick Strike is also in rotation, right? Now, Vice Band, right?
There it is. Yep,
there's the Rasmus Band. Probably going to see Drakkar picked up.
Yep, Drakkar would be a great pick here. I'm going to be a little biased and hope one of the teams is going to pick that Octavia. I'm still holding out for it. I'm sorry, I'm a little biased. But on this map, I think it would literally work with that ultimate, just pushing it in on the midfield. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think we're going to see it.
Yeah, so the IME pickup is a little interesting here, right? It's not a pick that is traditionally seen as kind of one of those OP picks on IMEZAP, being, the Rasmus, the Drakkar, even the Julie to a decent extent, the Drakkar actually being answered there. I think mainly the reason it was picked away here is just because Eeper is very known for being we could say an IME one-trick almost, right? They do have a lot of games on IME, so kind of taking them off of something they're pretty comfortable on is something I'm assuming that IME haters sees value in, despite their name.
I was gonna say, yeah, the name doesn't really match up there, but yeah, I think that is definitely a great point that you're making there. We also see the Kai pick coming up right now, which is gonna be interesting.
Yeah, and Luna Zentaro answered back. Yeah, I mean, Umi, I'm pretty sure a known Zentaro player. I believe that is actually their most picked. I don't know if that's Zentaro or Kazan. I'd have to check. No, that is Zentaro. Yeah, Zentaro is their most played and their most comfortable pick, right? So interested to see how they perform on that. And, Venom, a known Luna player, right? Both Luna goalie and even Luna forward, right? I like to kind of favor the side of IME haters a lot with this comp, even though there is the Drakkar for the side of KLB.
Yeah, it's definitely looking very oppressive with that. It's a damage comp, it's a KO comp, which works really well on AmiZap. As well, Zentaro still having that 100% pick rate. I'm going to call it out every time I see it. Luna in the goalie, just setting up those damage and kills as well. It's just, I don't know, I can already seeing this become carnage. But the now is going to mitigate that, I would say.
Yeah, silver lining, there's the now, and there's also the Catalyst, right? Catalyst forming more energy. Yeah, you have a lot of good energy taxes in the form of Luna, Luna ult, in the form of just Zentaro as a character. But having this energy that is constantly generated from being hit to be able to be used to evade is something that, you know, at least KLB aren't completely crying about.
Yeah, definitely. I think Drakkar does have the advantage here of having his secondary and, you know, going invisible, not knowing on which side he's going to attack you and trying to get those KOs as well, but I don't know if it's going to work. I also still favor Amy Haters here.
Hey, Drakkar rework, right? Well, little tuning on his secondary, right, where once you exit stealth, you get that extra little bit of power. That's that could help here. You never know.
Who knows?
But yeah, I am interested to see if anyone here goes Might. I highly doubt anyone will pick up Might of the Colossus just because of how strong Catalyst is.
Yeah,
but
it doesn't really
if
fit
anyone
any
does,
of it doesn't really fit any of the goalies either. I don't think. I mean, maybe Now could pick it up, but yeah, I think Catalyst is just a better pick in general.
yeah. The thing with Might is, I mean, yeah, it offers you some chance to size scale, but it's IMEZAP. You usually don't want a size scale because it makes you a bigger target, and we do see the Might of the Colossus picked up by Layfire here on this Eject Kai, and everyone else going Catalyst.
Ooh, very interesting. That Eject Kai on Layfire, just doing a full flip, you know, showing Alex if Layfire is going to be better. I don't know. We're going to see.
Yeah. And I mean, the thing is, right, size on this map is typically usually a downfall, but on goalie, it's not the end of the world. Ooh, and we do see this back clear angle out by Layfire. Well done, and Lamacraft already finding this first kill onto Umi, and now Alex stepping forward, this Giga Blast, giving them a chance to get this barrier, and they don't actually get it as Venom takes a kill back onto Lamacraft, and Venom and Alex with this two-pronged offense do try to keep it forward with this Firewall Sentry dropped, and Eeper flipping it out, but they don't have any energy left, and they could be taken off pretty soon, and they do Lifeline, keeping them alive, but no, it's just the boost that takes them off.
Yeah, that boost is very deadly. Venom is I don't know. I don't see Luna forward that often, but honestly, it's gonna work on this map, it seems. Oh, and we have another KO. Another KO. This is just Super Smash Bros. Brawl at this point. All right.
Yeah, and I mean, typically when you see IMEZAP, you're used to seeing all those KOs in the center. Very rarely do you see all those KOs coming off the sides of the map on this on IMEZAP, but that is exactly what we're seeing here, right?
Yeah, even at the goal.
Multiple members being taken off at that goal arc, and then people being taken off at the side too. And Lamacraft, one tick away from death, one more hit of the Firewall Sentry or anything really from Alex would take them off. But they are evading to regen a little bit. And they do get this barrier thanks to that regen, keeping them alive for a bit. Eeper and Llama looking to keep this offense going. The great lifeline keeping Llama alive for a little longer while they don't have any energy to work with. And now Venom almost has a flip of their own. Llama hiding with the Xenocloak.
Eeper just being very oppressive as that now, making sure that everyone's healthy. Well, actually, never mind. Amy Haters just pushing it in there with the Amy ult and then the Zentaro primary, I think it was.
Yeah, wasn't really the primary. It was kind of more a primary to bait Layfire or just, you know, make Layfire think that it'd be going that way. Oh, and a great boost just to kind of take Eeper off this map, and the flip takes that barrier. And we're seeing this ruthless offense kind of coming in. Alex waiting, just ready to press the Cyber Swipe and eject forward, and another flip takes them off and flips it in. That was brutal to watch.
Brutal. It looks like Amy Haters is showing their name right now, making sure that you know, they deserve that spot in the top 3. And yeah, it's a complete different picture from the first map.
So I know Alex would love to kind of take any sort of damage, but I think they have to go for this Monumentalist. Make sure that this now doesn't have any way to come back into the game. But this Luna gets the Deadeye, one of the quote-unquote Exodia picks, right? Now it's 1-2 punch, this Monumentalist being taken away, and it's pretty bad picks all around for Eeper. They either have to pick an orb, which they're already taking so much damage and dying kind of often, so they'll get reset, or they take size, which makes it even easier for them to die.
Yeah, it seems like Eeper is really playing for her abilities, making sure that she can heal the team. But we did just see a KO by Centauro being KO'd, and there's another KO on the side of KLB. Yeah, this is just brutal.
Yeah, KO's back and forth. This glitch pop perfectly into the corner for Umi to hit it. And then this Oni's Blade keeping it up, but they don't actually get anything yet. The flip having to be burned by Alex as they send it up to Umi, who dimes up to Venom, and they just get the goal.
Wow, Venom was just standing in that corner, just ready for it.
Yeah, after Layfire got taken off, there's no goalie to defend that, so Venom can just wait.
Yep. There it is. Yeah, Centauro is just the meta pick in the EU space, and it seems he's proving his worth. Like, it's just so much damage, and oh, there it is.
Yeah, another Crater taking it into that top corner. Yeah, Venom's Luna really putting in the work here, getting a lot of these kills, a lot of damage too, right? And it helps that after that first draft, Venom has this Deadeye, allowing him to kind of do even more damage and get even more kills. And on the bright side for KLB, they do get this barrier, but Eeper is just taken off the map with that Zentaro EI rush. But no conversions just yet.
No conversions indeed. It is 2 points for the side of Amy haters right now, so we do need to see KLB step up here and make sure they don't lose this set, because it's looking bad for them right now. As well, Venom has those pummelers, so you know it's really setting up those kills for himself and Zentaro. So yeah, it's oh, we do right now have 2 open goals, and KLB is just pushing up, trying to get that goal, and there it is.
Yeah, and I think Alex was kind of mentally prepared for that to happen, just slightly late on pulling the trigger there with that cyber swipe, and that's kind of what sent it in. But I don't think IME haters is really kicking themselves about that one, just because they've had so much pressure that a lot of their other goals, they realistically think they can get them pretty easy. And
yeah,
we are seeing this as in this corner, right? They're keeping this offense going. This glitch pop and Oni's Blade, slight anti-synergy, but they do manage to make things work as this Firewall Sentry is being used to push this core back onto offense. Great flip out of Layfire, sends it up, but it's just cleared and pushed back to this offense once more, and now Umi's taken off the map.
Oh, slightly late with that core flip on Alex. Very unfortunate. That energy management on both sides is just really good, but KLB did it just that little bit better. And now they got that goal by Drakkar. Very well done by Lamacraft.
Yeah, great play out of Lamacraft, you know, kind of stuffing that cyber swipe attempt by using that core flip. And then once Alex returns back, just being prepared to lock and load so that he has no chance to really win that 50-50.
Yeah, definitely. Managing those cooldowns is one of the most important things here in Omega Strikers, making sure that you have your ability ready to do that double strike, basically, and yeah, get that core in the goal. There it is, another goal by Zentaro. Umi just swiping it in there with a secondary. Well,
yeah, and that was brutal, right? Umi's just kind of playing that 1v1 in that top corner alone, realizing, you know, I don't need Venom Yami for this, and Venom is just kind of taking Llama off this map, right? With the dash, and now they're going to be rewarded for this. They get their pick between Missile Propulsion and Extra Special, but yeah, they do want this Missile Propulsion. They don't really care too much about this energy tax, and Extra Special is just good for the IME, and Drakkar has to take it.
Yeah, that Missile Propulsion is really going to help that Deadeye just make it that much more stronger. Yeah, Luna is shaping up to be just a deadly force in the arena right now. Already is, but it's just going to get even worse at this point.
And, I mean, the worst of it all is this was a Catalyst start, and Quick Strike didn't even fall to the side of KLB, right? Which means that that's another good thing that IME haters got, right, with this Quick Strike Catalyst. So it is looking kind of disastrous, KLB. And we see that as Lamacraft already gets taken off, despite the side of IME haters losing that barrier. Oh, that almost sent in with that awkward angle. And Venom passes up to Umi and boosts it in.
Yep. Setting it up for himself. Venom just dumping it in there with that secondary. It's looking brutal.
Yeah. And we are seeing this kind of offense just being slowed, waiting for this now creation to fall down. And the side of KLB looking to convert something off of this. The Firewall Sentry having to be burned on this defense. Umi almost taken off, but doesn't actually get dropped. And in fact, it's Llama-Craft that gets dropped from almost the center of the map, thanks to the damage from IME Haters. And Eeper trying to keep this defense going if they can. And Venom in this bottom corner pushes up, waits for the strike. And Llama-Craft is respawned, forces out the flip from Layfire. Now Layfire is at threat of being damaged. A great clear up by Alex. Flip by Eeper. Doesn't actually get this barrier. Now Llama-Craft in this corner. And it just goes right around. Perfect angle, and Llama-Craft actually converts. Can they get this goal? This is exactly what KLB needs if they can find it.
Yeah, KLB definitely really is going to need this. They are at 0 points right now, and they are going to need a set to win this. Well, they're going to need 3 sets to win this, but yeah, if they can actually manage this, if they can push up with Eeper and Llama-Craft, oh, gets taken off the map, very unfortunate. Yeah, I mean, they can't really do much. They just keep getting those KOs on them, not being able to push forward. Yeah, that's just the name of the game.
And I'm pretty sure that KO was actually unstaggered, but wow, a great Molten Bolt actually strike wars the boost from Venom Yami and sends it into that top corner.
Absolutely, what a nice ult by Llama-Craft there.
Yeah, and wow, this crater just being used as a tax on the energy, and Llama-Craft having no energy to work with gets flipped off the map, and Umi is looking low in this corner, but they're not being taken off just yet. And Venom almost taking Layfire off the map, and actually it hits Eeper instead, right? This flip being stuffed by Layfire. Layfire in this corner. Can they defend? It actually goes around, and Llama's now in this 1v3. Doesn't actually get much of anything from it. Can they defend this 1v3? This is their time to shine if they can. Alex pushes it up. Eeper and Llama-Craft in a 1v2, and an awkward proximity mine sends it back.
Bit of a misplay by Eeper there. Yeah, very unfortunate. Yeah, I mean, it's almost game. If Amy Haters gets one more goal, it's over. So can KLB keep their heads cool and get those goals? Make sure they get the set.
Yeah, and Llama-Craft staggered, no energy to work with, but they're in this corner. Maybe they can get something, but the Firewall Sentry takes them off the map. Once again, in another 2v3 for KLB, with so much damage to work with for IME Haters. Eeper has this flip if they need it defensively or offensively if they want to convert. But they use it defensively. It gets stuffed by Umi, who actually gets this barrier. Now Layfire is stuck in this corner. Alex has this flip, ready to use it in case if they need. And this barrier getting taken down. Venom Yami with 14 KOs straight at this point. Venom pushing it down bottom, boosts up into Llama, the flip, and it sends it into the top corner.
There it is, the game. Umi just sniping it in there, making sure they win this. That was a dominating map for Amy Haters. Yeah, second map also goes to Amy Haters.
Yeah. And I mean, despite things on paper looking like kind of a slaughter, it was a little closer than you think, right? It's just the damage that was being layered by IME Haters again and again that made things really tough. But when the damage wasn't being layered, KLB had chances. They were taking barriers here and there and kind of trying to come back.
Yeah, for sure. If we look at Layfire's saves as well, he had 58 saves, which is definitely not a bad number. If we're looking at Alex saves, 34. Of course, it was a bit more dominated towards KLB. Had to defend a bit more, but yeah.
But yeah, I mean, with this draft, right, why pick Julie? Why pick Drakkar? Why pick Rasmus when you have Luna, right? Pummeler's Luna. Venom, a great pilot of it. Just getting 14 KOs, right? It just kind of goes to show how powerful this is. And you can see kind of Venom's focus towards KOs as Umi actually almost had as many redirects as him, despite being almost exclusively on this offense in this corner this whole time. But yeah, IME Haters do take it in the end.
Yep, 100%. Quick note on the damage as well. 20k on Luna, 20k on Zentaro, 12k on Amy. It's, yeah, if you compare that to KLB, they had like 10k each, maybe. Not even on Eeper. I mean, of course, Eeper was playing now, so that's not really a damaging character, but as well, Kai with the 9k, 10k on Llama-Craft. Yeah, they just couldn't keep up.
Yeah. But yeah, no, in the end, we do have a 2-0 here. Next game on will be ZZZ versus Fingerless. I'm interested to see kind of how things will shake up for that game.
For sure. We saw a very good showing of ZZZ last week. Fingerless had a bit more of a few rough games. But yeah, I mean, if we're looking at the leaderboards right now, we can see that ZZZ and Fingerless are 7 and 8 right now. So
yeah, and this is kind of what I was mentioning earlier, right? A match for kind of the bottom of the table and determining who is going to be sitting at 0 and 4 at the end of this week. And the team that's going to be sitting at 0 and 4, it's really going to be tough for them. Just overviewing both of these two team schedules, right? At least for the side of Fingerless, their silver lining is they have already played all 3 of IME Haters, Fierce Fury, and TMCT, so they do not have to worry about playing any of them in these upcoming 4 weeks. So who knows? Maybe they'll just go 4 and 3 from here on out and just sneak in at the back part, like the back part of playoffs, right? But for ZZZ, they lost to Fierce Fury, TMCT, 2 of the top teams, have not played IME Haters yet, and actually lost to Windows, I believe, in week 2, which, according to the pre-week 1 power rankings by the 3 players that were on that pre-show desk, they unanimously considered Windows to be at the bottom of EUSL. So it's a little bit of a tough situation for ZZZ.
yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think this is going to be a great opportunity for Fingerless to show what they're made of. And as well for ZZZ, just to, I mean, they had a great showing against TMCT last week, so I wonder how this match is going to shape up. But I think we're going to go on a break real quick, aren't we?
Yeah, I think, yeah, we can go on break while we get these teams to draft, right? Shouldn't be too long. Once the draft starts, we'll be back in a few minutes. So in that case, stick around, everyone. Don't go anywhere. See you in a few minutes.
Get yourself some snack.
Welcome back, everyone. We're back from our short break. We're going to be getting into ZZZ versus Fingerless pretty shortly. As we mentioned, both teams kind of sitting at this rough 0-3 position right now. And we're going to be getting into this map draft, right? ZZZ, I believe, does pick Team A, which means that Fingerless will be the one deciding the map. And I believe ZZZ does get side selection priority, which means they'll be picking sides for Game 1 and Game 3 if we get to that far.
Yep, exactly. As far as we know, they're working with their main roster, so we have Oneka, Bingus, Yuki on the Fingerless side, and we have Lucas, Nefarious, and Kitpan on ZZZ's side. So yeah, it's just an equal game. I don't know, this is going to be a close one, I feel like.
Yeah, main rosters coming out of both sides, so we don't have to account for any variables with regards to subs coming in or anything. Everyone should be relatively fresh with who's playing, right? Zap already being taken off by ZZZ. I want to see if we'll go to an Inky's map.
Nope.
Okay, never mind. Fingerless takes it off. Okay. Yeah. Despite what a lot of people say, I actually kind of like Inky's. It's a little fun.
Same here. It's just good fun. That stream just adds that little extra spice you sometimes need in a map.
Yeah. If we did go to Inky's, I would have asked everyone to give us some Blastoise emojis in chat, but no Inky's, unfortunately. Game 1's gonna be on Clarion, right? Which is great, right? Fingerless, I believe, had a great showing on Clarion a few weeks back with Ayuki on this Rasmus kind of popping off. Let's see what ZZZ picks here. If it's going to be something like Gates is not in rotation. Never mind. Taiko. Yeah, Taiko makes sense. I know compared to NA at least, I think EU really loves their Taiko Temple. There's a lot of teams that love it. And yeah, Night Market getting taken off. We're left with, I think, just Atlas and Oni. No Oni Village. We'll be going to Atlas Lab Game 3 if we get that far.
Okay, it looks like today we do have a bit of a shakeup. Only Taiko is the same from last match. So yeah, we're seeing a lot of different environments, which I like. Bit of a shakeup. Something to look out for, of course, is those stage changes on Clarion. It's gonna, I don't know how the teams are gonna use that to their advantage. It's kind of hard, in my opinion, to use Clarion to your advantage because you don't really know what's gonna happen. And with Taiko, you just gotta pick around those corner picks.
Yeah, and hey, as we wait to get into this character draft, what's your favorite Clarion map?
My favorite Clarion map, I have to say the Octavia one, because I'm a bit biased, but I do like the bounces. You can get some really nice angles with that, I feel like.
Yeah, that's fair. Despite what a lot of people say, I am kind of a big fan of the Atlas Lab one, or the Atlas one, just because I love my plays that I can make with that expanse in the middle. It's so much fun. Stuff like, sending the core up a specific direction and then walking into the expanse to kind of head in another direction. It's always fun, right? And the core speed makes that possible, right? But I think a close second would be that Drakkar map, right? Project Xeno,
Stealth,
the one which looks like beta side streets.
Yeah, I like that one too. I think the Atlas one is definitely a good pick, especially if you have a striker with a lot of health. For example, I prefer to play Juno on that map, so you can walk into that Atlas expanse and deny those sides of the map switches.
Yeah, that's true. But yeah, I think as we go on to this character draft, I believe ZZZ is blue side, and Fingerless is red. That's what I'm getting from production, at least. I think the graphic we have might be wrong here. We'll have to check, and we'll keep you guys updated.
It does say ZZZ blue and Fingerless red, but yeah, we'll see. So yeah, the awakenings we have currently are Castellast and Aerials. So there's a lot of picks you can go around, especially Aerials is interesting to go with. If somebody were to pick Octavia, I'm gonna mention it again. Castellast is a great pick there. So this time maybe. But yeah, I think we're gonna go into ban phase here.
Yeah. Okay. This looks a little bit more right.
Okay,
know,
do it. We got the right info now.
Yeah, I think this is now correct. This graphic, right? We have ZZZ blue, fingerless red. ZZZ taking off this arrow. You know, cast last start makes sense, right? Now fingerless. Let's see what they do. Ban out from the side of ZZZ with this aerial start. Estelle looking good. Juno looking good. Could be another Castellast user, right? Hey, Octavia, that's possible, right?
I'm saying it.
But I don't think it'll happen. Okay, Zentaro, really high priority pick. Nefarious Deeds, really good Zentaro player. I mean, pretty much all of the forwards in EUSL have a really good Zentaro, which is the main reason it has 100% presence.
Everyone plays Zentaro in EU.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, Zentaro banned again. 100% presence kept up. The Estelle getting picked up by CCC. Oneka, another known Estelle player, if I recall. And it's an aerial start, so you know, trying to make sure that they don't get that pick. So yeah.
We're gonna see pick 2 and 3 in a second. Yeah, Estelle with that aerials is very deadly because you do get both of her abilities get enhanced. Actually, all 3 of her abilities get enhanced. So yeah, that is a very good pick on the aerials as well. We have Vice now coming in pick 2. Yeah, I mean, I think Vice is also an aerials pick.
And X, a great pairing with Vice, right? Especially with this Castellast, allows you to kind of take more and more damage, right? Great damage picks. I'm interested to see if this Vice goes to goalie or if it's forward, because if it does go to goalie, you can kind of open up a pick to something like an Aimee midfield or even a Drakkar midfield with this Castellast start, just allowing for even more damage. But I think the side of ZZZ foreseeing this, and we are preemptively seeing this now getting picked up, right? Interested to see, you know, if this is the Lucas now or the Lucas Estelle, but just knowing these two teams, I'd like to say it's probably the Lucas now, and then yeah, Nefarious Deeds grabbing this Rasmus.
Ooh, the Clarion duo with Now and Rasmus. Yeah, I think the Castellast on... I would assume Castellast goes on Now here. And then for Rasmus, I don't know what he's going to pick.
Okay, it's 50-50, right? I think if it's goalie Now, Castellast can be good on Now just for longer creation duration and a little bit more speed, but the main thing is just Now is also pretty solid with aerials because it allows you to maneuver around the map a little bit more as well. So yeah, that's kind of the other thing to think about. And yeah, as I said, so
For sure. No.
Aimee doesn't answer this question for us. It could be Aimee goalie, it could be Vice goalie. We'll have to see which of the two it is. But yeah, Aimee Vice, a really strong combo of characters. It's like, you know, similar to how back in the day Estelle Rasmus, Estelle Zentaro were really solid picks, right? Stuff like that. So yeah.
Yeah, definitely a very oppressive team on the side of Fingerless. They're looking for those KOs. It seems like. However, I think ZCC definitely has a good grasp on their picks here as well, because of course with Estelle you can easily dodge those hits with that secondary, and you know, also be very oppressive, because Estelle is very traitorous with the amount of damage she can do. Like, a lot of people don't really notice the damage because there's such a distance. However, yeah, Estelle is definitely up there with the amount of damage she can do. And as well, yeah, Rasmus, I don't know. Rasmus is gonna have to fend for himself. I don't know if he can defend himself against that X and that Vice, and even Aimee.
Yeah. So yeah, it's a little tough, right? We'll have to see if this Now's healing is enough to kind of stop the damage of the other side, and if they'll be able to buy enough time to score, right? With this Estelle, with this Rasmus. Because I'm assuming that is that duo of Estelle, Rasmus forward, which is a pretty powerful core control duo. But I'm Vice and X. So, I don't know.
That's a great argument.
It's tough.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting. I also wonder how they're going to play around those map gimmicks that Clarion the Corp has, because so with that buff, I think X has a lot of priority on getting that big and doing that extra damage. But yeah, they're going to have to really show off all their skills here on this map.
Yeah, but it looks like we are going to be getting into game now. We're finally loading in. So we'll be getting into that draft. Let's see who picks up the Estelle, who picks up the Now.
Kid panel now. Forward.
This is Estelle goalie then. Okay. Oh,
Interesting.
or we are getting a remake. I think
something might have gone wrong. Yeah.
Yeah. Ah, okay. Yeah, slight issue. We do have a banned skin enabled for one of the players, so they're just kind of going ahead and taking that off real quick.
Yeah, they're back. Okay. Looks like we're going back into the game any second. All right, yeah, I don't know. I think it could go either way with these teams. I think ZZZ definitely had a stronger showing last week. However, yeah, they're just very equally matched teams. So, I don't know. Could go either way.
Yeah. So yeah. I think the most important thing though is with the core control that the side of ZZZ has at this point, they need to make sure they start snowballing with this core control early. Otherwise, the damage side of Fingerless can kind of come back and start pumping out damage, right? Which is also what we saw in the first game of the day, where Windows was kind of doing stuff early, but then Packet Loss grabbed a few damage awakenings and just turned it around, just like that.
For sure. Yeah, the damage awakenings. I mean, if Lucas can get priority on a lot of those damage awakenings, it's going to be very dangerous as well for the side of Fingerless. But I don't know, that Vice and X, it's going to be hard to deny both of them to get those damage awakenings.
Yeah, oh, okay, with the aerial start, this is going to be Eject Estelle. Interesting.
Ooh.
Eject Estelle it's an interesting pick, right? There are some goalies who really like it. Oh, that was brutal. Strike Shot is typically the more commonly picked gear for Estelle, for Estelle just overall, but Eject has been something that's been toyed with a bit. And great death touch out by Neff there.
I think it's definitely interesting to have that Eject Estelle, because you get that instant feedback with, well, first of all, her ability, and then as well that Eject also has that instant feedback. So it's very snappy to work like that.
Yeah. And we're seeing that again right there, right? This is kind of why ZZZ was able to keep this offense going. And, oh, the Sentry Drone takes off Bingus, and Kidpan scores that.
Yeah, that Sentry Drone is definitely something to look out for. It doesn't look like it's gonna do a lot of damage, but it's one of the stronger abilities in the game.
Yeah, just a little bit of knockback goes a long way, right?
As we just saw on X as well, the amount of damage he just took.
Yeah, and 2 barriers already being taken by ZZZ, opening this game up really quickly. Piercing shot down, tries to pass up to Neff, slight miss angle, and Ayuki's looking really low despite being on this offense. Oh, and Bingus with the Cyber Swipe misses it, and it goes back behind her.
Yeah, you gotta have to make some predictions, and sometimes you're gonna get them wrong. Bingus definitely tried there, but yeah, she didn't get it.
Yeah. Unfortunate for her, but that's not over yet, right? Fingerless has this chance to come back, and this might start with taking Nefarious Deeds off the pitch. Flip out by Kidpan, the X Maximus being popped. The lifeline keeping Nefarious Deeds alive for a little longer, but maybe not long enough, as they're just being taken back to staggered right away, and Kidpan actually almost looking to die as well. Lucas unable to defend this offense from Oneka and Ayuki, but Oneka is staggered and almost dead like the side of ZZZ. Neff throws his death touch out.
Thankfully, Oneka had that teleport. Otherwise, that's like a rough spot to be in.
Yeah, if they didn't have that TP, they wouldn't have been able to convert to this offense. And a great corner dribble into the bull rush by Ayuki. She secures the first goal for Fingerless.
Fingerless not letting themselves be bullied, not letting themselves go down that easily. And yeah, they're just going back. Oh, yeah, the stealth, of course. I almost missed that. All right, we're going back into the sets. One barrier down on the side of ZZZ. Bingus trying to get that core away, but Lucas just teleporting in there, making sure it goes towards the barrier. But yeah, Lucas's aerials is really working out right now.
Yeah, almost overstaying their welcome with the eject. Not really punished for it until afterwards where they lose that barrier, but the side of Kidpan actually gets the second barrier, the eject forward with that Rose Warp. The Bell Ringer sends it back, and Bingus isn't able to clear it as Nefarious Deed sends it in.
Ooh, Nefarious went a little bit unchecked there by Yuki and...
Any Monumentalists?
Oh, let's see it.
No Monu.
We do have Chrono Boost and Explosive Entrance, which could go... I mean, that could go kind of well on the Stell, making that teleport even larger. Okay. There's the Explosive Entrance.
Yeah, Explosive taken away, right? The main thing is there's so much damage here for the side of Fingerless, where they'll just be happy to take about anything with regards to damage, right? And yeah, all three members of them getting damage. This Vice getting a rapid fire, which is it's really deadly for her. And then the Aimi getting Stinger, and then Ayuki getting Prize Fighter.
Yeah, for sure. However, Estelle did get that Chrono Boost, making that teleport even longer. Able to help out the team a lot more that way.
And, I mean, Nefarious Deeds is set up for a little bit later, as they already picked up this Quick Strike, meaning if they get this Catalyst later, they're going to be looking really good. And this Quick Strike on this Rasmus, being able to allow him to dribble even more, it could potentially prove to be a little dangerous for Fingerless. And yeah, Kidpan keeping this offense going, not really letting the side of Fingerless really convert at all.
Definitely. As well, if we're looking at the energy management, well, Nefarious had to use a little bit there, but oh my god, Yuki is getting all the KOs right now. Kidpan still pulling through somehow, making sure to use that core flip. And yeah, beautifully played. Like, I don't know, that's rough on the side of Fingerless.
Yeah, and I mean, really, that player disadvantage down to that 1v3 as the side of Fingerless takes off two of the members of ZZZ. Getting that flip in is amazing, as it means that those KOs were effectively worthless. And well, we see Lucas actually taking those barriers for ZZZ, meaning that they actually have an advantageous position to work with. But Kidpan is taken off, which means it's really unfortunate for the side of ZZZ. Can they save this? Lucas with a great clear down. Glitch pop back up. Interception by this piercing shot. Ayuki in this corner. Bingus blinks up. Has his flip. Do they pass it down? No, but they drop the Firewall Sentry before leaving. Doesn't really get much out of it as Nefarious Deeds sends it forward. Lucas and Kidpan and Nefarious Deeds all stacking in this bottom side. Ayuki doesn't really have HP or energy to work with. The Supernova being popped by Oneka. And the Rose Warp times perfectly to stop the Cyber Swipe.
There it is. As we mentioned earlier, that teleport by Lucas is getting really deadly the longer range it has. Yeah, it seems to be working out.
Yeah, and I mean, the core control aspect of ZZZ's comp really shining here, as they're showing why, hey, we can score before you kill us, right? And Nefarious Deeds in a bit of a precarious situation of his own. Rose Warp back by Lucas does stop any of these barriers from going down. Kidpan and Lucas stalling for as long as they can. The mist flip out by Kidpan, which means that they don't have any energy to evade this anymore. And that means they could die pretty soon. Lucas in a tough situation. The dribble out by Ayuki does get this barrier, but Nefarious Deeds is back now. Flip being burned. Sends up to Oneka. And a great clear out by Lucas, but it's back up to Ayuki in this corner. And they send it right past Lucas.
Yep, there's that Vice secondary, the stun. It's very deadly. It can really mess up like the best goalies, as we just saw.
And I mean, this is really bad for ZZZ here, because now neither the goalie nor the midfield have any energy to work with, which means all the damage that Fingerless wants to dump on them, they can for free, right? And Nefarious Deeds tries a cheeky play with the Death Touch, doesn't actually get anything out of it, And oh, Ayuki in this corner punching and punching and punching with this X Maximus, but Nefarious Deeds gets a barrier in the meantime and keeps the defense of Fingerless preoccupied, and this pendulum swing sends Oneka off the map.
Kitpan, like, quick note on Kitpan's playstyle, he's really getting those Hail Marys in there, making sure that that core goes the right way and trying to control where it is at all times.
Yeah, and we're seeing that as once again he just sends it past and gets it past Bingus onto that barrier and almost gets taken off by this X Maximus by Ayuki. But now Ayuki doesn't really have much else for this offense. And the piercing shot perfectly placed to kind of get it out. And then Lucas gets it into this corner, Rose warps it out past Oneka, but the Firewall Sentry is there on defense and gets his core back forward. Kidpan looking kind of low, but they almost have a flip to work with if they want. And they could flip this forward, right? Keeping this dribbling going, sends it up to Ayuki, tries to get it up to Nefarious Deeds, doesn't really get it. Now there's this flip online. A slight delay, doesn't really get the flip, and the Rose Warp attempt almost gets it, but it's actually the piercing shot that finishes it off.
Yeah, there it is. Estelle's just super deadly, even as a goalie, as we can see. Just, yeah, straight up gets the priority as well on all of those awakenings. Missile propulsion is ready. I don't know if it's going to be picked. Would be good.
Perfect form is really good for X, but Hotshot is what get picks up.
Okay, X may be getting that perfect form here. They got to be fast, though.
Reptile Remedy, perfect form. Ooh, this is interesting. I'm not sure how to feel about this, right? The Vice getting perfect form over this X, it feels a little wrong because X is really, really good with this perfect form. I think their thought process might be something along the lines of Vice already has this rapid fire, so maybe if we rapid fire more and more, it could be okay. But we'll have to see how this plays out.
And of course, even X has to watch out for the damage by Lucas and for the damage by Nefarious. So getting that Reptile gives him that much more survivability and making sure he can like cover for his team.
Yeah, but that doesn't really matter when both of your barriers are going down. ZZZ taking both of them, and Kidpan almost has this flip, right? Ready to use it on any offense. Glitch Pop actually saves that from going in. This Crystal Thorns keeps it going, and Bingus in a really tough situation. They try to wait it out, but Kidpan just sends it past with a Sentry Drone.
Bit of an awkward goal there on Bingus. Just no cooldowns to save anything. And yeah, then you're just going to miss it.
Yeah, and I mean, now with the side of ZZZ almost having flips, the Rose Warp in for the first barrier, piercing shot for the second. This is looking really dangerous. Kidpan has his flip, ready to flip it out to Neff, who has a flip of his own. And Oneka forcing them to use their flip. Lucas getting chunked, Kidpan getting taken off. Neff has to look for some sort of play here. It gets sent around to Lucas. Lucas looking really low. Ayuki wants to dribble this forward, but Nefarious Deeds is the one with the quick strike trying to dribble this. Bingus in this 1v1. It looks a little dangerous, but it's safe for now. And as I say that, it falls through.
It still goes through. Yeah, I just want to point out how Lucas has some amazing offensive potential. Like just walking up with that teleport. Just making sure that he gets those goals. Like he's both the goalie and the main forward almost at this point.
Yeah, I mean, with the double dash range as Estelle, you're effectively playing this kind of like a Luna, and oh, the anti-synergy accidentally stops Ayuki from getting this in, but Ayuki doesn't care as she just keeps punching them, and Kidpan's taken off too. This is a double kill. Nefarious Deeds has to win this 1v3 if they want to keep it alive, and they don't. Yep. As a 1-2 pass sends it in.
Missing that circle hook, just, yeah, like that was the only shot, missed, and then it was over. Nice try.
Yeah, a little more size makes that whiplash hit, but fortunately it doesn't, and that's all she wrote.
One barrier down on the side of ZZC, 2 barriers down, and a goal. Wow, that was like the fastest round I've seen today.
Yeah, the side of Fingerless really not happy with how this game is going so far, so they just end up taking these 2 quick goals, and they want to try to reverse sweep this.
I mean, they really have to right now, because if 1 goal gets made against them, it's over. But yeah, they're not going down, it seems like. They got their awakenings. They're ready to put up a fight right now.
And speaking of going down, it's actually Kidpan who goes down, and It looks to be Lucas who follows. Once again, Nefarious Deeds put in this 1v3. They have the death touch intercepted by Oneka, and that's a really dangerous situation to be put in. Nefarious Deeds has the flip, but isn't able to use it in time, and Ayuki bell ringers it in.
Ooh, ZZZ is fumbling a little bit right now. Yuki is definitely getting the hang of getting those KOs and really showing how exceptional she really is. I sneaked that one in there. So let's see. Let's see which awakenings are going to be picked. Big Fish, yeah, that kind of makes sense.
Yeah, and this
But
really sucks
Deadeye?
for Kidpan being at the very end. I guess the Deadeye is partially a deny from Vice, but this Monumental is almost certainly being taken from now. But Silver Lining, they do still have the Siege Machine available for some damage.
And the
Extra special
creations.
not falling to Aimi, but heavy impact for this Vice.
Ooh, that's like one of the perfect picks you can get against Vice or with a Vice. And yeah, it's looking rough for CCC right now. I wonder if they're gonna get that final set. One barrier down as well on the side of ZZZ. Not looking great. Nefarious having a good push there though, but gets denied ultimately. Getting pushed forward by Kidpan, trying to get it desperately out of that goal area. Lucas also putting up a good fight there. But yeah, it seems like the damage is not working with that reptile, let's say reptile remedy that X has. Just keeps healing. The damage is kind of non-existent towards him.
Yeah, and this rapid fire heavy impact perfect form Vice, I think is roughly like a 4-second cooldown or less on this power chord, which is disgusting, right? And this is kind of why Vice is considered one of the strongest picks in the game. And at that point, yeah, Ayuki just sending 2 members off with the X Maximus.
It looks like CCC drew out this match a little bit too much, which now, like, Fingerless just has the upper hand in terms of awakenings, in terms of damage. They're just super oppressive. Vice setting up those kills beautifully for Yuki. Yeah, it's just very well done. Bingus also holding out her own, making sure that goal keeps... Never mind. Okay, I said nothing.
Yeah, but hey, things are not over yet. Ayuki and Oneka with a great offense. Oneka does secure that second barrier, and it's not enough as Lucas teleports across the map with that Rose Warp and finishes it.
Yeah, it seems CCC is not giving up that easily. They're still in it to win it, and they do have that 2-set lead. So all they need is 3 goals in total, and then it's over.
Yeah, and we are seeing good offenses from both sides. Nefarious Deeds tries to keep it going forward and does get a barrier of their own. The Cyber Swipe almost gets his second barrier in favor of Fingerless, but they don't. Nefarious Deeds dribbling, quickly striking it into that top right corner.
There we see it. There we see it. The mind games, when you're in that goal area, is like, which way am I going to hit it? And then you just got to guess as a goalie.
Yeah, and it's even worse by the fact that it's quick strike, right? You have no chance to even just hit it back into the enemy forward and hope that your teammates can win interaction, because one more strike will just kind of close that out. And we're seeing in the corner Kidpan already getting thrown off. Ayuki on an 8 KO streak and flips, takes that second barrier, and it just slides in.
Yeah, that is X. He has a massive presence on this map, or just in general has a massive presence with the awakenings that Yuki chose. She chose very well, apparently, making sure that Kidpan and Lucas just get bullied out of the map. Nefarious Deeds a little less so, because Nefarious Deeds, of course, has more HP, more stuff to work with, and yeah, he seems to be using that towards his advantage, making sure that that offense on the side of ZZZ keeps up, and there it is.
Oh,
they get it
the
in.
1-2, the combo. And, I mean, what I'd like to just kind of talk about there at the end, right? That offense was absolutely brutal by ZZZ, and yeah, part of it was them just playing it well, but the other part is just Nefarious Deeds had Quick Strike. I think without Quick Strikes, that gets cleared out for sure. And
Especially
with the
at
Quick
this
Strikes...
level, yeah.
Yeah, especially at this level. But with the quick strikes in that corner, they're able to win interaction after interaction after interaction and push it closer to that barrier until eventually they take it off. And then a great 1-2 play kind of psychs out Bingus, who isn't able to get that cyber swipe to send it down, and they take that game 1.
100%, yeah. 8 KOs on Yuki. very well done, did what she needed to do. Oneka as well with the 5 KOs. I'd like to point that out because I missed like a lot of those because it kind of got overshadowed by the KOs from Yuki. However, still 5 KOs and 8 KOs, like they did what they had to do, but it seems to still not be enough because of the offense of CCC, especially Lucas as well, being so mobile, making sure that they basically have 3 forwards. And then Kitpan as well, beautiful drones, making sure that damage is on point. 16k, like the most damage was done by Kitpan. I'd just like to point that out on their side of the team, of course, not in the entirety of the game, but yeah, just very well played.
And I mean, can we just kind of call back to that play that was shown on screen just a few moments ago, you know, where Kidpan in that 1v3 after I think Ayuki got that double kill on Lucas and Nefarious Deeds, just realizes this is my time to shine. And then he runs up, pops that secondary, speeds up, uses the flip, and sends it into that bottom corner, securing that in a -2 power play.
For sure, and that is where really the difference is between the pros and the regulars, because like that's just a Hail Mary and just giving it a go where normally people would overheat and kind of panic. Kitpan just kept his head cool and made sure that he did what he could do, and it worked out.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw that, right? But I think the one thing that does worry me with the side of ZZZ is I've watched a lot of their games, you know. They did accept me on to be their team coach, right? I haven't done any coaching yet, to be fair, but soon, if they're listening to stream. But yeah, I've watched a lot of their games. I think one thing I've recognized that can be an issue is their lack of willingness to play traditional damage, right? They're very, very good at core control, but damage is what wins a lot of games, right? You see this with the Vice being a high prio pick. Zentaro being good, but it's not the only damage character in the meta, right? Aimi is another good one. X is great, of course, right? But yeah, it's really tough. That's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, you see this in lower ranks too, where people just don't know how to deal with those KO combs. They just don't know how to bounce back if you keep getting KO'd and how to manage that energy, making sure your cooldowns are on point. That is where the higher level play comes in, and like even then it's super difficult to fight against a Vice and an X at the same time, for example.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing, right? Yeah, they showed in this case they were able to kind of overcome this this damage, right? But even that, it was really close, right? It was getting to a scary point where it looked like they could legitimately lose and get reverse swept, right? And that final draft would have been pretty dangerous, right? Because let me see, what else would be left there, right? Catalyst is left up there, right? Great pickup. I think what other good damage awakenings would still be left? I think 1-2 punch was still up. I think bulk up was still up. A few more, but yeah.
Yeah, definitely the damage picks. They were definitely present in that game. However, now we're gonna go on to Taiko Temple, CCZ's pick of the map. Yeah, I don't know. This might get interesting.
Yeah.
Fingerless
That's
did
for
lose
sure.
on their map pack, on their map pick, which is unfortunate for them. But hey, maybe they can bounce back. Taiko Temple is a very chaotic map, which could work out in their favor. I mean, CCZ picked this map, so I'm assuming they are more comfortable on it.
Hey, you said chaos. We're getting Hotshot Deadeye.
I called it. There it is. Hotshot. I mean, a lot of characters can really work well with Hotshot. As we've seen with the Juno pick as well. Juno pick on Taiko Temple seems to be working out very well. I think it's a very good pick. But yeah, there's a lot you can do here.
Yeah, unfortunately, I cannot seem to escape the Hotshot as a caster, right? So many of the games I've casted have been Hotshot games, right? And this is no different, right? We're seeing Hotshot start once again. But this Deadeye here is pretty interesting. One thing to note, though, is that I believe this game doesn't really have anyone who is super fond of picking that Luna, right? Someone like a Venom Yami, or really a lot of the goalies for some of the top teams who are willing to pick up this Luna goalie. Because Deadeye is kind of one of those Exodia picks for Luna. But you have the Vice, you have the Aimi, picks that a lot of people are willing to play here. This Hotshot, really great, because, you know, this Estelle could go to anyone on ZZZ if they want, but it could also go to Oneka.
Vice banned, by the way, Era as well. Definitely good picks with those Awakenings, I would say. Yeah, I'm curious to see who's gonna make use of that Deadeye. I'm assuming at least somebody is gonna pick that Luna. Perhaps Bingus might pick Luna here. We're gonna see.
Yeah, I feel like the way this draft is going, they banned Era because I think they want to first pick this Estelle and they don't want to be answered by Era X. No, they're first picking this Zentaro onto Ayuki away from Nefarious Deeds. But
Still
yeah,
that
same sort of
100%.
idea. They don't want to have to deal with this Era X on the opposite side, so they pick out something else, right? But this means I think this Estelle is going to fall to either Kidpan or Lucas. We'll have to see who, but probably Kidpan, because I've seen Kidpan play a lot more of this Estelle, but now is still open, so who knows?
It could really go anywhere here. I'm not entirely sure what the favorite picks are, but there it is, the Juno pick. I kind of called it with the hot shots. It's kind of a must almost.
Yeah, Juno, great pick on this map too, right? Because this map, as I mentioned earlier today, it favors a lot of creation-based characters, so you can kind of keep it in that corner, keep it stuffed, which is why Juno is a really good pick here, and why I used to pretty much always play Juno here as someone who used to be a Juno main.
I still do.
Yeah. Nowadays, I'm more fond of the Aimi here. And now, but yeah, okay, Atlas. This is Lucas's Atlas we're seeing picked up. This is gonna be fun.
Finally,
I mean,
an Atlas.
yeah,
We haven't seen
ZZZ's
that so
thought
much.
process. They pick Zentaro. No need to force this brawler pick. We grab Atlas Juno, and they're answered by the Kai Estelle for Bingus and Oneka.
Okay, quite an interesting team comp on the side of Fingerless. Zentaro with Kai, with Estelle. That's a lot of damage, but also a lot of core control and just offensive capability. I do wonder if it's going to be a Kai goalie or an Estelle goalie again. But yeah, we're going to see, I suppose. And the last pick just came in as well. That is the Asher, which is, I mean, Asher and Atlas, that's just a wall to have to move past.
Yeah. So regarding the Kai Estelle, I am more inclined to believe this is the Kai goalie Estelle forward, just because Oneka is someone who is really fond of this Estelle and playing it a bunch, right? And is frankly pretty good at it, right? So that's kind of why I was thinking, you know, that Estelle pickup is gonna be going over to Oneka.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I think also Oneka is just gonna go with that Estelle. And as well, yeah, I mean, Deadeye on Estelle is gonna go pretty hard, I would say. However,
Hotshot
might also be Hotshot. Yeah, it could be both, really. Interesting. I also wonder what Asher is gonna pick here.
Yeah, I think it's tough for Zentaro. It's probably Hotshot for Zentaro, but I think it's just Hotshot for Asher too.
Yeah,
I don't think the
makes the
Asher
most
will
sense.
ever want to go Deadeye.
No, good point.
But yeah, Zentaro technically can make use of Deadeye with a passive, but I don't think you realistically ever want to do that. So you'd
It's
rather
just a
have the
worse pick,
Hotshot. Yeah, you'd rather have the Hotshot in most cases where you can just activate that red core with Hotshot. Like in like overtime with maybe like a primary or something. I think the real person that it'll be a tough decision for is Kai, between going for Hotshot for more abilities or going for Deadeye to look for more of those cheeky kills, because I know some Kai goalies really love that Deadeye pick just to kind of go for those cheeky kills on round starts.
The snipes with the ultimate, yeah, it does make a lot of sense. I also do want to point out real quick that Juno can go so many ways. Like, you can play Juno, as we saw in last the games before this. Juno can go damage comp with those slimes doing like massive overtime damage, but also could just go with, for example, a jump comp where you go Chrono Boost or where you go aerials. So yeah, it's just very versatile, and if you have a Juno against you, you really have to gonna look out for what she's doing.
Yeah, and it looks like we are seeing 6 hot shots here, which actually means that Deadeye will be thrown back into the Awakening carousel. And ooh, already red coring, huh?
Yeah, it seems that hotshot is doing its work. Nefarious is trying to get it towards Bingus, but it's being held back, and it does go eventually through and gets two barriers straight off the bat in 42 seconds. That is pretty fast. Bingus keeping it alive. Lucas moving up a bit, but gets in a bit of danger. Still gets pushed back. And there we go.
Yeah, great passes into great dribble into a great shot by Nefarious Deeds into that top corner.
Yeah, you just gotta watch out for the angles here, and yeah, just well played overall by ZCC there.
Yeah, and I mean this Juno kind of with these round start openers is pretty powerful, and great barrier take out by Kidpan, passes it back up to Nefarious Deeds who can go for one of his own, but Bingus does redirect it. She gets it out for the time being. Ayuki dribbling, tries to send it to this bottom corner. Oneka reinforcing her, but Ayuki is being taken off. Doesn't have the Atlas ult to save her like Lucas can with his team. And in this corner is Nefarious Deeds. Tries to get it through.
Ooh.
Bingus tries to flip it out, but doesn't actually get it as Nefarious Deeds flips. Passes up to Kidpan as a flip of his own. And sends it in with the friend fling.
Yeah, they did the classic wait strat where you flip the core, just wait it out, make sure the enemy panics, and then just throw it in there. I mean, well played, especially by Nefarious Deeds there, just keeping it in that corner, making sure that Bingus was under pressure. Beautifully done.
Yeah, it allows, I mean, it does mean both of them have to use their flip, but I think it's worth it, right? It does get them that play, and on the opposite side, both of these forwards of Fingerless use their flips, but that means they get a double barrier, but they need to secure this, otherwise it's a waste, and the perfect positioning out by Ayuki means she can take the strike war.
Just swipes it in there with the sword, yeah, I mean, not much Lucas could do there.
Yeah, but I mean, the side of ZZ still advantaged in terms of points, and no flips for anyone means there's no real X factor here, and Nefarious Deed sends it up, the Pat Splitter keeping it forward, but not for long enough. But Lucas does reinforce them. The jump, not enough from Kidpan to keep it. But Kidpan looking low. The Celestial intervention popped by Lucas to save Kidpan. Cleared up to this top side, away from the forwards of Fingerless. But this offense is still going as Kidpan isn't able to clear it for long enough. This eject Kai, keeping it forward. 3 forwards for Fingerless, and that's the second barrier falling. Oneka and Ayuki trying to score this, but they don't do just so yet.
Ooh, they did have a great opportunity there, but Lucas was just on it, making sure that it didn't go in. But it did go in anyway, because Oneka pushed forward with that Estelle primary and shoved it in there.
Yeah, I mean, a great series of offenses there from the side of Fingerless working together. And yeah, passing, as Ayuki says, right? That's kind of how they work through this. And the flip tries to get it through Lucas, but Lucas pops that secondary. Great series of strike wars, does get that first barrier in favor of ZZZ. And oh, the primary barely misses.
We do have good energy management on both sides right now. The flip by Nefarious Deeds, getting them that barrier as well. Kidpan and Lucas also almost having their core flip. Kidpan just got it and is ready to use it. Gets denied by Oneka with Oneka's own core flip. This is going both ways. It just keeps going back and forth here.
Yeah, now Bingus pushing up with that secondary and primary. Doesn't really have it anymore for the defense, but they don't need it as they get this second barrier. Bingus almost has the slip, but so does Lucas. Wow, Ayuki almost sent off the map, but she's still alive for the time being, and that's what'll matter if they need to score this. Pops the Oni's blade, but actually sends it back to Bingus. Pass up to Ayuki, doesn't really get anything out of it. Oneka tries to keep it forward. This piercing shot, answered by Kidpan. The flip out by Bingus Gaming. Down to Oneka. Bingus doesn't have anything left to save this, and up to Lucas. Lucas has the flip. Will they need to use it? The EI rush, answered by the flip. Stopped by the barrage. The piercing shot, keeping it alive. Nefarious Deeds with this dribble with the primary. Doesn't really get anything. Lucas passes up to Kidpan, passes up to Neff, and that's the goal.
That's the goal. That took quite some time during overtime. We also saw those what's it called? The core Hotshot being used properly by everyone there. The red core just flying around the field, but eventually Nefarious just shot it in. Well done. We have some
tough
beautiful
draft.
awakenings as well right now. Stacks
Not
on stacks on
surprised.
Juno. Interesting.
Yeah, not surprised. Stacks on Stacks is a generally good pick for midfielders, right? It allows them that movement speed to kind of move around, and it doesn't just rely on like one cooldown every, like, you know, every 12 seconds, give or take, 12 to like 14 seconds. With that aerials, yes, that allows you to get those more cheeky, clear rebounds, but this is just raw speed, right? It allows you to move the map across more.
This is kind of a test of my Juno tech knowledge, but do the slimes actually get her hits? Am I correct in that?
I believe so. I'm pretty sure they do.
Because then, of course, it's a really good pick, because you get just free stacks, basically.
Yeah. I mean, we can take a look right here, right? Yeah, so that slime did actually get her 2 more stacks of that stacks. She is working on those stacks right now, but ZZZ is just working on getting this goal right after taking those first 2 barriers. But oh, what an angle! Gets that double barrier for Fingerless. Oneka almost getting taken off this map, but an awkward angle. Bingus is barely able to save it, but all 3 members of Fingerless on this defense, the flip actually being sent out to just clear it. They don't have this for this offense anymore, but will they even need it? They might. And Lucas flips it, waits patiently for that piercing shot.
There it is.
Flip.
So many core flips basically ready. We have Nefarious Deeds, Oneka, Bingus also just used it. The core just flying around the field. Overtime coming in hot, and we get a KO during overtime, which is detrimental to the side of Fingerless. And we see that, but because the goal got shot in by the goalie, Lucas shooting it in there with an angle. Beautifully played.
Hot shot. And actually, another important thing now that I take a look, Lucas has this Orb Ponder. Hotshot Orb Ponder means this Atlas will just be defending forever.
An absolute wall that you cannot get past. Now, if he gets like a creation-esque awakening, it's gonna be, well, even harder to get past him. I would almost say impossible, but it's never impossible.
And I mean, that's kind of what we saw there, right? Great plays out by Ayuki, getting those barriers from Lucas. Now, Kidpen really, really low. They could be taken off by one more ability. The EI Rush misses, which is actually what allows Kidpen to stay long enough for the Celestial Intervention to come up. But it doesn't matter as Oneka sends it in.
Yeah, and there it is. Like, even if you have that cooldown reduction, like, if you just put enough pressure on you, you're not going to be able to defend, because your cooldown is never 0.
Yeah. We are seeing this offense coming out for Fingerless. Pat Splitter being dropped to hopefully KO Oneka, and Kidpen jumps into their death as they want that barrier and get punished for it. Ayuki has this flip. Oneka bringing it up to this corner. The double goalie defense, as we see from Lucas and Nefarious Deeds, the Atlas and the Asher, showing their defensive prowess, and they're going to keep this locked down for even longer, unless Ayuki uses his flip, and she doesn't get a chance to. In this corner, the piercing shot finally takes it, and the Irish with the flip takes that goal.
What the flip indeed. Lucas just getting absolutely bullied by Yuki and Oneka. That was brutal.
Yeah, and I mean, one well-lined piercing shot really stunning the Atlas, making him unable to use those numerous cooldowns he has is really all you need, right? Then you take that barrier, and that's when Atlas goalie is notoriously at his weakest, right? Where he has to run back and forth to defend multiple barriers, or just the goal in general.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I didn't really notice this before, but Bingus also got that missile propulsion, which, of course, is gonna serve her really well with her ult, and just overall, all of her projectiles are gonna go a lot further and do more damage.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, now we have Nefarious Deeds bring it up into the corner. Does get that barrier, but they don't have the flip anymore. Bingus walking up with a flip of her own. A great clear out by Lucas prevents Oneka from being able to get anything, but they just send it right back. And they don't even need the piercing shot as they get that goal.
Wow, yeah, that was just the backup, basically, that piercing shot. But, I mean, that is kind of what you have to do as an Estelle, just making sure that you get those hits back-to-back. Because you have so much potential to put pressure on as an Estelle forward, especially. Let's see what the Awakening is going to be. Rapid Fire, very good pick. Making sure your abilities are on that low cooldown. That Piercing Shot is going to be super deadly right now.
Yeah, rewarded with that Rapid Fire, right? But this Catalyst is up, and it falls to Nefarious Deeds. This Brawler really wants this Catalyst, and yeah, you may say, oh, but they're not really a KO comp. Well, that doesn't really matter. Catalyst is still a very good Awakening regardless, right? You still build up more energy with Catalyst.
And as well, let's keep in mind that Asher is a very oppressive force on her own. Like, her abilities can just keep pushing forward, and then if you have that core flip ready overall often, then it's gonna be hard to deal with.
And yeah, 15 seconds into the round, Asher has core flip. So that's the power of Catalyst, kind of doing its magic. But now this Asher needs to actually have a chance to use it, right? They need to get into a position where maybe they can find a kill, maybe they can find a barrier with this flip, and they might be able to as Kidpan sends it onto this offense. But yeah, we're back onto this defense as Oneka and Ayuki are ruthlessly trying to get it past Kidpan and Lucas, and they do right there. Yuki has this flip in the corner. Now, Lucas already uses that secondary, and they don't have it, and Yuki doesn't even need the flip.
Interesting. I think Lucas was a bit off there, but Oneka and Yuki just put so much pressure on it. Use burst energy. Yeah, I agree. We have so many bursts ready.
And oh, flip, answered by flip, answered by breakthrough. Now Kidpan in this corner with Nefarious Deeds. This is the position they want to be in. They want to be in this corner to try and force things, but they don't really get a chance to, as actually the Asher is the one that's taken off, and Ayuki has this Adrenaline Rush, more CDs, more kind of being able to move around this map, and a great flip out by Lucas buys time, picking up that orb for even more cooldowns now. This first barrier dropped, Oneka trying to keep this forward, Bingus trying to keep this forward, the Rose Warp up in this corner, pass up to Ayuki, doesn't actually get this barrier, but the offense is still going as the secondary from Atlas has to be burned. Nefarious Deeds in this corner, Bingus does get it past Nef. And this EI Rush, perfect, setting up the strike for Ayuki as Bingus keeps this offense going, but the Slimes are ruthless as they keep it in this corner. Now Lucas...
Let's keep in mind, Bingus has that core flip ready as well to defend.
Yeah, if this offense keeps going, Bingus can just use the core flip at any point, so can Oneka, and Lucas isn't ready as the dimer up to Ayuki sends it into that corner.
Yeah, there it is. They don't even have to use the energy. They just put on so much pressure, winning those strike wars, and yeah, it's not looking that great for CCC. Honestly, I thought CCC would have the upper hand this game, but it seems like Fingerless is dominating this map.
Yeah, that's very true for sure. But as you say that, you know, ZZZ does take one barrier of their own, flip out by Oneka, answered by Lucas, who waits out this piercing shot. Nefarious Deeds trying to get some energy back, trying to get some HP back, but the barrier is actually what they get, which they'll be thanking themselves for. And Nefarious Deeds tries to send it to this bottom corner. Breakthrough isn't enough, but the strike stuffs the flip.
You're welcome, ZZZ. I cursed that for you.
Yeah. And I mean, thankfully for Nefarious Deeds, they have this flip almost ready to use, but so does Ayuki. Barrier Beam means that both of these forwards have this flip and are ready to use it. Is it going to be used for KO? The double barrier is what Ayuki uses hers for, and this could be the end of this set, and we might be going to set 4, but maybe not yet, as a great clear out by Lucas saves it for the time being. Nef has this flip, though.
Running through with that defense, making sure that the core is under control, that it doesn't go further than it has to go. As well, being really fast with those stacks on stacks, giving them mobility, having that jump ready. It's just really good on Kidpan's end to have that ready.
Yeah, the stacks on stacks really putting in the work, but they might need to put in a little bit more work if they want to not end here, because Oneka has this flip. They might have a Rose Warp. The flip sends it up, stopped by Kidpan. Kidpan, Nef, both almost have their flips. They need to get this offense in before Ayuki scores this. Pass up. Gets intercepted. Kidpan looking to be taken off the map. It's really dangerous for them. They almost get Giga Blasted off. The Celestial Intervention is there for them in time. They can live for the time being, and the Friend Fling sends it up to the corner.
The Slime Snipe, that is what we're talking about. That Juno not having too much of a presence this game, but then suddenly swooping in with that just dangerous, honestly, moveset. Yeah, and I mean, we see like this flip almost coming in and getting this barrier,
but Nefarious Deeds will be building up another one pretty soon, and Kidpan has one of their own. But they might be using this defensively, but Lucas has one of their own defensively. Ayuki in this corner, doesn't really get anything. Bingus tries to push this back up. Kidpan being very careful about their position. They do not want to be taken off the map by any stray flip. It could be disastrous if they do. The flip, up close. They do get that second barrier. This is ZZZ set that they want. The Slimes actually stuff that flip a little bit, but they still do get it out. But this means no flip for Lucas, no flip for Kidpan. If Ayuki is on this offense, and they might look for a flip for the double barrier, they don't. And they're looking really low with no stagger to work with. That's one barrier. This could be two. No, it's not, but Bingus saves it for the time being. But Nefarious Deeds has this flip. Where does it go? Top corner! Bang!
There it goes. Nefarious Deeds just having a nice angle there. Oneka not able to save it, and then as well not able to be saved by the Kai. By Bingus. Very unlucky. Priority on the Juno though. Yeah, definitely on the sets. Juno was dominating. Let's see what's gonna be the priority pick here, because there's many options. Yeah, the 1-2 punch, definitely a good call. Making sure you get that damage. I mean, it's not been too much of a KO match, so it's somewhat questionable, I feel like.
Good.
Yeah. Not even denying that explosive entrance as well.
Well, actually, I was actually looking to hope that the Asher was denying this perfect form, right? Because, yeah, the explosive entrance is good on Zentaro, but the perfect form is arguably even better just because of how many cooldowns Zentaro has in his kit to generate more cooldowns, to use those cooldowns to generate more, right? And that's kind of why, right? Zentaro is really, really impressive with perfect form. And also why, because Zentaro being so strong, a lot of people weren't happy when perfect form was rotated back in.
Yeah, perfect form is definitely one of the more impressive awakenings. I kind of looked over that, but yeah, explosive entrance. Yeah, I don't know. It's good that Asher took the perfect form though, making sure as well. I think on Asher it's even good. Just on any character, perfect form is great because you can manage your cooldowns a lot better.
And yeah, we see Oneka being taken off this map, but both barriers are open on both sides, and this Zentaro has a really long-range dash, so one straight dash could actually just send this in, and they dash backwards to try and defend, but Bingus has the eject, and it's not enough as the angle out by Kidpan sends it into that top corner.
Damn, yeah, ZCZ is having none of it. They noticed how Fingerless was just taking it up and making sure that they were getting those goals, but CCC is just not having any of it, making sure that they are coming back and making sure that they win this match.
Yeah, and for sure, I mean, at the start of that round, we may have seen a bit of an emotional flip out by Lucas, but no matter, there's still flips on the side of ZZ's forwards, and they use one to get one barrier. They don't need the other one for the second barrier, and Nefarious Deeds just sends it through Fingerless.
Just noticing how much of an oppressive force Asher can be. It's quite dangerous.
Yeah, and this is looking to be match point and, well, game point and match point for ZZZ, as they are one away from securing this, but thankfully for Fingerless, they are at the barrier advantage. Now Ayuki just ticking over to Omega level. First barrier down. Kidpan has his flip, gets the second. Ayuki has a flip of their own, but she needs to use it on this offense. Nefarious Deeds has his flip, gets blocked by Bingus. Oneka has a flip almost ready. Can they use this for this offense, or are they going to die before they get a chance? And yeah, they die. Now, if this is a 2v3 for the side of Fingerless, and a great slashing strike to get Ayuki into position to flip that, and Bingus isn't in position yet. Does manage to strike it down for the time being. Is ready to kind of keep this defense alive for the time being, but Ayuki is about to die. Doesn't get sent off by this Atlas secondary. But will it even matter? Because the forwards of CZZ are doing all the work as they send it in.
Absolutely. Like, as we're noticing, just they're getting the angles, making sure that they're just winning the game, and they did it. What a game, honestly. I felt like Fingerless put up a really, really good fight there. They had the overhand for a while, but ZZZ just overall had the control over that core, made sure that you know, they had that Atlas, they had that Asher as an unstoppable wall, and yeah, it was just beautifully done as well. The core control with Juno was very well played, just having all those friends over the field, the Slimes. and yeah, if we're looking at the damage real quick, Centauro having that 37k damage, no KOs though. We do have Estelle with 2 KOs, and as well 82 shots on goal, which is kind of nuts. But they didn't win, sadly, because it's very hard to get past Lucas with that. With the 92 saves, surprisingly, 29k damage on Asher. I mean, I say surprisingly, but like with her kit, it's pretty damage oriented as well. Even though it looks
Hey, and the
somewhat
perfect
defensive.
form, right? The perfect form
Yeah.
might have been doing work there at the end too.
For sure, yeah. Also, quick note on the Juno with the 20 saves, just kind of helping out Lucas in the back there. Very well done.
Yeah, Kidpan really being all around the map, right? I mean, same thing with Oneka, right? Both of these midfielders just being all around the map, right? Which shown by their redirects, being more than kind of anyone else on their team. But yeah, unfortunately for the side of Fingerless, they do fall down to 0-4. But the shining light at the end of the tunnel is the fact that at least their remaining strength of schedule is not that bad. They have KLB, Packet Loss, and Windows left, right? None of the arguably top 3 teams at the moment. So hey, maybe they can win all 3 and sneak into playoffs at 3 and 4, right? If there's some sort of tiebreaker that happens.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we did have Packet Loss having a strong showing today. So I am very curious what they'll be doing against Kill B. Or sorry, against Fingerless. But yeah, it's yeah, we're gonna be seeing what's gonna be happening here.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess with that, there's not really that much left for us here for now. We have gone through all 4 games today, and we'll be having post-show in a little bit. Anything you want to say, Bear, before we head off?
Well, I had a blast casting today again. Like Amy Haters, of course, one of the top tier of the EUSL, and KLB. That was a very exciting match as well. Yeah, I just had a blast. Thank you everyone for watching, and I wish you the best of luck on the post show today. It's here.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, everyone, don't go anywhere. Stick around. We'll be back with the post show in a few minutes. Well, everyone, the fourth week of EUSL matches has finally come to an end. I, Ether, am here with Lilith, Umirel, and Lucas. Say hi, everyone.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay, let's get right into things, honestly. So we'll start, with that first game of the day with Lilith, right? It's a tough reverse sweep for you guys to navigate game one. You guys were kind of getting KO'd left and right, but managed to figure things out, right? How'd you guys take it back?
Zoe got bulk up, and then Zoe kind of just did Zoe things. She got like 14 KOs, and I think like 10 of them were solo kills. So, I don't really want to disrespect the other team. I don't think we should have won that game. Zoe kind of pulled a cat out of like the bag and just won it herself. So, yeah.
Yeah, and I think that last draft too, I think she got Adrenaline Rush, so you guys were able to convert and kind of stomp that final set.
Yeah. I agree with that.
And I mean, now you guys are 2-2. You're in an okay spot for the rest of the season. Any comments on your upcoming strength of schedule? Just as a reminder, you have Fury, Fingerless, and ZZZ remaining.
I think Fury, like, obviously it's going to be a really hard match, and I think it actually matters the least. I think the important thing is that if we beat both Fingerless and ZZZ, I think our playoff spot is pretty safe. So those are like the two matches we're kind of focused on, since Fury is kind of an uphill battle, and it might be better to use our preparation elsewhere.
Yeah, sure. Sounds good. Now I'll throw it over to Umirel, right? I think I heard you got subbed in almost last minute, I think, because Rekko had something come up, right? Is that right?
That's correct, yeah.
Yeah, and I believe this is your third week. I don't think you played last week, right? Did you?
No, Rekko's played last week.
Yeah, so this is your third week playing with the IME haters in EUSL. Did you expect to play so much?
No, kind of, because Rekko said in advance that he might not be able to play some weeks. But now he has to play the rest of the weeks, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
He
I
has
believe
no
there's
choice.
some rule with starters, but hey, also I'm pretty sure the team wants to be playing with Rekko's more because that's kind of what they planned around Rekko's, I'm assuming. I don't think they planned to kind of have you in for this many games. But you still performed, right? I know there was that Mako game, right, where at least I heard, I think, from Venom that you just really wanted to play Mako, so they gave it to you. Any comments on the Mako?
I definitely wanted to pick it, but I wasn't mentally ready to play it, and I just kind of griefed the execution.
I mean, I saw some good, like, perfect pitch self passes to you, but I did notice there are a lot of ensnare drums that could have been used a little better to secure more goals. But hey, that just comes with more grinding on Mako. And if you get better, maybe whenever you sub in, your teammates will let you play it more.
I just think it was a one-match skill issue.
Yeah, we'll just call it a skill issue for the time being. But yeah, your opponents today, KLB. What do you think about the KLB roster changes? Balu kind of leaving KLB and then Kekle being moved to sub. And also, did you expect to play against Eeper and then Lamacraft forward?
I didn't expect it, and when I found it out, it was very interesting. I heard Banter couldn't make it or something, and I was like, oh. I already saw the roster changes earlier, and I was a bit confused what was going on. And it's like Venom said in the pre-show, it's a bit of a downgrade, and it's unfortunate for the chances of making playoffs.
Yeah, and I mean, now sitting at 1-3, right? It is a little tough. It is a little packet loss favored, considering they are sitting at that 2-2 spot. But any of these Fingerless or even ZZZ matchups, right, for packet loss could kind of make it so that another team could sneak in. Now, I'll throw it over to our ZZZ member here, Lucas. You guys had a tough start to the season, going 0-3 and also losing versus Windows Week 2, right? It was a pretty close series, and you guys finally took your first win, beating Fingerless today. How was it to get your first series win?
I mean, it was kind of nice after last week where it was so close, but I genuinely don't think we should have won this. We got kind of lucky. I played really bad, but my forward kind of carried me. But
yeah, I think that the Tycho game was a little tough for you, but I think you played really, really well in the Clarion game, right? With the double dash range eject Estelle, just kind of going in, you're basically playing it like a Luna at that point, right?
I mean,
With that level of range.
I was just lucky that my team could keep it forward, so I could do like my funny things.
Yeah,
and, like
yeah.
somehow score. But yeah,
Yeah,
whenever
funny
the core
things
did
without
come,
dying.
yeah, but whenever the core did come to me, I like was kind of lacking, to put it nicely.
Yeah, it was a little cooked at times, especially with how much damage really the side of Fingerless had kind of pumping out on you. Now another thing, that Taiko game. Can you talk about that emotional flip, as I dubbed it on cast? What were the comms like?
I might have like pressed my Q button on accident, and my teammates like were kind of confused, and I said my bad, misclick, and then we kind of just played it out. But the mood in the VC was let's put it amusing.
Gotcha.
I think if we were down 2 sets instead of 2 sets up, it would have been a bit worse, but that way it was just like a happy accident, I guess.
Yeah, well, hey, at least you gave your team a good laugh. That's all I'll say about it.
I would just blame Atsuro for pinging me perm
yeah.
on Discord.
But yeah, no, so I know on cast at least, I talked about your guys' bit of an unwillingness to play kill comps. I know you may probably don't want to leak stuff, so I'll leave it up to you if you want to say anything, but is there anything you guys are cooking?
I mean, I will leak stuff. First game, it was Castle start. I said, yo guys, I really want to play Vice. Let's just kill. My team said, no, fuck that. And then I just listened to them, like the obedient teammate I am. And I didn't do it. And then the second game, we're just kind of like fans of, I guess, more stuff comps on Taiko.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I think that's fair, right? Taiko leads itself to be a pretty big stuff, like favored map. But again, the full KO potential on Taiko is really good. And you guys saw that with you guys getting KO'd sometimes. But in the end, you guys pulled through. Now, we can kind of review today's standings. I think the first 3 matches were mostly as expected, except for the fact that, you know, we had 2 reverse sweeps, right? Packet lost reverse sweeping Windows, and then TMCT getting reverse swept by Fierce Fury. The IME Haters KLB match was also mostly expected after the changes to KLB's roster. But I think I'd like to talk to all 3 of you guys about this ZZZ Fingerless match, right? Because both of them were sitting near that bottom of the table, and it was kind of a toss-up of which team would win. So, I guess, you know, I'll take it to Lucas first, because you actually played in that match. Any thoughts on ZZZ versus Fingerless?
I mean, on ZZZ Fingerless it was kind of weird. The game was like, just played out really weird in total.
Okay.
I don't think we should have won it. But it was grief against grief a little bit. And we, in my opinion, we griefed more, but I guess we got more lucky with like drum bounces.
Yeah, there were also some pretty unlucky full damage drafts that happened that game. But yeah.
I just don't think we should have won that. It was mostly luck from our side. I think enemies played better.
Alright, Umi, thoughts on that ZZZ Fingerless game?
I only saw the later part of Taiko, but generally I thought the teams would be a bit more even, and probably like a 2-1 win for either of the teams, but it kind of just came down to a few, I guess, draft errors and stuff from what I saw, and maybe a bit of miscommunication, but I appreciate the random flip, Lucas.
Yo, no problem.
Oh yeah, and Lila, any thoughts from you about ZZZ Fingerless?
I think it was a game where either team could win, and it kind of came down to which team made more mistakes. That's probably due to nerfs. It's like a very important game for both of them. It was kind of unfortunate to see the way it ended, because I thought it was shaping up for a game 3, which would have been exciting, but yeah, that's all.
Yeah, that's true. Now, we do kind of have the standings as they are, right? Fierce Fury and IME Haters sitting at the top at 4-0. Both of them looking pretty locked for playoffs. I think this might mathematically put them in playoffs. I'd have to check, but I could be wrong. TMCT also looking to be in a pretty good position. Packet Loss sitting kind of at that edge alongside 3 teams at 1 and 3, and Fingerless in a really tough position now at 0 and 4. They can still make playoffs, I believe, but even if they win all 3 of their games, they're not guaranteed, as they have to hope that other things go right. Now, with that in mind, any thoughts about the standings so far, right? Do you guys, is this kind of what you expected coming into the season? We can start with Lila.
I think the leaderboard is shaping up roughly what I expected it to be like. But as I kind of said, I'm pretty sure the KLB roster shuffle is going to shake that up a bit, since I thought they would scale for like later on in the tournament and take the playoff spot potentially. But with the roster swap, I don't think they're doing that. So I actually think this is pretty close to the final standings, but I expect ZZZ and Fingerless to probably climb up a bit more.
Okay, interesting. Now Umi, any thoughts?
I definitely didn't expect Windows to be where they are right now, especially since they faced the ZZZ, I think. They beat ZZZ, right? Yeah.
Yeah, they beat
didn't
ZZZ,
expect-
yes.
I didn't expect them to beat them, but that kind of stuff happens. It's yeah. It's kind of where it should be.
Yeah. Now Lucas, any thoughts on the standings right now from you?
I mean, I agree with Davos. It's kind of what I expected. Of course, I didn't expect to lose against Windows. They were like the only team that we put below us that I put below us in the first ranking, in the first pre-show. So I expected Fingerless to be more up, but I think they will probably climb the ladder a little bit, and KLB would probably continue losing a bit more now with the new roster changes.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, we can kind of take it over to next week's matches, and while we are taking it over to next week's matches, I'll just mention a quick side note, right? That Zentaro no longer has 100% presence in EUSL, and the game where Zentaro was neither picked nor banned was in Packet Loss versus Windows Game 2.
Oh no.
Right. That game, the bans were Drakkar and Juliet, and the picks were Aimee Vice X on Packet Loss's side, and Rune Asher Era on the side of Windows. Right. But yeah, for next week's games, right? Our first game of the week is Fingerless versus Windows. Any thoughts on that, guys? We can start with Lila.
I think that's another really important one. Fingerless really need to win every single game just to even have a chance of getting into playoffs now. So if they take another loss, I'm pretty sure they're eliminated. I might be wrong. I'm not the mathematician, but yeah.
I believe so. Because at that point, right, they would be 0 and 5, and even if they win their last 2, they would be reliant on everyone else being 2 and 5.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure that is not possible for that many people to be 2 and 5. But yeah, Umi, thoughts?
I definitely think Fingerless should win versus Windows, and I think they should be fine. It depends how they play against Packet Loss at the end of the regular season, but it's very possible that they can still make it, at least get chances to make it through with KLB roster changes and stuff like that.
Yeah. And Lucas, Fingerless versus Windows.
I mean, I think Fingerless is favored in that matchup and they should win it. Unless they do the same mistakes as us. But I think they will win this. And they are pretty favored in my opinion.
Yeah. And I mean, next we have TMCT versus KLB, right? Lucas, do you expect KLB to have any chance of taking this?
I mean, the chances are slim. I think the roster changes is the downgrade, as like said before. So I think TMCT will probably 2-0 this game.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not much.
Yeah, I know. Coming into the season,
one, in my opinion.
Yeah, coming into the season, assuming we would have like Kekle, Balu, and Llama, I expected this would be a close game. But then we started seeing Leifar coming in for Kekle, which Leifar isn't bad by any means, but Kekle is kind of one of the like fathers of ranged goalies, right? and then now this roster change, right? Umi, any thoughts on TMC to KLB?
They might. KLB could do something, but I really doubt it. Even if they have Layfire, Llama, and Banter forward, there's more chances, but it's definitely an uphill battle for them.
Yeah, and Lila.
I think it's probably a TMCT sweep if nothing crazy goes wrong. I don't want to disrespect KLB, but as everyone else keeps saying, the roster changes really put them on the back foot.
Yeah, and now we get to another interesting match in IME Haters versus ZZZ. ZZZ coming off of a win this week, really kind of needed win considering IME Haters is their next match. Lucas, how do you feel about this IME Haters match?
Now that they swap out Umi to Rekost, it will be an absolute free win for us. They swapped out their best player. No, but genuinely, this will be a really rough game. They are all very good players, obviously. Alex, like, kind of the star player. He's kind of the best goalie in EU, and has like basically almost always been. So I think it will be a really rough game. And we need to pray that the draft gods are on our side.
Oh, we gotta hope. Maybe we can land a Monu now or something on the lines.
Yeah, something like that. Or like heavy impact after first draft on Vice.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Umi, any thoughts?
Free win. 2-0, GG's go next. Good luck,
Four?
Lucas.
Four?
Huh?
Yeah. 4?
For AV haters, of course.
Okay. Just had to be sure, you know.
Yeah, gotta be sure. I mean, I definitely can make it interesting if I sub in, but that won't happen.
You could ask your team to pick you Mako again. That would be fun.
It would be very interesting. I
The
agree.
10 euros pay for Umi?
Alright.
You gotta pick on Alex, not me.
Lila, any thoughts on that IME Haters ZZ match?
Yeah, it's probably very Amy Haters sided, but we almost took a series of Amy Haters, and I think ZZZ is pretty similar skill to us, so if we can do it, maybe if they show up on the day, they can finish what we didn't.
Okay, yeah. Interesting. So, yeah, I mean, especially since they did kind of show up a little bit versus TMCT last week. But yeah, now we're going to this last match of the day, Fierce Fury versus Packet Loss. As we know, today was the first day that Fierce Fury dropped sets, right? Because they won 6-0 versus ZZZ, 6-0 versus KLB, 6-0 versus Fingerless, and then finally won 6-3 versus TMCT today. Do you think that changes your chances at all, Lila?
No, I do not think it changes our chances. It's definitely a rough game. I mean, obviously we will try our best and try to win. It's for sure Fury-sided though. We just got to try our best and see what we can do.
Yeah, Umi, thoughts?
I have maybe a bit of a different opinion on this because I think Packet Loss has a really good chance of winning, especially because I kind of see Fierce Fury the way I had in previous teams, like no enemies with Venom and Matthews back in the days versus Amy Enjoyers, stuff like that. And Packet Loss generally like held up pretty well against us when we were like the top 2 or 3 teams in that time. I think it's kind of a similar situation with Amy Haters and Fierce Fury, where Packet Loss can definitely win against either teams. So it's win. Yeah. Might be an interesting 2-1 either side.
All right, Lucas.
Yeah, I also think that Fierce Fury is going in favored in the game, or in the series. I do think that Packet Loss has like a fair chance to win, especially like if they steamroll them maybe, because I still think that when Fierce Fury like loses 1 or 2 sets, their mental goes down like a little bit, so maybe they can monetize on that.
Yeah, and I mean, it could be kind of a sort of thing, you know, Fierce Fury is a very, very momentum-driven team, and this is nothing against their skill, because I think they are probably right now the best team in EUSL. We'll have to see the IME Haters' Fury match at the end of the season to see if that's true or not. But a lot of what they do, it feels very, very momentum-driven, and that we felt that in this TMCT game today on Oni Village, where they were losing those first few matches and were kind of struggling to come back. But the moment they started coming back, they just ran away with the game. But yeah, we reached the end of the day. right? Before we head off, I'll give you guys all a chance to shout whoever out that you guys want to. Lila, any shoutouts?
Just shout outs to Zoe and Sloth. Sloth because he went on vacation, came back, and managed to warm up pretty quickly. He basically had less than like 15 hours to get ready for this game, so big shout outs to him. And then obviously Zoe for carrying game one and also helping me to like run everything. I couldn't do it without her, and she's basically like my carry in game and out game.
Okay. Umi, shoutouts?
I'll definitely shout out my team. I mean, I definitely made it interesting struggling to perform in matches when I needed to, but I really enjoyed playing with them, and it's probably the most fun I have on teams. I haven't really played with insane players before like that, but it's really interesting, and I shout out especially to Venom dealing with me being a bit of a monkey playing Mako.
Alright, and Lucas, shout out for you.
Yeah, of course, shout out to my team. They carried me through the series today for sure. And a shout out to Sucket, the best forward and the best player on Fierce Fury.
Yeah, okay. Well, shout outs to everyone then. So, quick important announcement before we head off today. For any players on EUSL teams who are listening, reminder that roster lock for the rest of the season is this Wednesday. So you have to keep that in mind. Make sure you submit all your roster changes, right? You don't want to be left without players to play. But yeah, without anything else, we can head off this evening. Everyone, let's say bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Suck it again.
All right. Take care, everyone.